The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Well, this is Matt from the past, welcoming you to another nightly old-time radio shows video. Now, let's get on with This Day in History for February 9th, 2024. In 1775, British Parliament declares Massachusetts colony in rebellion. They can't actually do anything about it, but they decided to declare it. Like most governments, they're great at talking about things that they can't actually do anything about. In 1897, invasion of Benin City by British Expeditionary Force. The city is burnt and looted, marks the end of Nigerian Kingdom of Benin, formed in the 11th century. In 1904, Japanese torpedo boats make a surprise attack on Russian ships' Port Arthur Naval Base, Manchuria, beginning the Russo-Japanese War. Japanese also land troops at Cheongguk, Incheon, near Seoul, Korea. In 3 weeks, they advanced to the Yalu River, the border of Manchuria. In 1943, Japanese troops evacuate Guadalcanal, ending the epic World War II battle on the Solomon Islands in the Pacific. In 1972, British government declares a state of emergency after month-long coal miners' strike. Apparently that was easier than talking to the coal miners. In 1964, first appearance of the Beatles on The Ed Sullivan Show, live from New York, broadcast draws 73.7 million television viewers. When you consider that must have been that was almost half the U.S. population at the time, that's really saying something. In 1971, in 1540, the first recorded race meet in England, Rodey Fields, Chester. So I guess nobody was racing before. I guess nobody had ever raced in England before 1540, I guess. Well, that does it for this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
The Abbott and Costello program. Listen to the great rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes. And with Election Day just around the corner, we remind you of the famous speech of Senator Rufus G. Blowhard when he rose to utter these deathless words.
Well, Costello, what's going on here? Costello! All right. Quiet, Hector. Down, Hector.
Costello, what's
Down.
the idea of bringing that dog in here? Where did you get him?
Oh, I found him, Abbott.
Well, let him loose.
Oh, no, not me. I'm not going to lose him. I'm going to keep him. He's a genuine airplane dog.
An airplane dog?
Yeah, look at his tail spin.
Oh, no. Costello, you're going to take that dog out of here right now.
Oh, no, Abbott. Please
Yes.
don't ask me to do that.
I said yes.
Don't make me chase this little dog away.
Now?
He's taking the place of my other little dog that died. His name was Girdle.
Girdle?
Yep.
How did you happen to name a dog Girdle?
Because we kept him tied up in the daytime, we let him out at night.
Oh, I remember that dog you had. He was a dachshund. One of those long dogs.
Yeah, my mother bought that long dog for us kids so we could all pet him at the same time.
How did he happen to die, Lou?
It's a sad tale, Abbott.
Well?
He met his end going around a tree. All right, Hector, all right. Quiet. Listen to him, Abbott. He's got asthma.
Costello, will you please get that mutt out of here?
No, he's a smart dog. I'm not going to do it. He's a smart dog.
I said get him out of here.
No, I won't. Look, Hector, how much is 1 and 1? See? Now, he's right, ain't he, Abbott?
Well, yeah.
1 and 1 is like that, ain't it?
Yeah, sure.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it is.
Now, Hector, how much is 2 and 2? Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Now, Hector, tell Abbott what time it is. 7:15. You know, I think we should have got a real dog for this part. The producer is always putting his relatives on the show. Just like me and my Uncle Artie Stebbins.
Now, look, Costello.
He gets in.
Listen, you've got to get rid of this dog. Now, I know what we'll do. We'll take this dog out on the street, and we'll auction him off. We'll probably get $3 or $4 for him. Now, come on.
Okay.
Now, let's get started here. Ladies and gentlemen, step right up here. We are about to auction off this beautiful dog. In fact, neighbors, he is one of the most famous dogs in Hollywood.
What kind of a dog is he, mister?
Lady, do you remember the famous dog Strongheart?
Yes, I remember Strongheart.
Well, this is his brother, Weak Liver.
I think that dog is a flea hound. Look, he's scratching himself.
You're wrong, madam. He's a watchdog. He's winding himself up.
Costello, will you please step aside? Now, madam, would you like to make the first bid for this dog?
Well, I didn't intend to bid.
You didn't what?
Intend?
$10 has been bid by the lady. Who'll make 11?
Now, just a minute. Don't pull any of those dirty
$36 has been bid. Do I hear 37?
Just a minute, you crooks. My wife didn't bid for that dog.
She certainly did.
I'll give you 6 to 5. She
65
didn't.
has been bid by this gentleman. Who'll make it 66?
Oh, come on, Eddie.
$80 has been bid.
And what? And what I'll buy for $80? Why, you can raise $500 on this dog.
Oh, yeah? You'd have to be Tarzan to raise $500 on that dog.
You'd have to be what?
Tarzan.
Sold to this gentleman for $1,000.
Ah, you guys are nothing but fakes. Come on, dear. Let's get out of here.
Okay.
Hey,
Excuse me. Go ahead.
Come here, Costello. Costello.
What?
The crowd is breaking up. Hurry up.
Okay.
Get out there among the people and be a shill. Now, if somebody says $1, you say $2. If somebody says $2, you say $3.
I get it.
You
I
got
know
it?
what you mean.
Yeah.
Well, whatever it is the bid, I keep raising the price.
That's right.
Woo!
All right, now, who will bid $1 to start the sale?
I will.
Quiet, Costello. You have no money.
I'll bid $1.
That's fine. Now, who'll say $2? Please, won't somebody say $2? Will the lady who said $1 say $1 again?
$2.
Ah, that's better. Thank you. Will anybody say $3?
$3.
Thank you, sir. Now, will anybody say $4?
$4.
Sold this beautiful dog for $4. Now, will the winner... Wait a minute, where's the winner?
Right over
Will you
here.
please raise your hand, please? Yes,
Right over here.
Costello.
Right here.
Costello.
It was me.
Get back in that crowd.
Okay.
Get back there. You haven't got a dime. Folks, there's been a mistake in the bidding. Will the gentleman who said $3 bid again?
$3.
Would you like to make it $4?
Oh, $3 as far as I go.
But this dog is worth at least $4. Won't somebody please say $4? Please.
Well,
Very well. Going once for $3. Going
$4.
Quiet. Who said $4?
I said $4.
Thank you. Sold for $4. Who said that $4? Raise your hand again.
I did again.
Costello, what's the matter with you? That's the second time you've gummed up the auction. Why don't you keep out of this? You haven't got a dime.
Can I help it if I love dogs?
Oh, please.
Well. Come right in, gentlemen. Welcome to Red Morton's Pet Shop. Say,
That looks like my lost dog you have there. Yes, Mr. Morton. My friend Costello found your dog, and I made him bring him back.
Well, that's fine. And here's your $25 reward.
Mr. Morton, I don't want the reward. I want to keep the dog. I love that little pooch.
Well, young man, the dog is for sale, but I must warn you, he's very valuable. This dog is worth $200.
He's worth $200. How could a little dog save up all that money?
Costello, Mr. Morton means you'll have to pay $200 for the dog.
That's right, young man. Have you any idea about what this dog's breed is?
His what?
His breed.
He breathes to his nose like anybody else.
Costello, we're wasting this man's time. Now, you can't afford to buy this
Oh, no,
dog.
wait a minute, Abbott.
You can't afford it.
I gotta have this dog. Mr. Morton, why can't I go to work for you in your pet shop? I'll let you keep all my salary to pay for the dog.
Very well, young man. I'll pay you whatever you're worth.
Oh, no, I gotta have some money.
Mr. Morton, Costello will take the job. Now have him here at 8 o'clock in the morning. Well, Costello, this is our first day in Mr. Morton's pet shop. So be on your toes. Uh-oh, here comes a customer.
Good morning, madam. What can I do for you?
I'd like 10 cents worth of dog meat.
Shall I wrap it up or will you eat it here?
Oh, I'll never come in this place again.
Now, see what you did, Costello?
She died with Dick Mack.
Yeah. That lady drove away in a huff, and she's fuming.
It must be that ration gas we're getting.
Now, look. Please get busy, Costello, and take care of those puppies.
Hey, I forgot to tell you.
What?
One of these puppies have the sniffles. I don't know what to do.
Well, if the puppy has a cold, just fill a long tube with some cold medicine. Then place one end of the tube in the dog's mouth and take a deep breath and blow.
That's no good. I tried it.
And what happened?
The dog blew first.
Wait a minute. Hello, Morton's Pet Shop. Who? Mrs. Pike? Oh, yes, I'll send Costello over for it. What kind of a dog have you? A Pekingese? Okay, Mrs. Pike. Costello, I want you to go over and get a peek at Mrs. Pike's.
Get a peek at Mrs. Pike's.
Yes.
Well, why can't I take a good look?
Listen, you dummy, I want you to go after Pike's Peak.
You want me to go after Pike's Peak? What am I, a mountain climber?
Look, Costello, I want you to go to Mrs. Pike's house, and you'll see her peek around the yard.
I'll see her peek around the yard?
Yes.
Well, what do you want me to do? Play hide and seek with her?
No.
Look at it. Tush.
What do you
I
mean?
gotta finish washing the dog.
What dog?
You know, the little white dog that,
Spitz?
No, but it drools a little.
Never mind that. Now, after you come back from Mrs. Pike's, I want you to take care of Mrs. Brown's chow.
Her what?
Her chow. How is Mrs. Brown's chow?
What are you asking me for? I never ate at the lady's house.
Do you realize that Mr. Morton is going to fire you before you even earn $1 to pay for that dog?
No, he ain't, Abbott, because I got a big idea. Do you see that poster on the wall?
Yes.
It says Big Dog Show tonight. First prize, $200.
So?
I'm going to take Hector to the dog show. He'll win the money, and I'll pay Mr. Morton in full.
But, Costello, you can't take that dog away from the store. Suppose Mr. Morton comes back and finds the dog's coop empty. Why, he could have you arrested. Just think of the headline in the papers. Costello takes dog and flees.
Oh, no, I'm just taking a dog. I'm going to leave the fleas here. Anyway, Abbott, he'll never know the dog is missing. I'll get my little brother Sebastian to hide in the coop, and he'll take the dog's place till we get back.
Now, Costello, that's ridiculous. Sebastian could never fool Mr. Morton into believing he's a dog.
Is that so?
Certainly.
He's fooled plenty of people already.
You mean people really mistake Sebastian for a dog?
Well, he's only 7 years old, and my mother had to buy him back from the dog catchers 5 times.
Oh, now, please.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet. We are about to start the great North Hollywood Dog Show. Now, all you people who have entries will kindly form a line to the right and file your dog past the judges.
Costello, what are you doing?
The guy told me to file my dog.
Put that file down. The man wants you to promenade your dog.
I can't do that, Abbott. I left my promenade home.
What promenade?
The promenade I put on my hair.
No, you dummy. The stuff you put on your hair is pomade.
Oh, no, it ain't, Abbott. Pomade is the stuff my father drinks.
Your father drinks pomade?
Mm-hmm. Pa made it, and Pa drinks it.
Blood! I must have blood. Gallons of blood. I've got to have blood.
Who are you?
Oh, just an old bloodhound.
Oh, look, Niles, will you get out of here? Look, Niles.
Rattles, you're so skinny, if you had any blood, you'd look like a thermometer. At low temperature.
Gentlemen, come. You're holding up the dog show. I'm anxious to get started. I expect to win the first prize with my dog.
You could win it without the dog.
Now, Costello, that's no way to talk to a lady.
That's right, young man. I am the great dog fancier, Mrs. Deacon Van Storage. I have one of the largest kennels in the country.
Well, why don't you go on a diet?
Oh, you think you're so smart, but your dog will never beat my dog. He's a Doberman Pinscher.
A Doberman what?
Pincher.
Low.
Why, I'm surprised. What are you doing?
You told me to pinch her.
Well, come on, Costello. It's time to take the dogs into the judging ring.
Yeah, come on, Hector. All right, take it easy. Hector, will you stop painting? Stop it. Now, we got to go in there and win that $200, and then you'll belong all to me.
Well, don't tell me it's our old friend Kitzel.
Could be, yes. You know, I came here to win the dog show. I got some very uppity puppities. Yes, yeah, just take a look on this fine dog. Come here, Einstein.
Hey, Kitzel.
Yes.
Why do you call him Einstein?
Well, because nobody can explain his relativity. Oh, my, he's a fine dog.
Hey, Kitzel, he looks more like a pointer setter.
For goodness sake, what's a pointer setter?
He sits in the kitchen and points at the icebox. I don't think you'll ever win a prize with that dog, Kitzel.
Now,
Believe me, I don't think you'll ever.
Costello,
You might as well take your dog and get out of
now,
here.
wait a minute, Lou.
My little dog's got to win.
I know, but wait a minute, Lou.
$200.
I
I've got to win
understand
to
that,
pay
but
for that
listen.
little dog.
But that's no way
Kitzel,
to talk.
get your dog out of here.
I know, that's no way to talk about other dogs, Lou.
I know.
Kitzel has a fine-looking dog there.
Yeah, but Abbott, he don't look healthy to me. What makes his tongue hang way out like that?
What makes his tongue hang way out? He was born with a long tail and he's trying to keep his balance.
Well, I don't believe it.
Yes.
No.
Yes,
I think he's trying to pick up dimes.
No.
Hey, Kitzel, can your dog do any tricks?
Oh, he plays a little pinochle.
Pinochle? You mean your dog plays cards?
Uh-huh.
Well, he must be plenty smart.
Oh, Pishpash, he's not so smart. Last night I beat him 2 games out of 3.
Look, your dog don't compare to my dog, Kitzel. Now, Hector can really do good tricks.
Yes.
Would you like to see him climb a ladder?
Your dog can climb a ladder.
Uh-huh.
This I got to see.
Well, this you're going to see. Come here, Hector. Attaboy, Hector. Look, Hector, I want you to start climbing the ladder. There he goes. Now he's on the first rung, the second, the third rung. There you are, Kitzel. He went all the way up to the top. Okay, Hector. Now jump down in my arms. Attaboy. That's what I call climbing a ladder.
Now, just a second. For goodness sake. I don't see any ladder.
Why, he hasn't learned to do it with a ladder yet.
Oh, now, please.
Who'll win first prize at the dog show may be a moot question, but there's no questioning the fact that first prize at the singing sweepstakes will go to our lovely Connie Haynes as she sings Dance with a Dolly.
As I was walking down the street, I met somebody who was mighty sweet, mighty fine to see. I asked him, would he like to have a talk, make some talk. All the girlies standing on the walk, wishing they were me. Mama, mama, let me dress up tonight. I've got a secret, gonna fess up tonight. Gonna dance by the light of the moon. Gonna dance with a dolly with a hole in a stocking. Knees keep a knocking, toes keep a rocking. Dance with a dolly with a hole in a stocking. Dance by the light of the moon. As I was walking down the street, met somebody who was mighty sweet, mighty fine to see. Asked him, would he like to have a talk, make some talk. Oh, the girlie standing on the wall, wishing they were me. Mama, mama, let me dress up tonight, dress up tonight, dress up tonight. I've got a secret, gonna fess up tonight, gonna dance by the light of the moon. Gonna dance with a dolly, holding a stocking, keep a knocking, toes keep a rocking. Jag with a dolly with a hole in a stocking, gonna dance by the light of the moon. Gonna dance with a dolly by the light of the moon.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. The judges of the dog show have reached a decision. We are awarding the first prize of $200 to this little fat dog here wearing the brown blanket.
Now, wait a minute, Niles. You're pointing at me, and I ain't no dog. My ears are too short. What am I saying?
Will you be quiet, Costello? Do you want to make a liar out of the judges?
I killed that one, didn't I?
All right. Look, Costello, don't argue. You've got the $200. Let's go. Now, we've got to get back to Morton's pet shop and get your brother Sebastian out of that dog coop.
Oh-ho! So there you are, Costello, you dog thief. What's the idea of taking my champion dog out of his coop and putting that little boy in there?
Mr. Morton, I just borrowed the dog for a little while. Oh, please, Mr. Morton. I only took him out on a government plan.
You took him out on the government plan?
Yeah, Len Leash.
Oh,
That's the leash I could do.
All right. Look, Mr. Morton, Costello hasn't harmed the dog, and he now has the $200 to pay you for him.
That's right, Mr. Morton. Here's the money. Wrap the dog up as a gift.
Wrap the dog? I've got a good notion to wrap you in the nose. You left your little brother in that coop, and when I went to let him out, he bit me.
He bit you? Sebastian, come out of that coop.
Yes, Sebastian. Come here. Did you really bite Mr. Morton?
Yes, I did, Uncle Bud. I snuck up and bit him while he was feeding his other pets.
Now, wait a minute, Sebastian. Where did you bite him?
I bit him between the birdcage and the fishbowl.
Sebastian, don't you know it's wrong to bite people? Don't you realize that you can cause a great deal of harm and trouble?
I know it.
And that eventually you might even go to jail.
That's right, Uncle Bud.
Why do you do these things, Sebastian?
I don't know why I do these things.
Well, you must have a reason for it.
Oh, I'm a bad boy!
I heard enough of this. I'm not only keeping the dog, but I'm taking the $200 for personal damages, and I'm throwing you three bums out of here.
Hey, Abbott, look what he did. He broke my watch crystal.
It's all your fault, Sebastian. Why did you bite Mr. Morton?
I'll tell you why I bit him, Uncle Bud. I didn't mind it this morning when he threw me that Tibble dog biscuit. I even ate the bones he gave me for lunch. And I didn't mind it when he clipped my ears and covered me with flea powder. But when the guy hit me on the head because I wouldn't wag my tail, that did it.
Good night, friends.
Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody.
The Abbott and Costello Show was directed by Dick Mack, and this is Ken Niles wishing you a pleasant good night from Hollywood.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
We delay the Bob Hope program for important news. President Roosevelt has just ordered a work week of 48 hours in 32 labor shortage areas. But the order does not change the 40-hour-a-week law. The areas affected include Connecticut's industrial cities, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Buffalo, Mobile, Akron, Dayton, Detroit, San Diego, and Seattle. The order means all employees in the 32 areas must work 48 hours instead of 40, but they will receive overtime pay. The announcement made by Economic Director Burns says the order is designed to use all the nation's manpower in our 1943 war plans. Burns says those plans include an invasion of Europe, says it will be the greatest military operations in history. Burns says these plans call for additional millions of men in our armed forces. This news has come to you from the NBC Newsroom in New York.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Tonight from the Ordnance Training Center at Arcadia, the Pepsodent Company is happy to bring to the men of the United States Army Ordnance Department the Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and those three Star-Spangled Rhythm girls, Dorothy Lamour, Paulette Goddard, and Veronica Lake.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from an Ordnance Supply Base, Hope. Telling all you ordnance men, whether you load your bullets in a clip or in a drum, if you use Pepsodent, you'll never have a bum in your gum. Yes, sir. Well, here we are. I drove down here, and I noticed there are no hitchhikers on the road anymore. In fact, the only people you see on the road now are guys with A-cards hiding behind Burma Shave signs with siphons. But this is a great camp, and you know the women for miles around here join the reception the Army gave me here. You know how the soldiers hold up their swords while the visiting celebrity walks under them? Well, when I walked under the swords, hundreds of women followed me. What a wonderful way to slice white bread. As soon as we got here, Skinny Ennis stepped up and volunteered to donate some of his blood down here, so the doctor stuck a needle in Skinny's arm. They struggled for 10 minutes, and when it was all over, Skinny's arm got a pint of blood out of the needle. And you know, the soldiers here are swell mechanics all day long. They work in the motors of the autos and at night in rumble seats, and they have... And they have machine guns here that shoot tracer bullets, and one soldier asked me, do you know anything about tracers? I said, I'll say I do. I've moved 6 times this month, but the finance company still locates me. My S's grabbed me there, huh? While I was here, I took a ride in one of those smaller-sized tanks. You know what a tank is. That's a coffee percolator that made good. They were testing the tank, and they let me ride in it. Now I know how an ice cube feels in a cocktail shaker. Boy, did that tank travel. It has 4 speeds, first, second, high, and you'll be sorry. That was some tank ride. Just before I get in, they put a helmet on my head, but that's not where I needed it. And our tank went right through a grape vineyard. What a picture that made. Our heavy tank crushing over the grapes, and right behind us, Company B lapping up the wine. And now, once again, we continue our weekly feature, Meet the Armed Forces. Representing the men here at the Army Ordnance Division, we'd like you to meet...
Staff Sergeant James Andelman reporting, sir.
Yes, sir. Well, how are you, Sergeant? Say, you're kind of big. How tall are you?
I'm 6'2", eyes are blue. How do you do? How tall are you?
Was your mother ever frightened by a jukebox? What is that? Well, where are you from, Sergeant?
I'm from Chicago, Bob.
Chicago. I've played vaudeville. Yes. Yeah, you windy boys, huh? Well, I played vaudeville in Chicago many times. Didn't you ever know when I was in town?
Well, I could never be sure, Bob. You see, I live next door to the stockyard.
You mean my eau de cologne is fighting a losing battle? But tell us something about yourself, Jimmy.
Well, I come from musical parents, Bob. They were both opera singers. In fact, I was born in the town of Provo, Utah, while my parents were on tour.
Really? What town were they in at the time?
They were in Provo, of course. I told you they traveled a lot. They were in the theater.
Well, really? Well, you know, I was born in Cleveland. My parents were in the theater, too.
Were they actors?
No, they just went in to see a double feature. Well, Miss Vera Vague. Well, don't look at us. We ain't going to stop you.
Aren't you going to introduce me to this handsome sailor?
Miss Vague. Miss Vague, please. James is a soldier, not a sailor. Look at his uniform.
Well, what for? I don't want a branch of service. I want a man. You know, Sergeant, I may not look too well under these awful spotlights, but why don't you come for a walk with me outside? Moonlight becomes me.
Yeah. A blackout wouldn't hurt any either.
No, that's strange. I can't understand why you don't think I'm attractive. I bought this new dress to show off my figure to its best advantage. But I guess it doesn't work. What do you think I should wear to make my figure look attractive?
Have you tried camouflage?
Oh, bless your heart, Mr. Hull. I don't know, you're so humorous.
Thank you.
Really, you're the first man I ever saw who had such a pointed wit and such a flat head. But really, I'm so thrilled to meet a handsome soldier like you. Tell me, Sergeant, can you order privates around?
Yes, I can.
Well, order a couple of dozen around for me. I want to go dancing.
Miss Vague, when it comes to men, you've got a one-track mind.
Don't be silly. I have not got a one-track mind. I have other things to think of besides men. But, oh, let's get off the track.
Sergeant James Hanlon. All right, Wendell. Tell him about the track.
Sometimes it's smart to have a one-track mind, and that's when it comes to buying toothbrushes. How about the toothbrush you used this morning? On your way to bed, take a look at it. You'll probably find it's wilted, frayed, or soggy. Well, then you need a new Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush. The new, better toothbrush that has 50 tufts of Fibrex, DuPont's finest synthetic bristle. You see, the brightness of your teeth, often their actual health, depends on the kind of toothbrush you use and how you use it. A Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush helps you keep your smile bright. It helps you to look your best, and it helps to keep your teeth healthy. Its sturdy bristles whisk over the teeth to clean them thoroughly. They massage the gums in a kind, gentle way. And because there are 50 tufts, you get a better cleansing action. Get a Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush tonight. You'll be amazed at how firm the bristles stay, how quickly they dry, how long they last, how well they clean. Get this swell-feeling toothbrush at your store tonight. Remember, 50 tufts, 50 cents.
And here's Francis Langford.
That old black magic has me in its spell. That old black magic that you weave so well. Those icy fingers up and down my spine. The same old witchcraft when your eyes met mine. The same old tingle that I feel inside. And then that elevator starts to ride. And down I go. Round and round I go, like a leaf that's caught in the tide. I should stay away, but what can I do? I hear your name, and I'm aflame with such a burning desire that only your kiss can put out the fire. For you, the lover I have waited for, the mate that fate had me created for, and every time your lips meet mine, darling, down and down I go, round and round round I go, in a spin, loving the spin I'm in, under that old black magic collar.
Singing Black Magic from Paramount Star Spangled Rhythm. Am I loyal, huh?
Well, Bob, I suppose you're pretty excited because those three Star Spangled Rhythm girls, Dorothy Lamour, Paulette Goddard, and Veronica Lake, are going to be on our show tonight.
Yeah, just think of it. Dorothy, Paulette, and Veronica.
What's that?
That's my Adam's apple hitting my kneecap. Gee, I wonder if they'll like me. You know, they're used to guys like Jimmy Stewart and Ronald Colman and Crosby.
Oh, Bob, what have Jimmy Stewart, Ronald Colman, and Crosby got that you haven't got? You're just as handsome and attractive as they are.
Oh, you're just saying that so I'll feel good.
No, Bob, I'm saying it so I'll eat good. Say, where are the girls now, Bob?
Well, they're in the dressing room getting ready. Gee, I wonder what they're saying.
And now we make the contact. The next voices you will hear will be those of Veronica Lake, Paulette Goddard, and Dorothy Lamour.
Well, I'm ready to be Bob's guest. I brought along my lunch. And I brought along my lawyer.
Quiet. Quiet. I've got the studio on the phone, girls. Hello, Paramount. This is Paulette Goddard. Say, you sent us out under false pretenses. You told us we were going to appear with Gary Cooper. Well, we just found out it's Bob Hope. How do we know it's Bob Hope? Listen, we can hear him howling from here.
Give me that phone. Paramount, this is Dottie Lamour. Look, I faced wild elephants for you. I've struggled with lions on desert islands. I've even wrestled a wild tiger in my sarong. But before I'd go out and face that Hope, I'd rather get caught in a blackout with the 25th Battalion. You talk as though Bob were somewhat of a wolf.
Somewhat of a wolf. Veronica, he's the only one at Paramount who has a cave instead of a dressing room.
Say, Veronica. Say, Veronica, this is your first time on Bob's program, isn't it? Yes, and I want to thank you girls for telephoning me and giving me the hint. I'd never thought of bringing a revolver. You know, but this Hope sounds like a delightful goon. You know, I thought there was something strange about him when he called up my house and asked me to go out with him.
What made you think he was strange?
Well, on a nickel call, who telephones collect? Veronica, have you ever met Bob? Not before we worked together in Star Spangled Rhythm. Is he the guy who's known on down at Paramount as Keyhole Charlie? That's our Bob.
Oh, no. Does Robert really spy through many keyholes?
Does he? He's got the only eyeball in the country that lights up and says, made by the Yale Lock Company. Oh, no. No, you know, what really gets me is that he thinks he's handsome. Boy, I think Bob Hope is handsome. I think he's as handsome as Cary Grant.
Well, you would. What can you see anyway with that blonde dust mop over your eye?
You be careful or I'll give you a bang over both of your eyes. Why do you do your hair that way, Veronica? Oh, I've had a lot of fun with it. I'm the only girl in the world who can go around with a permanent wig.
Well, I must say you have something in common with Bob. He stands all day on Hollywood Boulevard with a permanent leer.
You're not kidding, Paulette. I've worked with Bob and rode to Singapore, rode to Zanzibar, and rode to Morocco. Gee, Bob has made a lot of those pictures, hasn't he? Yeah, he's been on so many roads, he's the only wolf I know with flat feet.
can you girls talk that way about Bob? Why, Dottie, in your last picture, you had a love scene with him, and it seemed as if you just couldn't tear yourself out of his arms.
Yeah, that's another clever trick of his. Before he takes you in his arms, he dips his hands in glue.
Veronica, he used to pull some of those tricks on me, too, but I got even with him when he made love scenes.
How?
Well, whenever I had my arms around him, I'd always pull on the strings and make his girdle tighter.
That must be him now.
The Star-Spangled Idiot of Star-Spangled Rhythm.
Yeah. Brace yourself for the worst, girls.
Oh, girls, it's me, Bob Hope. Are you dressed?
You mean you can't tell? We must have left the key in the keyhole.
How dare you insinuate that I was stooped to looking through a keyhole? Why, I'd never do anything as low and as mean as peeking through a keyhole. Oops. Fell off the transom, huh? Oh, come on, girls. It's time for you to play a love scene with me.
Say, quick, girls. We've got to get out of this. I'll run out the back door. Dorothy, you run out the side door. And Veronica, you run into the closet.
Okay.
Oh.
I got bear traps all over.
Hello, Bob.
Well, here you are. The three most glamorous girls in the country standing next to me. Say, what do you think about it?
We're beginning to feel a shortage of manpower.
Oh, we're only kidding, Bob. We're appearing on this program because we like you. And we'd still like you, even if you didn't have a brother in the wholesale meat business.
Leave my brother Fred out of this.
My, he's handsome.
My, he's tall.
My, he's sweet. No, that's your line.
You know, this is really wonderful.
You know, this is one. Gosh, appearing with you three lovely girls tonight. Right now, I wish I were an octopus.
What makes you think you're not?
Oh, Bob, I feel sorry for you. I'm going to give you a great big kiss.
Where were you?
Now I'm going to give you a kiss.
And now I'm going to give you a kiss. Well, say something.
You girls should be ashamed of yourself. Meatless Tuesday, and you just cooked a ham. Thank you, girls. And they'll be back in just a second, fellas. All right, Wendell Niles.
If you're like most people, you put off getting a new toothbrush for one of two reasons. Either you don't think of it, or you hate the idea of breaking in a new one. Well, if you need a new one now, if the one you're using is wilted, soggy, if it sheds bristles, now's the time to get a new Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush. I'm reminding you of that right now. And here's the answer to reason number 2. You don't have to break in a Pepsodent toothbrush. Its bristles are made of Fibrex, DuPont's finest synthetic material. It's firm, but it's flexible. It's sturdy, but it's kind to tender gums. In a word, it feels good the first time you use it, and it stays that way for many months. It's a new kind of brush designed to give you greater cleansing power because it has 50 tufts, more than twice as many as any other popular brush having such a small, compact head. And Fibrex makes it feel easy on your gums, comfortable in your mouth. So start tomorrow with a brighter smile, with smoother, cleaner-feeling teeth. Get a Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush tonight. Remember, 50 Tufts, 50 cents. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Hope is feeling blue because he got no place with the three glamour girls, and they've all refused to be his leading lady in Paramount Pictures. In an effort to find a job at another studio, he turns on the radio.
The Kelowna Quickie Picture Company is on the air. This is Cecil B. Kelowna speaking. President of Quickie Productions Incorporated. Our motto, if it's a quickie, it's a Mickey. And now, folks, we present the Kelowna version of that famous play, Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo, Romeo, where art thou, Romeo?
I know where he is. I know where he is.
Who was that?
His draft board. Remember, folks, Kelowna Productions need actresses. If you're an actress, blonde, beautiful, 5'2", with a wonderful figure, drop into my office immediately. This offer not good if you have a husband. Kelowna Productions needs men, too. The glamour girls at this studio want a leading man with the talent of Bob Hope, the technique of Bob Hope, and the handsomeness of Bob Hope.
The foregoing was a paid political announcement by Bob Hope.
Gee, the girls want me at that studio. I'm going over to that studio and get a job right now. Well, here I am, Kelowna. Got an A card. Say, I want to play romantic roles in pictures. How about a screen test?
Okay, Hope, I've got Veronica Lake here to play opposite you. Now, you're Alan Ladd playing the gangster, and you're tough, see? Okay, ready? Action, camera.
Quick, babe, the cops are after me.
Alan, what have you done?
I tried to buy a pair of shoes. But anyway, it's good to see you, honey. I love you, see?
Oh, Alan, kiss me. I'm just crazy about you.
How was it?
I'm crazier than I thought. Gee, you're just a weakling.
Oh, you don't think I'm strong, eh? Well, watch me pick this 500-pound weight up above my head. There. Now I'll drop it to show you how heavy it is. And now watch me break this iron bar in two. And now watch me tear this thick telephone book in half. There.
Boy, will you be in a spot when television comes in.
Hey, look. Here come the cops.
Oh, Alan, they got you.
Yeah, I'm dying. This is the end. This is my finish. This is Alan Sad. I'm going. I'm going. But before I go, there's one thing I want you to remember, babe. Crime does not pay.
Crime does not pay. You're getting paid for this, ain't you? All right, Hope. For your next screen test, you're Charles Boyer making love to Paulette Garden.
Okay, Paulette, now I play a love scene with you. And remember, I'm Charles Boyer. Got that? I'm Charles Boyer.
Oh, brother, the government says we have to accept substitutes, but this is ridiculous. Hit it, Charles, hit it.
Hello, Paulette.
Oh, Charles. Charles, how are you this evening?
My charm, it is scintillating. My face is beautiful. My personality is superb. And my lower lip ain't doing bad either. But ma chérie, je vous aime, je vous adore.
Oh, get a load of that Frenchman with the Eiffel Tower nose.
Oh, you are so sweet. Now let me kiss your lips, sweetheart.
No, but you may kiss my hand.
Ye God, everywhere rationing. My chérie, why don't you fall into my arms? I see it in your eyes. There must be another man. A real Frenchman settles this in only one way, a duel.
You're right. A real Frenchman would duel to the death.
Of course, I'm an American on my mother's side.
Oh, my love, tell me, do you like me in this flimsy gown?
Oh, yes, you are so, how you say it in French, so...
Yeah, you're so wonderful. Kiss me.
Yes, you know, I'm bored with the women.
Say, come on and kiss me.
No, I'm too bored with the women to kiss you. What a ridiculous part. Tell me, would you like to kiss me?
Would I like it? Bob, I would love it. Your kisses simply thrill me. You know, you don't have all the silly lines in this
Please,
script.
just read the stuff. Never mind, come, I will kiss you.
How was it?
Wonderful. I'm happy. I'm so happy. I'm very happy.
Now we are all happy. Well, Hope, that scene's over. Now for the next scene, Dorothy Lamour and Tarzan. Now get this, Hope. You're Tarzan. You're up in this tree, and you see Dottie down below. Okay? Action.
Oh, dear, I'm so frightened here in the jungle. Who is that I see up in that tree?
can't... That poor ape, he can't stop burping.
Hug. Me Tarzan, you Jane? Jane like Tarzan? Jane think Tarzan pretty?
Yes, Tarzan. You look pretty. Now give me back my sarong. Oh, Tarzan, you are so wonderful.
Yes, me Tarzan, me king of the jungle, me kill 'em animal, me afraid of no one, me stink in this role.
Me find that out in Road to Morocco. Now come, kiss me, Tarzan.
Oh, kiss is for babies. Tarzan is a big man. Tarzan is a big jerk.
That finishes the screen test. Now you and Dorothy and Veronica and Paulette come here in the projection room, and we'll run the film.
Okay, let's all go in.
Let's go. Ooh, it's dark in here. And somebody kissed me.
Oh, somebody kissed me.
Gee, now somebody kissed me.
Hey, now somebody kiss me.
I thought that last one needed a shave.
All thanks for the memory. New Orleans men, the ones who test our fighters' guns, ensure the reign and victory's name to live with freedom's sun. We thank you so much, and thanks for the memory. It's your inspective eye that finds where gremlins lie. You make our boys the best equipped on land or sea and sky. We thank you so much. Say thanks to Lieutenant Bunny Edwards and everybody here for their help tonight. And I also want to thank Dorothy Lamour and Paulette Goddard and Veronica Lake for a swell job. How about that? We'll be back at the same time broadcasting for an audience of air raid wardens, auxiliary police, and firemen, and our guest will be Patsy Kelly. Good night, everybody.
The Pepsi Company has been privileged to present this broadcast to the men of the United States Army Ordnance Department. More than 1.5 million Boy Scouts have undertaken jobs in national defense work, and by their help have released others for service in the armed forces and in industry. Their slogan this year on their 33rd anniversary is toughen up, buckle down, and carry on to victory. Help them fulfill this pledge. This is Boy Scout Week, so give them your help and appreciation. Wendell Niles speaking. This program came to you from the Western Ordnance Training Center. Since the War Department does not endorse any product, this broadcast is not an endorsement of our products by the War Department. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles.
Orson Welles and his supporting cast of Academy Award-winning actors present yet another classic tale in The Campbell's Playhouse, coming up next.
The makers of Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight, under the guidance of an expert, we're going to take an excursion into the underworld of the Prohibition period. Our story is The Glass Key, by an author who is best known as the creator of The Thin Man, Mr. Dashiell Hammett. The Glass Key is, to my way of thinking, one of Dash Hammett's very best. So sit back and let the Campbell Playhouse demonstrate that Mr. Hammett knows far more about underworld plots, political skullduggery, and crimes of violence than any other respectable author should. And then when our story is over, we'll have a chance to check on Dash Hammett, because we have with us in the studio tonight a man who knows more about this sort of thing than even Dashiell Hammett. Warden Laws, no less, of Sing Sing, of course, and who will speak to us at the end of this broadcast. And now first a word from Ernest Chappell.
There are different dishes that are special favorites with different families. But there's one dish that makes a big hit with most everyone, and that is chicken. People, by and large, like chicken so much that it's become the customary main dish for nearly any special party meal. I believe this enthusiastic taste for chicken accounts for the widespread liking for Campbell's Chicken Soup. Because as sure as you like chicken, you'll like this soup. There's chicken in the savory aroma from your plate, and chicken in the tempting golden glisten of the slowly simmered broth. Chicken in the eating of this soup, too. Deep down, slow-simmered chicken flavor and tender pieces of chicken meat, along with the fluffy white rice. I want to make a bold statement, one you might have doubted 5 years ago and that perhaps some of you will doubt today. If you will eat a plate of Campbell's chicken soup tomorrow, I'm absolutely sure you'll say it's as fine as the finest chicken soup you ever tasted anywhere. Do you doubt that statement? Well, if you do, I'm sure it's because you haven't tasted Campbell's chicken soup recently. And in that case, I ask you to try it, because I'm sure one taste will convince you, and that you'll want to have Campbell's chicken soup often. And now, The Glass Key, starring Orson Welles as Paul Madvig.
My name's Ned Beaumont, and I guess I'm out of a job for a while. Well, I did the best I could for Paul Madvig, but there it is. A clean sweep for the reform ticket. Funny how things change. 6 weeks ago, you could have got 4-1 on the Madvig machine, putting over the whole ticket. When you come to think about it, there wasn't a thing Paul Madvig could have done differently. Not with the setup he had. I remember the first evening he talked to me about it in his office up over the party headquarters. Office? Well, it wasn't much of an office, just a desk with a lamp on it, and a couple of chairs, and a picture of the governor looking down at you.
All right. Now, there you are, Ned.
Hello, Paul. Lend me some money.
What do you want?
Couple of $100?
Been shooting dice?
Yeah.
Here you are.
Thanks.
It's a long time since you've done any winning, isn't it, Ned?
Oh, not too long. Month or 6 weeks.
That's a long time to be losing. Why don't you try laying off a while when you hit one of these sour streaks?
That's no good. It only spreads it out.
Well, if you can stand the gaff.
I can stand anything I've got to stand.
Guess you can at that. Listen, Ned. You know more about this stuff than I do. Janet Henry's birthday's Thursday. What do you think I ought to give her?
Is the senator throwing a party?
Yeah.
You invited?
No, but I'm going there to dinner tomorrow night.
Are you going to back the senator in this election, Paul?
Yeah, I think I will.
Why?
Because with his help, we can put over the whole ticket just like nobody was running against us.
Without you behind him, could the senator make the grade this time?
Not a chance.
Does he know that?
He ought to know it better than anybody else. And if he didn't know it...
You wouldn't be going there to dinner tomorrow night.
Have you
promised him anything yet?
Yeah, it's pretty well settled.
Listen to me, Paul. Throw the senator down. Sink him.
Well...
Forget he's never been licked at anything in his life.
Sure, and that's one of the best reasons I know for throwing in with him.
No, it isn't, Paul. It's the very worst. Think that over, even if it hurts your head. How far has this dizzy blonde daughter of his got her hooks into you?
I'm going to marry Miss Henry.
Is that part of the bargain?
Nobody knows it yet, except you and me.
That's what you want. Make them put it in writing. Better still insist on the wedding before Election Day. Then you'll at least be sure of your pound of flesh, Paul, or she'll weigh around 110, won't she?
I don't know why you keep talking about the senator like he was a Yank. He's a gentleman.
Absolutely, and his daughter's an aristocrat. Rules apply.
Ah, Ned, don't be...
And we oughtn't to forget that her brother, Taylor Henry's an aristocrat, too, which is probably why you made your daughter stop playing around with him.
Ah, no, Ned, that's different.
And when you're married to Janet Henry, will that entitle her brother to begin playing around with Opal again?
Over my dead body it will. I didn't ask for all this. I just asked you what kind of present I ought to give Miss Henry.
How far have you got with her?
Nowhere. I've been over there half dozen times to talk to Senate. Sometimes I see her and sometimes I don't.
But you didn't get a bid to the birthday party?
No, not yet.
Then the answer's one you won't like.
Such as?
Don't give her anything.
Oh,
Well, do whatever you like. You asked me.
But why?
You're not supposed to give people things unless you're sure they'd like to get them from you.
I got you. Guess you're right. I'll be hanged if I'll pass up the chance to give her a present.
Well, flowers, then, or something like that might be all right.
Flowers? Yeah, Ned, but I want to...
Sure, you wanted to give her a roadster or a couple of yards of pearls. You'll get your chance at that later. Start little and grow. Paul went to that dinner. It was the next night, a Wednesday. Just lately, I found out what happened up at the senator's house that evening. As a matter of fact, I got it... Oh, well, never mind.
Don't give it a thought, Senator. Me behind you, the election's as good as in the bag.
I've been through a few more elections than you, Madvick. They're never in the bag until the votes are counted.
Boys will figure to pile up a 30,000 majority in the 8th Ward alone.
What will you two talk about when the election's over?
How to win the next one, Miss Henry.
I'm afraid that's true.
Oh, if you'll excuse me, Madvick, I'll leave you alone with Janet for a moment.
Sure, Senator.
I want to have a talk with my son before he goes out. I'll be right back.
You'll have to excuse my brother for not coming down to dinner.
That's all right. Taylor and I had a little misunderstanding some weeks back about my daughter.
You're not interested in music, are you, Mr. Madden?
I'm interested in anything you do, Miss Henry.
I didn't ask that.
Music? Oh, yes, I like music. You play it?
I can see you're a difficult man to amuse, Mr. Madden. The conversation must be about politics or about me. Is that it?
Well, those are the two things I'm interested in.
Do you think they go together very well?
Yes. One's a means to the other.
Mr. Madden.
My friends call me Paul.
Very well. Paul, then.
Listen, Miss Henry. I know this is a little out of my line. I know I'm a politician from the wrong side of town, and you're Senator Henry's daughter. About all I've ever learned that you don't get up to the 6th grade is how to run things. How to get other people to run things for you. Not quite all. I can learn music and the rest of the things on your side of the town. That's what I'm setting out to do. Janet, you're the end of my road. Everything I want. Everything I want to be.
Mr. Madden.
Sorry. Thought you wanted me to kiss you.
I think you'd better go now. I'll explain to Father.
Sorry.
Let's not talk about it. Your post in the hall.
All right. Good night, Miss Henry.
Good night, Mr. Madden.
Oh, what's that? Who just went out? Where's Paul?
He's gone.
I wanted to see him. Taylor promised to come down and apologize for, Janet. Why did Paul go?
Because I asked him to. Father, is it really necessary for me to associate with Mr. Madden?
When you're in public life, my dear. Besides, Paul's not a bad sort.
He's a sort that wants something for everything he does. This evening, he started collecting.
What do you mean, Janet?
But I say, he started to make love to me. What's that?
It must have been Taylor.
I hope he didn't
Taylor!
hear what I said. You know how he feels about Madvig.
Taylor, come back here! Taylor, come back! Taylor! Taylor!
I had an idea Paul would stop by party headquarters that night after the dinner, and I went up to his office and sat at his desk waiting for him. It was after 10 when he came in.
Hello, Ned. What are you doing at my desk?
Reading the paper.
Thought you was downstairs playing dice.
I was. How'd the Henry dinner go?
I've been to worse.
Was Taylor there?
Not at dinner. Why?
Because he's dead. In a gut up in China Street. With a fractured skull.
Is that so?
You understand what I said?
Yes.
Well?
Well, what?
He was killed.
All right. Do you want me to get hysterical about it?
Oh, I thought you might want to look into it since it's Senator Henry's son.
It's up to the cops, isn't it?
I was there with him before they moved the body.
Did you notice anything?
Yeah.
What?
His hat wasn't there.
You won't need it now.
Well, I'll be going along. So long, Paul.
You're a fool, Ned.
Yeah. One of us is. Next day, I drove out to Paul Madvig's house down on Millstream Boulevard. I figured Paul wouldn't be in. Hey, Mrs. Matt. Oh, hello, Mom.
So here you are at last, Ned. You're a worthless boy to neglect an old woman like this.
Oh, Mom, Madvig, I'm a big boy now, and I got my work to look after. Where's the kid?
Opal?
Yeah.
She's laying down. She's not feeling good.
Oh, what's the matter with her?
Headache. Guess she's been dancing too much.
Father been up to see her?
No, Paul hasn't been home since yesterday. Did they find out about the Henry boy?
The cops ever find out anything? Is it all right if I pop in and say hello to Opal?
Sure. Go right up, Ned. She'll be glad to see you.
Okay.
I'll have a cup of tea for you when you come down.
I went up the stairs and across the landing. The blind was down in Opal's room, and I could see the light from her cigarette as she sat in bed.
Hello, Ned.
Hello, Snip. Yeah, I know, youngster. It's tough.
Oh, really? Most of the headache's gone.
So, Opal, I'm an outsider now, huh?
Oh, what you mean?
I mean Taylor Henry.
Yeah. But, you know, I haven't seen him for months since Dad made me stop seeing him.
Okay, kid, I'll be running along.
Oh, wait a minute. Back here. What makes you act like that?
You hadn't to lie to me.
But Ned,
How long since you saw Taylor?
you want to talk to him? It's been weeks.
All right.
Oh, no, don't make it so hard for me. Aren't we friends?
Sure. But it's hard to remember it when we're alone to each other.
Did you know I'd been leaving?
Well, I know it now.
No.
Never mind that.
Ned, I was with him only yesterday afternoon. Oh, see, I was close.
Yeah?
What do you think put close? You know, Ned,
No.
got to find out. I've got to.
Why?
Ned, if I ask you something, you won't get mad, will you?
I'll try not to.
Did Dad know that Taylor and I were so going together?
Listen, kid, what are you trying to prove?
Well, I thought you weren't going to get mad.
I'm not. Did you really love Taylor Henry, Chip, or was it just because your
I
father...
really did love him, Ned. I'm pretty sure. I'm sure I loved him.
I drove back to town and stopped at the police station and called up Paul Madvig at party headquarters. He wasn't there. Back to town and stopped at the pay station and called up Paul Madvig at party headquarters. He wasn't there. Around 3, I went over to the district attorney's office.
District Attorney's office. Mr. Farr's busy. Will you leave your number? Thank you. Hello, District Attorney's office.
Hello, sister.
Hello, Mr. Beaumont.
Tell Mr. Farr I want to see him.
Sure. Hello, Mr. Farr. Mr. Beaumont's here. Yes, Mr. Farr. You can go right in, Mr. Beaumont. You know the way.
I ought to.
District Attorney's office. Sorry, Mr. Farr's busy. Would you leave your name?
Oh, hello, Ned. Come right in.
Hello, Farr.
Sit down. What can I do for you?
Farr, I want you to fix me up with some sort of paper, a special prosecutor or something.
Oh, sure, I guess I can fix it up, but what crime are you particularly interested in solving?
A murder. The murder of Taylor Henry, remember?
Oh, yes, but I thought, well...
That Paul Madvig and I might be interested in not solving the case, is that it?
Oh, now, Ned, I didn't say that, but... Here, I want to read you this note. I get one of them every day.
Oh, writing notes, are they? Let's see. Typewritten on plain white paper? What does it say?
Well, it doesn't say anything. Just asks a question. Is Paul Madvig the reason you're doing nothing to solve the Henry murder?
Well?
Well, now, Ned, don't think I'm taking that seriously. But you know, we get bails of that kind of stuff every time anything happens. I just wanted to show it to you.
Oh, that's all right, as long as you keep on feeling that way about it. I don't think I'd say anything to Paul about the notes if I were you. got enough on his mind.
Well, sure, whatever you say, Ned.
Listen, Fa, Paul hasn't anything to hide in the Henry murder, and I wouldn't like to think you were going around thinking he had.
Oh, now, for heaven's sake, Ned, get me right. You know darn well there's nobody in the city any stronger for Paul and you than me. You know you can always count on me.
Well, that's fine. Well, I've got to run along. So long, Fa. I never did spend much of my time at party headquarters around election. I don't like listening to the same line of talk over and over again. It was Tuesday before I saw Paul Madvig again.
Hello, Ned. Where you been the last few days?
Oh, in different places. Oh, Paul, you oughtn't to wear silk socks with tweeds.
No? I like the feel of silk.
Well, then lay off the tweeds. Did you go to Taylor Henry's funeral yesterday?
Yeah. Senator suggested it.
How is the senator?
He's all right. I spent most this afternoon up there with him.
His house?
Yeah.
Was the daughter there?
Janet Henry was there.
Yeah, it's Janet now. Getting anywhere with her?
Still think I'm going to marry her.
Does she know yet that your intentions are honorable?
Oh, lay off, Ned.
All right, Paul. I came here to tell you something you ought to know.
About the election?
Yes, in a way, it's about the election. Shadow Rory's noising it around that you know more about Taylor Henry's death than you're telling. That won't do you any good with the respectable citizens, civic union, and the women's clubs.
So Shadow Rory's shooting his mouth off, is he? His own backyard's getting too small for him. Ned, I think I'll knock Shadow Rory loose from our little city. I'm tired of having him around, Ned. I think I'll knock him loose right away, starting tonight.
For instance?
For instance, I think I'll have Farr close up the doghouse and Paradise Gardens and every dive that we know Shad or any of his friends are interested in. I think I'll have Farr smack him over in one long row, one after the other, this very same night. Maybe that'll keep Mr. Shadow Rory quiet.
Maybe. But this wholesale stuff is too much like using a cyclone shot to blow off a safe door when you can get it off without any fuss by using a cumbalot.
I don't know a thing about opening safes, Ned, but I do know fighting. My kind, going in with both hands working. Never could learn to box. Only times I ever tried, I got licked. We'll give Mr. Shadow Rory the cyclone shot, beginning tonight.
All right, men, break down the door.
All right, boys, start working. Okay, that's all for here, boys. Paradise Gardens next.
Well, that was quite a night. From midnight to dawn, they raided Shadow Rory's places. The doghouse, Paradise Garden, the carousel, one after another. The next evening, Paul Madvig and I were sitting in a private room at Pip Carson's. The man opened the door and came in without knocking. A man of medium height with smooth white hair. He wore a dark blue overcoat over a dark blue suit and carried a black derby hat in a black gloved hand.
How are you, Shad?
I'm fine, Paul. How's yourself?
You know Beaumont, Mr. Shadow Rory.
Yep.
Yeah.
Madwig, politics is politics and business is business. I've been paying my way and I'm willing to go on paying my way in this town. But I want what I'm paying for.
Yeah? What do you mean by that?
I mean that half the coppers in town are buying their cakes and ale with dough they're getting from me and some of my friends.
Well?
I want what I'm paying for. I'm paying to be let alone. And election or no election, I want to be let alone. Business is business and politics is politics. Let's keep them apart.
No.
It's going to mean killing.
If you make it mean killing.
It'll have to mean killing. I'm too big to take the boot from you, Madvig.
Maybe you're too big to take it laying down, but you'll take it. You are taking it.
I'm opening the Paradise Garden again tonight. I don't want to be bothered. Bother me, and I'll bother you.
Ned, get me headquarters on that phone, will you?
Sure. Operator, police headquarters. Well, I want to speak to Lieutenant Brett. Here he is, Paul.
Hello, Brett. Paul Madwig. How are the folks? It's good. Say, Brett, I hear Shad's thinking of opening up again tonight, yeah. Yeah, the Paradise. We'll slam it down as hard as it can. Right. Sure. Right. Now, do you know where you stand? You're through, Shad. You're through.
I understand. So long, Madwig.
Well?
Wrong, Paul.
Holy mackerel. Don't anything suit you? Say, where are you going?
I'm leaving. I'm tired of Hicktown stuff.
Meaning me? This is a swell time to be throwing me down. Say, you're hard to get on with, Ned.
I never said I wasn't.
Yeah, have a drink. There's no hurry, is there?
No. Thanks.
You mind telling me why you think I handled Shad wrong?
It won't do any good.
Try.
Shadow Rory's going to fight. You've got him in a corner. There's nothing you can do now but play the long shot. You're trying to re-elect the whole city administration. Well, giving them a crime wave just before election isn't going to make them look any too efficient. And then there's this stuff that's being said about Taylor Henry's killing. Next thing you know, it'll be printed.
You think I ought to lay down to Shadow Rory?
Well, I think you should have left him an out, a line of retreat. You shouldn't have got him with his back to the wall.
I don't know anything about your kind of fighting. He started it. All I know is when you got somebody cornered, you go in and finish him. That system's worked all right for me so far.
Well, Paul, this is one time I think you've let yourself be outsmarted. First, you let the Henrys wheedle you into backing the senator. There was your chance to go in and finish an enemy who was cornered. But that enemy happened to have a blonde daughter in social position and whatnot, so you...
Cut it out, Ned.
Well, I must be running along.
Now, wait, Ned.
Take your hand off me.
Now, look here, Ned.
Let go.
Don't be a fool. You and I...
I said to let go. I meant it.
Crazy nut. I ought to knock the devil out of you. Ah, come on, Ned. Let's finish our beer.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Glass, starring Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In just a moment, we will resume our presentation of Dashiell Hammett's The Glass Key, starring Orson Welles. Who killed Cock Robin? Who killed Taylor Henry? I think there's nothing quite like a good murder mystery, and Dashiell Hammett is my idea of a perfect companion, whether it's for a Friday evening by the radio or for good reading anytime. But there's a time and place for mystery like anything else. And one place you won't find any mystery is in the kitchens where Campbell soups are made. I visited those kitchens as recently as last week, and I know whereof I speak. There are no secrets there. You can watch for yourself each step in the making of fine soup. Among other things, I watched them make Campbell's chicken soup. And I know why it is that people who have never thought a canned chicken soup could be as good as homemade change their minds completely when they first taste Campbell's. Because Campbell's make chicken soup the way a good cook does at home. Indeed, it seems to me that Campbell's way is in some respects even better. For example, where chicken soup at home is often made from leftovers, Campbell's use all the good meat of the fine selected chickens. And what plump, splendid chickens they are, too. But the thing that amazes me most is the care with which each ingredient is prepared and cooked, and the precision of the measuring and blending. Skill, precision, a lavish hand with the ingredients. These you see in the making of Campbell's chicken soup. But no mystery, no secrets. And if there's any doubt in your mind about how good a canned chicken soup can be, I do earnestly invite you to try Campbell's chicken soup. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Glass Key, starring Orson Welles as Paul Madvig.
Well, you can't keep a thing like that quiet. By next morning, word had filtered through the grapevine that Paul Madvig and I had quarreled in the back room at Pip Cotton. At noon, one of Shadow Rory's boys by the name of Whiskey Saunders came to my apartment. He didn't stay very long. Around 3, I wandered over to the Paradise Gardens, and in the private room of the joint they'd smashed up 2 nights before, Shadow Rory was waiting for me.
Oh, I'm glad to see you, Beaumont. Drop your hat and coat anywhere.
What'd you want to see me about, Shad?
I heard what happened after I left last night. I owe you something for trying to stop Paul from closing up my joints.
You don't?
I don't?
No. I was with him then. What I told him was for his own good. I thought he was making a bad play.
He'll know it before he's through. Is it so that you and Paul have broken for good and all?
I thought you knew it. I thought that's why you sent for me.
I heard it, but that's not always the same thing. What were you thinking you might do now?
There's a one-way ticket for New York in my pocket, and my clothes are packed.
How long you been here?
15 months.
You and Paul have been close as a couple of fingers. How long?
You?
You ought to know a lot of things about him.
I do.
Why did Paul Madvig bump off young Henry?
Make your proposition.
How does it hit you? After election, I'll take you to the finest gambling house the state's ever seen. Let you run it to suit yourself with all the protection you ever heard of.
That's an if offer if you win.
Don't you think we're going to win the election?
You won't bet even money on it.
You're not so hot to go in with me, are you, Beaumont?
No, it wasn't any idea of mine.
Sit down. We can still talk, can't we?
Sure.
Listen, I'll give you 10 grand in cash right now if you'll come in, and 10 more on election night if we beat Paul. And I'll keep that house offer open for you to take or leave.
You want me to rat on poor Madvig, of course.
I want you to go to the papers with a lowdown on everything you know about him being mixed up in the sewer contract. The dirt on how he's running the city. I want you to tell the papers how he killed Taylor and why.
Well, there's nothing in the sewer business now. He let his profits go to keep from raising his stink.
All right. But there is something in the Taylor-Henry business.
Yeah, we might have him there.
It'll be worth it for both of us. I'll have a reporter put the stuff in shape. You just give him the dope and let him write it. You can start off with the Taylor-Henry thing.
Maybe.
You mean we ought to start off first with the $10,000? Well, there's something in that. Here. 10 grand. Count 'em up.
Thanks.
The thanks go both ways. The reporter's out there now. Shall I call him?
I ought to have a little time to straighten it out in my mind.
I'll give it to him any way it comes to you. He'll put it in shape.
Fine. We'll go over to my place now and get to work on it.
It'll be better here.
Well, if it's the money you're worried about, you can hang on until I've turned in the stuff.
I'm not worried about anything. But you're in a tough spot, and if Paul gets the news, you'll come over to me, and I don't want to take any chances on having you knocked off.
You'll have to take them. I'm going.
No. Jeff, Whiskey.
Yeah, boss.
Come on in here, you two.
Okay.
I am afraid we'll have to persuade Beaumont to stay with us.
Sure. Want us to get to work?
Well, how about it, Beaumont? You coming across on Madwig?
No.
Too bad. Well, boys, get going.
Come on, Whiskey.
Yeah. All right, boys. You stay now. Go back and finish your game.
Raise your 2 bits, Whiskey.
I'm staying in. How many cards, Jeff?
3.
2 for me.
4 bits.
I'll fade.
Oh, just a second, gents. Now, Beaumont, I told you to stay away from that door, didn't I?
Hey, careful, Jeff. You'll croak him.
You can't croak Beaumont. He's a tough baby. I've never seen a guy that liked being hit so much, or that I liked hitting so much. Oh, well. I'll call you, Rusty.
There are kings.
My pot, 3 deuces.
Yeah, deal, Rusty. Oh, hi, Shad.
How's Beaumont?
Jeff's been slapping him down for the fun of it.
I don't want him killed, Jeff. Not yet. Beaumont.
Yeah? He's pretty far gone, boss.
This is Shadow Rory, Beaumont. Can you hear what I say?
Yeah.
Good. Now listen what I tell you, Beaumont. You're going to give me the dope on Paul Madwig.
No.
Maybe you think you won't tell Beaumont, but you will. I'll have you worked on till you do. You understand me?
I won't.
Okay, Jeff. Get to work on him some more.
I'll try the same thing again. There, you. It ain't no good now. He's thrown another Joe.
I don't remember much what happened after that. It was getting dark, and I found I was alone in the room. And I remember something about tearing a mattress apart with my nails and teeth and setting fire to it with my cigar lighter. The next thing I knew, I was at the emergency hospital. Paul was standing at the foot of my bed.
Gosh. Glad to see you alive, Ned.
Oh, Paul. How'd I get here?
A copper found you crawling on all fours in the lawn of the Paradise Garden, leaving a trail of blood behind you.
I think of funny things to do.
Yeah.
Did your nails shed?
No use, Ned. Now lay it on Jeff and let him take the rap for assault. What good does that do us?
Is Shad still squawking about the Taylor Henry murder?
Chronicle's full of it. Other papers are taking it up.
We're going to stop that.
You're going to stay in bed and get well. That's what you're going to do. Look, Ned. I've got a visitor with me. She'd like to see you. She's waiting in the hall. It's kind of important to me. Mind if she comes in?
Well, I guess not. Who is it?
Janet Henry.
Well, the senator's dead, huh? Well, send her in.
She said she wants to see you alone. That all right?
Sure.
Take it easy, kid.
Looks like I'll have to. So long, Paul.
All right, Janet. That's feeling better. Come in. Have a nice visit, you two.
Thanks, Paul. I wanted to come. You don't mind, do you?
I'm flattered. Sit down.
No, you're not. You don't like me. Why?
I think maybe I do.
You don't. I know it.
Well, you can't go by my manners. They're always pretty bad.
You don't like me, and I want you to.
Why?
Because you're Paul's best friend.
Paul has lots of friends. He's a politician.
You're his best friend. He thinks so.
What do you think?
I think you are, or you wouldn't be here now. You wouldn't have gone through that for him. I wish you'd like me if you can.
Miss Henry, I'm kind of awkward when I'm around people like you who belong to another world altogether, society and Rhodos sections and all, and you mistake that for enmity, which it isn't at all.
You're making fun of me. But I don't even mind that if you'll let me be your friend.
Well, I might. Might be something new. I never had a senator's daughter for a friend. Next day, I had another visitor. About 2 in the afternoon, the nurse came in to see if I was sleeping. I wasn't.
Basket of fruit for you, Mr. Beaumont.
Who from?
Here's the card.
Open it, nurse.
It just says, please, and it's signed Janet Henry.
Oh, help yourself to the junk. Take enough so it looks as if I'd eaten it.
No wonder people beat you up. And there's a Mrs. Madvig here to see you.
I'll tell her to come in and you stay out.
It'll be a pleasure. All right, Mrs. Madvig. Thank you. Hello, Ned.
Come on over here, Mom. I'm I'm going to kiss you.
Oh, what foolishness. Well, you don't look so bad, nor yet so good. How do you feel, Ned?
Oh, it's swell. I'm only hanging around here on account of the nurses.
That wouldn't surprise me much, neither.
Oh, Mom.
Look here, Ned. You've got to tell me the truth. Paul didn't kill that whippersnapper Taylor Henry, did he?
What makes you ask that? Opal, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Yes. Opal's got herself in a state over it. She's sure her father did it.
What she got? Evidence or intuition?
She gets a note like this every day.
I'll bet she does. I've seen one of those before. Read it to me anyway.
Are you really too stupid to know your father murdered your sweetheart? That's what it says.
Well, everybody in town's had at least one of these notes.
Ned, it isn't true, is it?
Nope.
I didn't think so. He's always been a good boy, but the Lord only knows what goes on in this politics.
You're a humdinger, Mom.
Would you tell me if he had killed him?
Nope.
Then how do I know he didn't?
Because if he had, I'd still say no. But then if you asked me if I'd tell you the truth if he had, I'd say yes. No, he didn't do it, Mom. It would be nice if somebody in town besides me thought he didn't do it, and it would be especially nice if that other one was his mother. While I was on my back in that hospital, I did some thinking. I didn't like the way things were going for Paul. Decided I'd better get out and do some looking around. The doctor said no. I said yes.
District Attorney's office. Yes, I'll connect you.
Hello, sister.
Hello, Mr. Beaumont. How are you feeling?
Fine. Tell Farr I'm here.
Mr. Beaumont to see you, Mr. Farr. All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Beaumont. Mr. Farr has an important conference.
If you don't mind, I'll see for myself.
Mr. Beaumont, please. You're not supposed to go.
How are you, Farr? Do I have to smash my way in to see you these days?
Oh, Ned, was it you? I thought the girl said Mr. Barman. Come right in.
Oh, no harm done. I got in. Anything new?
Oh, no, nothing. Just the same old grind.
How's the electioneering going?
Well, it could be better, but I guess we'll manage all right.
What's the matter?
Oh, this and that. Things always come up. Well, that's politics, I guess.
Yeah. Anything I can do, or Paul, to help?
No, I think not.
This Henry killing the worst thing you're up against?
Well, there's a lot of feeling that we ought to have cleared up the murder before this, and that Paul ought to have helped. That's one of the things, and maybe one of the biggest that'll count against us at election.
Made any progress since I saw you last?
No, not much.
Listen, Farr. Paul's always glad to help the boys out of holes. Do you think it would help if he'd let himself be arrested and tried for the Henry murder?
Well, it's not for me to tell Paul what to do.
Yeah, there's a thought. And here's another one that goes with it. It's not for you to do much Paul wouldn't tell you to do, Mr. District Attorney.
Ned, how did you happen to come to the house with Paul tonight? You didn't come to see me.
Well, I came because Paul asked me to. I don't go to senators' houses usually. What's that you're playing, Miss Henry?
Like it?
Yeah.
I want to talk to you, Ned, before Father and Paul get through with their business.
Go ahead, talk, but don't stop playing.
How's Opal?
I haven't seen her since last week. Why?
Isn't she in bed with a nervous breakdown?
Oh, that. Didn't Paul tell you?
Yes, he told me his daughter was in bed with a nervous breakdown. He told me that. I suppose that means she's locked up in the house.
That's right. She got the foolish idea that her father had killed your brother.
But why did she think that?
Who doesn't?
That's what I wanted to ask you, Mr. Beaumont. Do people think that?
Didn't you get any of the anonymous letters that have been going around?
Yes, today. I wanted to show
don't
it to
bother. They all seem to be pretty much alike, and I've seen plenty of them.
Is Paul actually in danger?
If he loses the election, loses his hold on the city and state government, they'll electrocute him.
But he's safe if he wins?
Sure.
Will he win?
I think so.
And then he'll not be in danger?
No, he'll not be in danger. Too bad, isn't it? Go on, play. You may not want this to be overheard. You can put up with Paul for the sake of the political backing your father needs, but that has its limits. Last week you decided Paul had killed your brother and was going to escape punishment, so you decided to do something about it, Miss Henry. That's splendid. Paul's daughter and his sweetheart both trying to steer him to the electric chair. He certainly has a lot of luck with women. Keep playing, I tell you, I'll shout it. You sent those anonymous letters around. Certainly you did.
I'm not good at lying. I know Paul killed Taylor. I wrote the letters.
You hate Paul, don't you? Even if I proved to you that he didn't kill Taylor, you'd still hate him, wouldn't you?
Yes, I think I should.
That's it. You don't hate him because you think he killed your brother. You think he killed your brother because you hate him.
No, now listen to me. I'll tell you what happened that night. Paul came to dinner, the first time we'd had him to dinner. Taylor wasn't at the dinner table, but he was up in his room. Yes, he would beat with Paul because of the trouble he'd had about Opal. After dinner, Paul and I were alone for a little while in this room, and he suddenly put his arms around me and tried to kiss me.
What happened then?
I asked him to leave.
And then?
Father came down. He'd heard Paul going out. I told him what had happened. And then Taylor came down from his room. He must have heard what I said because he ran out the door after Paul. Father tried to stop him. I didn't see either of them until Father came to my room and told me Taylor had been killed.
Well, what of it?
What of it? How could I help knowing then that Taylor had run out after Paul and had caught up with him and had been killed by him? He was furious.
No, that won't do. Paul wouldn't have to kill Taylor, and he wouldn't have done it. Paul doesn't lose his head in a fight. I know that. I've seen Paul fight, and I've fought with him. No, that won't do.
I know. You're Paul's friend. It hurts.
You're right about my being Paul's friend.
Then this is useless. I thought if I could show you the truth. But we needn't be enemies, need we?
The part of you that's tricked Paul and is trying to trick him is my enemy.
And the other part of me that hasn't anything to do with that? You don't know that part, do you?
Sure I do. That part was playing the piano just now.
Drop you off the club, Ned?
No, thanks, Paul. I think I'll go home.
You don't know how good I feel that you and Janet hit it off this evening.
I can get along with anybody if I have to. How's the election going, Paul? Is everything going along to suit you?
We're not as well off as we were 2 weeks ago. You know that.
That's right. And if Taylor Henry's killing isn't cleared up pronto, you won't have to worry about the campaign. You'll be sunk whoever wins.
Just what do you mean by that, Ned?
Everybody in town thinks you killed him.
Yeah? Don't let that worry you. I've had things said about me before.
Is there anything you haven't been through, Maverick? Ever been given the electric cure?
I don't think I ever will.
You're not very far from it right now, Paul.
Ned.
I'm not taking up your time with my nonsense.
I'm listening to you. Never lost anything listening to you.
Thank you, son. Why do you suppose Farr's wiggling out from under and the rest of the boys? They figure you're licked. Everybody knows the police haven't tried to find Taylor's murder, and everybody thinks it's because you killed him. Farr figures that's enough to lick you at the polls this time.
We've been talking a lot about what other people figure, Ned. Let's talk about what you figure. Figure I'm licked?
I've told you. If Taylor Henry's murder isn't cleared up pronto, you're sunk. That's the whole thing. That's the only thing worth doing anything about.
That won't do. Think up something else. Must be an out, Ned. Think.
There isn't. That's the only way. You're going to take it whether you like it or not, or I'm going to take it for you.
Ah, no, lay off.
Well, that's one thing I won't do for you, Paul.
I killed him, Ned. It was an accident, Ned. He ran down the street after me when I left. Cane he picked up on his way out. Tried to hit me with a stick. I don't know how it happened, but pulling it away from him, I hit him on the head with it. Not hard, but he fell back and smashed his head on the curb.
What happened to the stick?
I took it away under my overcoat and burned it.
What kind of a stick was it?
A rough brown one. Heavy.
And you had a clear self-defense plea.
I know, but I didn't want that, Ned. I want Janet Henry more than I ever wanted anything in my life. What chance would I have then? Even if it was an accident.
You'd have more chance than you've got now. Janet Henry's always thought you killed her brother. She hates you. She's been trying to play you in an electric chair. She wrote all those anonymous letters to everybody. She's the one that turned your daughter against you. She was telling me this tonight, trying to turn me. She's not...
That's enough. What is it, Ned? Do you want her yourself, or is it... It doesn't make
Get you, heel. This is the kiss-off. Whatever you say, Paul. Norman, 5823. Hello, I want to speak to Miss... Janet. This is Ned. You mind if I come back? I've got some news, yes. Say, do you want the lowdown on what happened to your brother? Well, look among Taylor's walking sticks. That's right. See if any of them, his or your father's, are missing. Particularly a rough, heavy brown one. Yeah, that's right.
Come in, Mr. Beaumont. What's happened? Tell me.
What'd you find out about the walking stick?
It's upstairs in Father's closet, the heavy one you described. In fact, none of them are missing. Neither Taylor's nor Father's. But what about it? Ned, don't be so mysterious.
Look here, Janet. Are you sure you want to go through with this thing?
I want to go through with it more than I ever wanted to do anything in my life.
They're practically the same words Paul used, telling me how much he wanted you.
Did you tell him about me?
Yep. Called me a liar and kicked me out of his car. Paul and I are washed up.
I'm glad. I won't pretend I'm not. Did Paul say anything else?
Yes.
Well?
He said that he killed your brother.
Ned, I knew it. Then you'll go to the district attorney.
You certainly want to be in at the kill, don't you?
He was in at my brother's.
Well, I hope you like it when you get it. Now, go ahead. Call your father.
Father? Oh, Father, would you come in, please? Right away.
Janet, just one more thing. You're sure about that cane?
Of course I'm sure. I saw it just 10 minutes ago.
Good. That's all I need to know.
Well, Janet, what is it? Oh, hello, Mr. Beaumont.
Hello,
You back
Colonel.
again?
Father, I'm afraid we have some unpleasant news for you. Mr. Beaumont has just told me who killed Taylor. It was Paul Madvig.
Madvig? Mr. Beaumont, what have you got to support that statement? What evidence?
For one thing, his own confession.
Madvig admitted that he killed my son?
Yes.
This is incredible. An associate of mine killed my son? I can't believe it.
Father, what are you going to do?
Well, there's only one thing we can do. Tell Farr to arrest Paul Madvig. Operator, get the district attorney's office.
Senator, I wouldn't do that if I were you.
What do you mean, Beaumont?
I'd hang up that receiver. I wouldn't talk to Farr yet. You're not quite ready.
You think that you can tell me what you did and expect me to do nothing when my son...
Hang up that receiver, Senator. Senator, I have a special authority from the district attorney. I've got it here in this pocket. If there's any arrest in this case, I'd like to do it myself.
Then why didn't you arrest Madvig on the spot?
Because he didn't kill your son.
Ned.
Well, you just said...
That Paul confessed, yes, but I didn't say I believed him. His story didn't hold together. Sit down, Senator, and you, Janet. I've got plenty to say to both of you.
You'd better be quick about it, Beaumont, before I pick up the phone.
It won't work, Senator, because Paul's going to stop covering you up the minute he gets arrested. Now, what happened, Miss Henry, is something like this. When your brother heard about Paul that night, he ran after him, taking the stick with him and wearing a hat. Well, that's not important. You wanted to be reelected, Senator. You couldn't let your son get in a fight with a man you were counting on to put you over. So you had to stop your son at all costs, didn't you?
This is nonsense. I will not have my...
Sure, it's nonsense, and you're bringing the stick that killed him back home is nonsense, and wearing his hat because you'd run out bareheaded after him is nonsense, too. But it's nonsense that'll nail you to the cross, Senator Henry.
Let's have it quickly, Beaumont. What is it you're trying to say?
I can say it in 4 words, Senator. You killed your son. Well, that's how the Reform Party got in. Here it is, right off the tape. A plurality of 227,000. That's reform with a vengeance. After tonight, Paul and I are on the shelf. Even Shadow Rory is out of the picture. 2 days ago, he was killed by one of his own henchmen at Paradise Gardens. Senator Henry's through with politics, too. He's indicted for manslaughter by his own confession, and he's waiting trial. Paul Madvig's lying low for a while. Never gives up, that man. I said goodbye to him yesterday. We shook hands. There wasn't much we could say. Well, I still got my one-way ticket to New York, and tomorrow I'm going to use it. I'm the sort that likes to travel alone, but, well, I guess the reform wave's got me, too. There's another ticket in my pocket. I Bought it last night. This one's for Janet Henry.
This concludes the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Glass Key by Dashiell Hammett. In just a moment, Orson Welles will return to the microphone. But first, a word from the makers of Campbell's Soups. A little while ago, I spoke of the lavish emphasis on chicken in Campbell's Chicken Soup. Actually, all the good meat of fine government-certified chickens goes into its making. The broth bubbles slowly and softly in shining kettles until it takes on a golden glisten, and the good flavor of chicken is rich in every drop. Pieces of chicken meat, cooked deliciously tender, go into the soup, too, along with snowy rice. Somewhere, sometime, you've probably tasted a chicken soup that you decided was the very last word. Well, with that chicken soup in mind, if you'll try Campbell's tomorrow, I'll promise you won't be disappointed. I'm sure you'll say Campbell's is as fine as the finest in your memory, and you'll be glad you can have it at any time and often. You'll like it for lunch, for supper, for family meals, whenever the idea of chicken soup sounds good. Why not put Campbell's Chicken Soup on tomorrow's shopping list and have it this very weekend? And now, here is Orson Welles.
In a certain sense, The Glass Key is something more than a detective story. Someday, perhaps, historians will consult it as a social document, as an accurate, if depressing picture of almost any American city of the not-so-distant past. Dash Hammett, one of the period's greatest chroniclers, comes honestly by his knowledge of the dark ways of the underworld. Before he ever published a single story, long before he went to Hollywood to create this cinematic detective, he was himself a private investigator, a dick in the vernacular. I'm sure he wouldn't object to my telling you the story of his biggest case. The biggest case in the sense that he was hired to look for one of the biggest things you could imagine. It was a Ferris wheel. As a friend of Mr. Hammett, I should like to be able to report that he laid hands on the Ferris wheel and returned it to the owner, but he didn't. Nobody to this day knows what happened to the Ferris wheel. Perhaps it escaped to South America disguised as a roller coaster, a merry-go-round. However, Hammett, thwarted in his career of detection, turned eventually to literature, and I, for one, am heartily thankful. There are lots of detectives, but there's only one Dashiell Hammett. And now, I have the great pleasure in introducing to you our distinguished guest of the evening, Warden Laws of Sing Sing.
Mr. Wells, I want to thank you for inviting me to one of the most realistic crime dramas I've witnessed. Shall I say in an unofficial capacity?
Warden Laws, would you say that Mr. Hammett's story reflects the underworld of the Prohibition era only, or one that still persists today?
Well, booze is gone, Mr. Wells, but crime persists. However, I believe the intimate tie-up of crime with politics is decidedly on the wane.
Does that mean that we're catching up with the crime problem?
We've been catching up with crime for over 4,000 years. Tablets dug up in the Near East of the trial and execution of a couple of protection racketeers who had been terrorizing the local merchants. The record shows that these gangsters had actually been paying off the mayor. This particular racket was busted in the year 2000 B.C.
Well, that's not exactly tossing orchids to the crime crusaders the past 4,000 years.
Don't misunderstand me, Mr. Wells. Police action against matured crime is necessary, but there is another front on which the fight must go on. We may fill our prisons to capacity and work the electric chair overtime, but crime will continue until we correct the conditions which produce it.
That's the challenge you made in your recent book, Invisible Stripes. Supposing we accept your challenge, Warden Laws, what can the average citizen do about it?
The average citizen is the only one who can do anything about it, because crime is essentially a problem of youth, and the average citizen is directly responsible for the training of youth. And there are at least 3 million children throughout the country desperately in need of supervised leisure activities.
Well, that brings the fight right into our own homes, doesn't it? And those are the basic factors involved in society's effort to eliminate crime.
No, there is one thing more. In the 12 months of depression beginning in the late months of 1937, Sing Sing received the greatest number of genuine first offenders in its history, victims of a tragic lack of opportunity. We must find places in our social and economic fabric for every young man and young woman. That, Mr. Wells, is the answer to the crime problem.
Let's hope that it can be accomplished.
It must be accomplished, Mr. Wells, if democracy is to reach its true fulfillment.
Thank you, Warden Laws.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of The Glass Key, Orson Welles played the part of Paul Madvick, Paul Stewart played Ned Beaumont. Ray Collins played Shadow Rory, and Myron McCormick the part of Senator Henry. Effie Palmer was Mrs. Madvick, Elsbeth Eric was Opal, and Elizabeth Morgan was the telephone operator. The role of Farr was played by Everett Sloan, that of Jeff by Howard Smith. Laura Baxter played Jeanette Henry, and Edgar Barrier the part of Rusty. Music for the Campbell Playhouse was arranged and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now, Mr. Wells, may we have a word, please, about next week's broadcast?
Just a word. Next week, our story is about three brothers who left England to save a lady's honor, and who wound up in Morocco as members of the most desperate band of men in the world, the Foreign Legion. Next week, Percival Christopher Wren's romance, Beau Geste, is the story, and with us, Laurence Olivier and Noah Berry. And so, until next week, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us on the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse again next Friday evening, when Laurence Olivier and Noah Beery will appear with him in Beau Geste. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
Heard on tonight's show, Manhattan Serenade and Metropolitan Nocturne by Louis Alder, also Alfred Newman, Street Scene. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A vicious killer has taken the life of a 62-year-old woman. Suspicion points in only one direction. The murderer was heartless, cold-blooded. Your job, get him.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima. It's the long cigarette that contains an essential ingredient of all the very popular cigarettes, Turkish tobacco. That's why you see the Turkish symbols on the attractive golden yellow Fatima package. That's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima doubles and redoubles its smokers. Yes, if you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Saturday, November 5th. It was foggy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 3:35 p.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
Long distance.
This is Friday in homicide. I'd like to place a call to Mr. Frank Renard in Murphy, Idaho. The number is 761.
Frank Renard, Murphy, Idaho, 761.
Yeah, that's right. The call's been cleared with the business office.
All right. Do you want me to call you back, Sergeant?
No, I'll hang on.
Okay, I'll place it for you. Long distance, Mr. Frank Renard, Murphy, Idaho. Murphy, 761. Thank you. Your number, please. Charge the call to Madison, 7961. Thank you. The time and charges when the call's completed, operator. Rate, operator? Ready to put a man out there? Yes, Murphy, Idaho, routing and person rating. N-A-M-P-A, Napa. Hi. Operator, the number is 4C. Hi. 160 plus. 160, thank you. Welcome. Through Boise. I'm calling Napa. Murphy, 761. Thank you. Keep ringing, 761. They're ringing the number, Sergeant.
Okay, thanks.
Hello?
Mr. Frank Renard, please. Los Angeles calling.
Who do you want?
Mr. Frank Renard, please. Los Angeles calling.
I'm Frank Renard.
Go ahead, please. All right, Sergeant, go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Frank Renard.
Yeah, who's this?
This is Sergeant Friday, Los Angeles Police Department. I've got an urgent message for you.
For me? Well, what's the matter?
Your wife, Dolores, asked me to call you. Something's happened to your mother.
What do you mean? What's happened?
I better let your wife tell you. She wants you back in Los Angeles right away.
Look, what's this all about? I can't leave my job now.
You better come. Your mother's been murdered.
Talk to the skipper, Joe. He's on his way in.
That's good.
Did you call my husband? Did you?
He's flying down from Idaho tonight. Be here in the morning.
You tell him about me? The trouble I'm in?
I told him his mother was murdered. That's all I told him, Mrs. Renard.
What am I going to say to Frank? He always sided in with his mother. He'll never believe me. What can I tell him?
Jory can give you more trouble than your husband can. What you going to tell them?
Are you stupid or something? How many times do I have to say it? I didn't kill her. I didn't kill her.
It's a small room, Ms. Renard. We can hear you. Sit down, please.
I won't sit down. You're not pinning this on me because I didn't do it. Anybody could have killed the old hag, but I didn't.
Will you sit down, please?
I don't have to take this. I'm no tramp. Keeping me in here, asking me questions. I told you all I know.
Look, you're in a bad spot. I hope you realize that.
I didn't kill her.
Ms. Renard, how long have you and your mother-in-law been living together in the house on Chavez Road?
Since Frank took the job up in Idaho. About 6 months. He said it'd be better for me while he was away living with her.
Your neighbors told us you didn't get along very well with your mother-in-law.
That's right, I didn't. She hated me, I hated her.
You used to fight with her, is that right? You hit her.
Only a couple of times. She called me dirty names. I hit her. She pulled me by the hair. And I hated her like everything. I didn't kill her.
Once more, Ms. Renard, would you mind telling us how you spent your time since early this morning, where you went, what you did, everything?
I told you already everything.
Will you tell us again, please?
I got up about 9:15. I had a cup of coffee and then I got dressed. The old lady was on the back porch doing the washing.
What did your mother-in-law do for a living?
I told you. She took in washing. After I got dressed, I left the house. About 10 minutes after 9, I went downtown to the dentist. He filled a tooth for me. This one here, you can ask him.
What time did you leave the dentist's office?
About 10:15. Maybe 20 after. You can ask him.
What'd you do after that?
I walked around window shopping.
Did you buy anything? Talk to anybody?
I told you no.
What time did you get home?
12:30. I went in the bedroom. The old lady was on the floor. Blood all over. I felt her heart. It wasn't beating.
Is that when you got the blood on your dress?
Yeah. Now, that's all I'm going to say. 3 times I told you the same story already.
And you still can't account for your time between 10:20 this morning and the time you found the body and called the police at 12:30.
I told you I left the dentist. I went window shopping, then I walked home.
And during that time, you didn't talk to anyone and no one saw you.
Lots of people saw me. People on the street downtown. I'm no tramp. I don't talk to everybody.
None of your neighbors saw you come home, Ms. Renard?
Of course they didn't see me. I cut across the back lot up from San Jose Avenue. I came in the back way.
The lady who lives next door to you. She says she was in the backyard about noontime. She stayed there till after 1 o'clock. She didn't see you come in the back way.
And she's a liar. She's a dirty liar.
You and your husband took out an insurance policy on your mother-in-law last year. Is that right, Ms. Renard?
Sure it is. What of it?
$5,000?
Yeah? So what?
You know a man by the name of George Martino?
No.
You better tell the truth, Ms. Renard.
All right, so I do. He's a friend of mine.
You've been running around with him since your husband's been away.
None of your business. I do what I want.
Your mother-in-law found out about Martino. That's what you fought about most of the time.
Oh, she was crazy. He's a friend of mine, that's all.
Are you telling the truth, Ms. Renard?
Martino's a boyfriend of mine. I told you, that's all.
Your mother-in-law found out you were running around with him. She warned you if you didn't shake Martino, she'd write your husband. You said you'd kill her if she did.
That's a lie.
That's what your mother-in-law told one of the neighbor ladies.
And I said it just to scare her. One night I was drinking. We had a fight. She was yapping at me all night. I said it just to scare her.
But she wrote the letter anyway.
And that's what she said. But I didn't kill her.
You had the time, the motive, and the opportunity.
It wasn't me. I didn't kill her.
Interrogation room, Friday.
This is Brennan, Joe.
Yeah, Bill. Where are you?
Santa Monica. Picked up George Martino.
Ben and I drove Mrs. Renard to Lincoln Heights Jail, 5th floor, and had her booked on suspicion of 187 PC. When we checked back in at the office, Brennan and Wiseman, the other 2 men on the case with Ben and I, were questioning George Martino in the interrogation room. Ben and I stood by. Martino admitted only 2 things. He had been running around with Mrs. Renard since her husband left town, and he had heard Mrs. Renard express a desire to do away with her mother-in-law. After the questioning of Martino, Sergeant Brennan, Ben and I met with Chief Ed Backstrand. It was 5:15 p.m.
You got everything but the murder weapon, huh? That and Mrs. Renard's confession. She ought to come through, huh, Joe?
I don't know. She's scared, but she's still got a smart mouth. What about Martino, Brennan? You think he had a hand in it?
I don't think so. We spent most of the afternoon talking to him. He hasn't got the guts. We took a statement.
And does he have an alibi?
Solid.
What was the cause of death?
Strangulation, multiple fractures of the skull.
All motives are with Mrs. Renard, Chief. Pretty clear-cut job.
No evidence of robbery or burglary, I guess. A couple of dresser drawers in the bedroom were emptied on the floor and clothes tossed all around. Pretty obvious plan to make it look like burglary. Maybe.
We found 3 $1 bills in plain sight. They were on the floor near the body. If a burglar went through this stuff, he wouldn't have missed that money.
And it shouldn't be too much trouble tying it up. Shouldn't be, Skipper. Friday and Romero, you follow the case through. Just a minute. Hello, Backstrand. Yeah? What? All right, I'll send him over. Lee Jones. Just finished checking the evidence at the crime lab.
Yeah?
He thinks Mrs. Renard's innocent. There they are, fellas. Facts don't lie. But she had every reason in the world to kill the old lady. In my book, she couldn't have killed her.
All right, let's have it, Lee. How does the evidence add up?
That's just it, Joe. It doesn't. Take a look. The dress Mrs. Renard was wearing when she found the body.
That's it. Blood smears near the hem.
2 smears, that's all. Now, if she murdered her mother-in-law, there should be more blood on this dress. It shouldn't be smeared. How do you mean? First of all, the manner in which the old lady was killed. Head was battered in. Must have bled profusely. No question about that.
All right, go ahead.
Whoever murdered the old lady must have stains all over their clothes. Here's the important part. Because of the nature of the wound, it would have stained in drops, not smears.
Well, how can you tell the difference? Maybe these are drop stains on her desk.
They're not. I checked them with a microscope. Only the higher ribs of the cloth are stained. The smears, nothing else. But a drop forms its own definite drop pattern and permeates the cloth, soaks in.
No signs of that on her dress.
Not a one. Now, here's the silk scarf the old lady was strangled with.
Yeah?
Here's what I found in the knot tied in the scarf. A blonde hair, wavy. Old lady had dark hair. So does Miss Renard.
So does her boyfriend.
That's what I mean. This blonde hair is one of 2 things that didn't belong at that murder scene.
What else you got?
This here. What is it, Lee? Small piece of plastic. From a gun butt, I'd say. See here? Crisscross surface, then a little smooth area here.
Yeah?
The killer could have hit the old lady with the butt of a gun.
And a piece of the stock could have chipped off like this, huh?
Miss Renard doesn't own a gun. Neither did her mother-in-law.
Well, where does that leave us?
I don't know, Joe. There's the stuff. You can't disregard it. Maybe you can explain it.
Yeah. How?
Well, first prove this dress isn't the one Mrs. Renard was wearing this morning. Then find the dress she did wear.
And we know she wore this when the dentist identified it, and so did two of the neighbors.
That's what I mean. The dress is too clean, doesn't belong.
Yeah.
This blonde hair, this piece of gun butt, they don't belong either.
Well, and you think she's innocent?
You're looking at the evidence. What do you think?
6 p.m. Saturday, November 5th. Ben and I went back to the office and met with Brennan Wiseman and Ed Backstrand. The open and shut case against Mrs. Renard was up in the air, but we still weren't sure that she was innocent of the murder of her mother-in-law. Ben and I drove to the Lincoln Heights jail and interviewed the suspect again. She agreed to submit to a lie detector test. We drove back to the office, contacted Sergeant Berger, the department's polygraph man, and set up a special test for the following day. The next morning, we met with Berger and formulated a list of key questions, and then we picked up Mrs. Renard and brought her to the third floor of the Old City Jail building, the polygraph room. At 10:33 a.m., the test got underway. As usual, Sergeant Berger conducted the interview alone. Backstrand, Ben, and I waited outside.
Well, how about Mrs. Renard's husband? Get in town yet?
He's due in around noon, Skipper.
Got a smoke?
Yeah. Here you are, Ed.
Thanks. Time is it now?
11:25.
Here's Berger now.
That's it, Ed. What'd you get?
I can study the chart a little more. The results are pretty well defined, though.
How's it look?
No reaction to the key questions.
What's your opinion?
I don't think she did it.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. And in leading magazines this week, you'll see this authentic story.
Headline: Fatima's sensational growth sets a record for long cigarettes.
Then you'll read the actual reasons smokers give for changing to Fatima.
Fatima is different. It's mild and has a wonderful flavor. Fatima's best.
These are the words of Miss Pamela Bookman of New York, where Fatima has increased its smokers 132%.
Fatima tastes much better than any other long cigarette. It's the best.
Says Mr. James S. Winterhalter of Detroit, where Fatima smokers have increased 348%.
I like the flavor, and Fatima is mild. It's the best long cigarette.
That's the statement of Mrs. Mary C. Werdeman of Los Angeles, where Fatima has increased its smokers 545%. Yes, more and more long cigarette smokers every day agree. A change to Fatima is a change to the best. Enjoy Fatima yourself. Best of long cigarettes.
8 a.m., Monday, November 7th. Mrs. Renard was released from custody. We questioned her husband, Frank Renard, briefly. He could tell us nothing more than we already knew. Brennan and Wiseman were called back on the case, and together the four of us started over again from the beginning. We had a dead body, 2 pieces of physical evidence to work with, no idea how to fit them together, and no suspects. We went back to the Chavez Road neighborhood where the murdered woman lived and started pushing doorbells. We canvassed the neighborhood for 3 days, and we uncovered one slim lead.
He was selling magazines, officer. Went door to door, right up the street here. Young fellow.
Could you describe the man for us, please?
Nothing to talk about. Pasty face, pimply complexion, blonde hair.
5:30 p.m. Wednesday, November the 9th. Ben and I met with Brennan and Wiseman in Ed Backstrand's office to compare notes. Together, we had more than a dozen reports of the magazine salesman's presence in the neighborhood just prior to the murder of Mrs. Renard's mother-in-law. The various descriptions of the man which we obtained from the people in the neighborhood tallied closely.
About 6 feet, 170 pounds, pimply complexion, blonde hair, fast talker. About 25 years old.
As far as we know, Skipper, he was the only stranger in the neighborhood last Saturday morning. Only one that people remember, anyway.
How close did you trace him to the Renard house?
You got your list there, Brennan?
Yeah. There you are.
Thanks. Let's see. Well, we picked up his tracks down on Floresta Street, sold a couple of descriptions there. Then he headed up Landers Avenue onto Chavez Road.
Yeah.
The Renards live at 2280 Chavez Road. That salesman talked to the woman at 2274 Chavez. That's 3 doors away from the Renards.
When was he seen there?
Let me see. Where is that, Brennan?
Oh, on the 15-7 sheet, Joe. Didn't have enough room on the report.
Oh, yeah. Here it is. Mrs. John Rico, 2274 Chavez. The guy was there about 11:45 Saturday morning.
Well, that puts him in the running. First time he ever showed in that neighborhood?
First time, Skipper. Fresh kid, not a very good salesman.
Here's the name of the company he's working for, the Harrison News Distributors.
Did you check with them?
No, they're closed for the night. We'll call them the first thing tomorrow.
Good. Here's something else for you. I had a call from Frank Renard this afternoon.
What'd he have to say?
Seems in the excitement just after the murder, Mrs. Renard overlooked a couple of things.
What's that?
Well, they're missing a yellow table model radio. It was in the bedroom where the old lady was killed.
Well, that ties in with a robbery motive, huh?
And they're missing a ring, too. Belonged to Mrs. Renard. Topaz ring. Supposed to be worth a little money.
But she didn't notice it was gone until today.
That's right.
You got the serial number on the radio?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, Brennan, here we are. It's an Emerson Model 511, 180,000, 277-609.
A lot of small radios in town.
There's only one with that serial number on it. Track it down.
A complete description of the Topaz ring and the serial numbers and description of the yellow table model radio were sent to the pawn shop detail. The information was then placed on the stolen property list and relayed to every pawn shop operator in the city. The next morning, Ben and I interviewed the manager of the Harrison News Distributing Company. There, the suspect had given his name as Sam Bricker. We checked out his home address. Turned out to be a gas station in North Hollywood. We took the suspect's job application blank with a specimen of his handwriting, and then we drove back to the office. Sam Bricker. We were unable to get a make on the name from the Record Bureau. We checked the cards, and every known criminal who was cataloged in the oddity file as having a pimply complexion. None of them matched. That night, we got out an APB and a radiogram. The suspect's trail led from one salesman's job to the next. On his last job, he gave his name as Albert Berry. His address is 1430 Palo Alto Drive. That was in the Echo Lake District. Ben and I drove out to check it.
1428, 1430. There it is, Joe.
Yeah. At least it's not a gas station, huh? Come on.
Tiresome, huh?
Yeah, I could stand a change.
Yes, what is it?
We're looking for an Albert Berry, ma'am. Does he live here?
Mr. Berry, I'm sorry. He and his wife moved 4 days ago.
We identified ourselves as police officers and had the landlady, a Mrs. Catherine Hoffman, show us the apartment which Berry and his wife had occupied. It was still vacant. In one of the closets in the apartment, we found a cheap overnight bag. The lock on it was broken and one of the seams had ripped.
I forgot about that old bag, and Mr. Berry told me I could throw it away.
Take a look. I'm in.
Yeah.
How long has Berry been married? Do you know, Mrs. Hoffman?
No, I don't. But the way they acted, lovey-dovey all the time, I don't think they've been together long.
Hey, Joe. Look, some kind of an identification tag.
Yeah, let me see. Get it up here. It's a tool disc, it looks like, doesn't it? Jameson Larrabee, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
You're not after Mr. Berry, are you, officer?
Yes, ma'am, we are. Did he leave a forwarding address?
I wish he did. I'm holding 3 letters for Mrs. Berry in my apartment right now.
May we see them, please?
Certainly. Would you step this way, please? My apartment's just across the hall.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like a bottle of beer or something?
No, ma'am, thanks.
Let's see. I thought I put... Yes, here they are. 3 of them, Sergeant. From her folks, I think. Mrs. Berry's from Fresno.
Oh, that's good. You want to copy down this return address, Ben?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. That's C.K. Ulrich, U-L-R-I-C-K. 525 North Lamona, Fresno.
Yeah, got it.
There you are, Miss Hoffman. By the way, did the Berrys say they'd call for their mail?
Mrs. Berry did. That's why I'm holding on to it.
All right. Just one more question. Do you remember if Mr. and Mrs. Berry had a radio?
Yes, they did. A small one.
Do you remember what brand it was?
No, I don't. It had a yellow case. That's all I remember.
Before we left, we called Ed Backstrand, and he had an immediate stakeout placed at the apartment house in case the Berrys returned to pick up their mail. Ben and I went back to the office and placed a call to the Pittsburgh Police Department. We gave them the description and the number of the tool disc which we'd found in Berry's old suitcase. They said they'd check with the Jameson Larrabee Company in the morning, and then they'd call us back. That night, Ben and I drove to Fresno and checked in at the police station up there. 2 officers were assigned to stake out the Ulrich home. We interviewed Mr. Ulrich, who identified himself as Albert Berry's father-in-law. He told us his daughter had married the murder suspect 8 months before, and he gave us pictures of Berry taken at the wedding. Ulrich told us that he'd catch a Santa Fe train out of Fresno the next morning. He wanted to be in Los Angeles to take his daughter home when Berry was apprehended. It was almost 2 a.m. when Ben and I left Fresno and started back for Los Angeles. We checked in at the office at 10 minutes past 8 the next morning. At 8:35, the call came through from the Pittsburgh Police Department.
What did they say, Joe?
It was a tool disc, all right. Jameson Larrabee Company, issued 18 months ago to one of their workers.
They give a name?
Albert Berry. 11 a.m. Monday, December the 5th. 1 month to the day since the 62-year-old woman had been beaten to death. The pictures of Barry and his wife, which had been taken at their wedding, were printed up in wholesale lots and distributed to all points. Mr. Ulrich, Barry's father-in-law, arrived in town and got himself a hotel room. We waited. There was no report from the stakeout at the apartment house. We checked back in at the office at 5 minutes to 1. I'll get it. Homicide, Friday.
This is Mr. Ulrich, Sergeant. I just got a call from my wife in Fresno. I thought you'd want to know.
What's that?
The wife got a letter from Norma. They're living in South Pasadena, an apartment.
You got the address there?
Yes, sir. That's what the wife called about. It's 134 Norway Terrace.
When was the letter mailed, do you know?
Wife said it was postmarked December 3rd, day before yesterday.
Get your coat on, Ulrich. We'll be right over. Ben and I picked up Mr. Ulrich at his hotel and drove to the South Pasadena address. Barry and his wife had the apartment on the top floor. Neither of them were at home. The landlord let us in with a pass key. In the bedroom, we found a small yellow radio. We checked the serial numbers. They matched. It was the same radio stolen from the Renard house. In the bedroom closet, we found 2 suitcases. We checked through them.
Nothing in this one, Joe.
Here we are. Look at these.
What are they, Sergeant?
A pair of plastic gun butts.
Let's see, Joe.
One of them's been chipped, see?
Sergeant, somebody coming up the stairs.
All right, let's get in the living room. Be quiet.
Man, what are you doing here? Who are these men?
Police, Norma. They want Albert. He killed a woman.
Death.
It's all right, Norma. It'll be all right.
Did you know your husband killed a woman, Miss Barry?
He just told me last Saturday. We've been running away for a month now. Moving all the time. I wanted to know why. So he told me. He said I was in it as much as he was. And I'm tired of running.
Why did he kill her? Did he tell you that?
He said he broke in the house. He didn't know anyone was home. The old woman was in the bedroom. She started to cry out. He had a gun. He hit her with it.
Where's your husband now?
I don't know. Said he'd come home for dinner. About 5. I bought the groceries.
What time you got, Ben?
3:30. That ring you're wearing, Miss Barry. Did your husband give you that?
Yes, why?
What kind of a stone is that?
Topaz. Britt gave it to me. Why?
Nothing. We'll wait. 5 o'clock came and went. Barry failed to show. 5:30. Ulrich started to get nervous. 6 o'clock. 6:30. No sign of Barry. I went to the window and kept an eye on the street below. At 6:45, a light green Nash sedan pulled to a stop in front of the apartment house. A man got out and went into the main floor entrance.
Bert. I'll let him in.
All right. How long have you had the new car?
A couple of days. Bert got it credit. What do you want me to do now?
Does he have a key to the apartment here?
He lost it.
Okay, when he rings, let him in. Just act natural. Ben?
Yeah.
You cover me. I'll get the cuffs on him.
Right.
Hi, Bert.
Look out, Joe! All right, drop it, Barry.
Okay, Ben.
Yeah. He's fast with a gun.
Nice looking, isn't he, Sarge? You'd never think he'd kill anybody.
Come on, let's take him in.
I love him. I still love him. But you're a cop. You wouldn't understand.
That's right. I wouldn't understand. I'm a cop.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 16th, 1947, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 82, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Earlier tonight, you heard the reports of amazing increases in Fatima smokers from New York to Los Angeles. Yes, all over the country, Fatima is doubling and redoubling its sales. And here's reason one.
Fatima is the long cigarette that contains an essential ingredient of all the very popular cigarettes, Turkish tobacco.
Reason two.
Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
Reason three.
To millions of smokers, the name Fatima has always stood for the best in cigarette quality. Smoke Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
Albert Ralph Berry was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. His wife, Norma Berry, was found innocent of the charge that she harbored a criminal. She was returned home with her father. Berry was executed in the lethal gas chamber at the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Acting Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Private Hubert W. Estes of the District of Columbia Metropolitan Police Department, who on the night of May 16th, 1947, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portion transcribed from Los Angeles.
Be sure to hear songs by Morton Downey tonight on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
The Special Service Division invites you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations to drop in at Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Duffy, you know who's coming down here tonight? Rochester. Rochester. You know the guy. Jack Benny calls him up every week and says, hello, Rochester, this is Mr. Benny. Yeah. Duffy, I was thinking, what we need is advertising. Now, how would you like to put on a nationwide radio show from coast to coast so that the name of Duffy's will be smudged from Coney Island to the Bronx? Well, certainly Rochester would be in it. Just think, Duffy. Every week, 10 million people will tune in, and they'll hear D-U-F-F-Y, apostrophe S. Certainly, Duffy. How can we miss? Well, we practically got Rochester. All we need now is somebody to take the place of Jack Benny, and we got another Benny show. Where can we get another Jack Benny? Such people can be found. As a matter of fact, I got somebody in mind right now. Who? You'll find out. Goodbye again, Duffy. Now, let's see. Say I get $10,000 a broadcast. Deduct from that 50 cents for one fiddle lesson to learn to play Love and Bloom. $1.50 for a toupee.
Hey, what you doing, Miss Archie?
Eddie, I'm just figuring out what I'm going to do when I take Jack Benny's place.
Oh. Left to the jaw, right to the stomach, left to the heart, right to the jaw.
What are you doing, Eddie?
I'm just figuring out what I'm going to do when I take Joe Lewis's place.
Don't sneer, Eddie. These jokes that I wrote will make me the king of the cyclowatts. All that I need is Rochester.
That's all, huh? Miss Archie, you is impossible.
What do you mean? Can Jack Benny act as good as me? Can Jack Benny write a better script than me? Can Jack Benny be as funny as me?
3 out of 3. Have a cigar.
What are you talking about? I'm just as funny as he is. See that? I made you laugh and I didn't even tell a joke. Look, Eddie, just shut your eyes. Listen to this. Hello, Don. What's that?
I don't know.
Just listen again. Goodbye, Don.
Goodbye, Don. Oh, that's Hitler in Russia.
Listen, Eddie, don't you recognize Benny when you hear him? You see, the way I got this program figured out, for a character like Jack Benny, I got me.
So far, you ain't got much. Continue.
Then for Mary Livingston, we got Miss Duffy. For Don Wilson, we got Dan Seymour. And for Rochester,
yeah,
we got Rochester. Your part is practically the same as Rochester, you see. Rochester is my valet.
And I'm your valet, too?
No, you're Rochester's valet.
You're sort of a poor man's poor man.
Yes, sort of.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy.
Look at my new bracelet. It's an identification bracelet. Good for blackouts.
What do you mean?
Well, when you put the lights out in the living room, the fella can always tell where you are.
Ain't it a little bit noisy?
You should hear Vera Fogarty. She's got a cowbell.
Miss Duffy, where did you get this couch compass?
I got it from my boyfriend, Breckenridge Hotzenfelder. You see, he just finished painting a battleship. The SS...
Careful, Miss Duffy. No loose talk. See that poster? Loose lips sink ships. Especially with a dame like you with all them sailors that you know.
Archie, you're always hitting about me and sailors. Why, the sailors I know wouldn't even fill a cruiser.
Oh, no? I've seen you with that Vera Fogarty. The way you two get trailed on a Sunday, it looks like a convoy.
All right, so I know a few sailors. But I never repeat any loose talk. Besides, when you're out with a sailor, how much talking do you do?
Well, you shouldn't do no talking. These days, the word is mum. And that goes for Vera, too.
Oh, don't worry about Vera. She's doing her bit for the Navy.
What do you mean?
In case of emergency, the Admiral always knows where the fleet is.
I can believe that.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Eddie.
What is this, Mr. Benny?
Miss Duffy, what would you say if I told you that before the evening's over, I may be the new Jack Benny?
I'd say that'd hurt the country more than loose talk. I get $10,000 a week. Now, Benny had Phil Harris. I'll use Van Steeden. He worked cheap. 16 men with Van Steeden as a leader. That's $42. Maybe I'll do without Van Steeden. That'll bring it down to $40. What's the difference? $2. He's got a big name.
Well, what else? Oh, Eddie.
Yes?
Eddie, give me that pencil and paper. I want to write a letter to Fred Allen.
Why?
I got to start a feud. Let's see. Dear Fred Allenoid. Oh, boy, that'll get him. You are a Jerk.
Hello.
Well, hiya, Finnegan. Wait a minute. Let me look at you, Finnegan. Dennis Day. Finnegan, how would you like to be Dennis Day in my radio program?
Oh, it's coming at you. Just listen to this. We got no bananas. We got no bananas.
Quiet. Quiet, Finnegan. Day is done. But maybe we can use you for something else. Stick around now. Eddie, watch the cash register. I got to go out and mail this letter to Fred Allen.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Rochester. You Rochester? Mr. Archie out? Mr. Archie out. Coming back soon? Coming back soon. Man, you're the shrimpiest looking echo I ever seen. So you Rochester? Huh? What do you mean, huh? You and me. I just can't help feeling that the dissimilarity in our appearance ain't enough to justify the difference in our salaries. Oh, imagine making all them greenbacks. I don't think of it as making greenbacks. I think of it as a hobby. A hobby, huh? Yeah, collecting pictures of Lincoln. You see, out in Hollywood, everything is greener, short boy. Now, don't call me short boy. If I had all that money stuffed in my shoes, I'd be just as tall as you are. Who stuffs money in their shoes? I don't stuff money in my shoes. Of course, I might have a taller mattress than you got.
Eddie, it's Rochester.
Rochester, may I present Mr. Archie? Oh, hello, Mr. Archie.
Oh, welcome to Duffy's, Rochester. Great place we got here, ain't it?
Well, I've been to a lot of nightclubs, but this is the Maxwell of them all.
Well, we're planning on having it redecorated.
Yeah, we're going to take down the wallpaper and turn it over.
Quiet, Eddie. Rochester, how do you like working for Jack Benny?
I'd rather not discuss it. Mr. Benny is very sensitive about his frugality.
Pretty cheap, huh?
Cheap? Do you know what his toupees are made out of?
What?
The hair that Carmichael sheds.
Bare hair Benny.
Yeah, he's bareheaded with or without.
Rochester, how would you like to leave Benny and work with the best comedian in America?
Another offer from Fred Allen.
Nope, not Fred Allen. It's me.
You a comedian?
Am I a comedian? I'm notorious for me comedy. You ought to see me at a party. I'm a riot. And I do practically nothing. I pour a bucket of water in the piano, let the bathtub run over, stick me head in the goldfish bowl, and I yell, "Look, everybody, the Johnstown flood." They die.
They die, eh?
Yeah.
They're lucky. Do you do that kind of thing with all your friends?
Well, certainly.
Oh, that's why you wanted me to come around. You're lonesome.
Listen, Rochester, believe me, I got a sponsor all lined up, and besides, with me, you'll be funnier than you've ever been in your life.
Why?
I am personally going to write your jokes.
Like that Johnstown flood?
Even funnier.
Funnier? Here comes the Chicago fire.
Oh, wait a minute. That's probably the sponsor now. Very big shot. Hello, Duff. Hello, Mr. D. Rochester's here. We're discussing a radio program to advertise your monstrous organization. What? Can he sing? Rochester, how was your singing?
About like them jokes of yours.
Beautiful voice. Okay, Mr. D. Rochester, the sponsor would like to hear you sing.
Just a second. First, there's a slight matter of that stuff that adds stature to my mattress.
You mean money?
I don't mean Excelsior.
Well, I couldn't pay you anything right away.
This sounds familiar.
Don't worry, Rochester. If this sponsor likes you, money is no object. Go ahead and sing.
Music, please. Company, zoo, I'm out. Sunday strolling, company. Booze, dig this suit with a belt to boot. What do they say when they see me coming their way? Jackson, I'm as sharp as a tack with a belt in the back. Boy, dressed to the brakes, mugging lightly, killing the chicks. Jackson, I'm as sweet as a bee with a fleet in the sea. Paying no mind to the conversation with my nose in the air. Nevertheless, I swear they holler, you ain't only classy, you is fat and you sassy. What do they shout when they see me cutting on out? Jackson, hurry on back, cause Papa, you sharp as a tack with a belt in the bag, with a belt in the bag, with a belt in the bag.
Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. Well, how did you like it? Too much gravel. Well, okay, if you don't want to sponsor this show, I'll find somebody that will. I'll be another Jack Benny in despite of you. Goodbye, sir. Be with you in a minute, Rochester. Hey, Finnegan.
Yeah.
Finnegan, could you act like a sponsor?
Sponsor? I come a natural.
Good. I'll tell you in a minute what I want you to do. Folks, we're going to act out this radio program of mine now. Miss Duffy, you're going to be Mary Living. Don't forget what I told you, Finnegan. Okay, Rochester, we're all set to act out the radio program which I have wrote. You ready?
What have I got to lose?
Just wait till you hear these jokes now. Okay, folks, let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, a few minutes ago, a taxi pulled up to the studio and stopped with a jerk. The jerk got out, and here he is, that funny man.
This is Jack Archie talking. Where's my announcer?
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Don. My. Don, what has Triumph Power got that I haven't got?
What, Jack?
Fuel. Get it, Don? Power. Fuel. Rochester, did you ever hear a laugh like that?
I've been hearing a laugh like that for years.
For years, it's been ringing in your ears, huh? I can go along with the gag.
Yeah, but first you gotta have a gag.
Well, look who's coming. Mary Duffy.
Hello, Jack.
What are you laughing at, Mary?
I'm laughing because I'm happy. I'm happy because my father and mother are in the iron and steel business.
The iron and steel business?
Yes, my mother irons and my father steels.
Well, Rochester, did that one kill you? I thought you'd like it. Mary, is that a letter from your mother?
Yes, this is a letter from my mother, Mrs. Duffy. I'll read it to you. My dear daughter, Miss Duffy, your cousin Randolph was very embarrassed the other day. He walked into a restaurant and said to the waiter, "Do you serve crabs?" And the waiter said, "Sure, we serve anybody." Oh, that reminds me. Regards to Jack. Your loving mother, Mrs. Duffy. P.S. Say goodbye to Jack for me.
P.S. Say goodbye to him for me, too. I'm leaving.
Rochester, wait a minute. Come back here. The next is your big scene. Well, you call me on the telephone. Every line is a gem.
A gem, huh?
Hmm? The phone rings.
Hello, Mr. Archie. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester.
You told me to mow your lawn, so I got some of my friends to help me. I figured the more, the merrier. Gem number one.
Keep going, Rochester. It gets even better.
Say, Mr. Archie, I saw Carmichael the Bear this afternoon, and he didn't have any clothes on. What's that?
That should have been a laugh.
Give me one reason why.
Don't you get it? No clothes. Carmichael. Bear. You know the trouble, Rochester? You didn't read the line right.
Oh, yes, I did, to my eternal shame.
Now, wait a minute. Here comes the thing now that makes you the most important guy in the show. A phone call from your own valley. The phone rings. Answer it, Rochester.
Hello, this is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. This here's Westchester.
Oh, hello, Westchester. How's the gas man?
The gas man got a new girl. He just went down to the cellar to meet her.
To meet her. Not only are these laughs bad, but I ain't even getting them.
What do you mean, bad laughs? If the sponsor was here, he'd tell you himself that they're good. I said if the sponsor was here...
Pardon me. I am a sponsor.
Oh, indeed.
Sir, I am Clifton Finnegan, the flypaper king. Remember my slogan? Finnegan's flypaper, 6 for a buck, a bargain for you, but the flies get stuck.
Mr. Finnegan, just what is your flypaper company prepared to offer for this here radio program?
Well, this here radio program is so funny, I am prepared to offer $1 million a week.
My, that's a lot of flypaper.
$1 million, eh, Mr. Finnegan?
That is my final offer, $1 million.
Finnegan, your mother just called up and said she sent you to the butcher's an hour ago. She wants to know where's the soup meat.
Tell her that soup meat costs 20 cents and I only got 15.
I'm getting out of here.
Wait a minute, Rochester. You see, the $1 million is the corporation's money. The 15 cents is Mr. Finnegan's private money. The rest of his fortune he lost in the stock market.
The stock market, huh? That's all, brother. First I get the Johnstown flood, then I get the Chicago fire. And now you give me the crash of 29. So long, brother.
Where you going?
Back to that good old California gold rush.
Now, before we leave Duffy's Tavern, Levis put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. Duffy's jukebox, where the feet meet the beat. Well, the platter's spinning, the needle's in the groove, And here's the first number coming up. Duffy's Tavern was rebroadcast especially for you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
That's far enough, Mr. Williams.
Miss Sager.
Mrs. Sager.
Mrs. Sager. Would you please put that rifle down? I came here without any guns, without any means of force whatsoever.
You come here with force.
Now, Mrs. Sager.
Come here to force me out of my house, off my land.
Mrs. Sager, please.
Nobody shoves me off of my land, Mr. Williams. Nobody. This land is mine. It's free and clear, every inch of it.
I've no doubt.
My husband staked this land 25 years ago. He homesteaded it and raised cattle on it every year till he died. Every year till he died, he raised cattle on this land.
I have every respect for you.
And nobody takes me off this land, Mr. Williams, you or your filthy railroad or anybody else. My husband left me this land, and he said, Libby, this is your land, and you keep it. I said, Howard, I swear by everything decent, nobody'll ever take this land away from me. A solemn and a holy oath, Mr. Williams, to a dying man.
Mrs. Sager, now, listen to me for just a minute.
Well, I know what you're going to say.
Just a minute. 1 minute, Mrs. Sager.
Said it 100 times if you said it once.
Please, Mrs. Sager, just 1 minute.
Well, go on, talk then. Talk and get it over with. 1 minute.
1 minute.
That's right.
I represent the railroad.
I know that.
And we have reserved from the United States government a right-of-way of land across the United States for our railroad, Transcontinental Railroad, Mrs. Sager, Transcontinental. The United States government...
United States government, I heard you. What do you want to do, scare me or something?
Transcontinental, it's progress, Mrs. Sager. You can't hold back the time.
That's what you always say. You can't hold
Your
back
land. Your land, Mrs. Sager, is directly in the right-of-way. Now, we're willing, more than willing, we're happy to pay you 3 times the worth of this land.
I said I wouldn't sell, Mr. Williams. How many times I got to repeat it?
It's not a matter of... Mrs. Sager, please, I wish you'd lower that carbine. It's making me nervous.
I noticed you shaking. The minute's almost up.
The point is, you've got to sell. You're on public land to be reconverted. Now, we sent you a check and a notice to get off the land. No, not us. The United States government. That makes it mandatory, compulsory.
It's a free country.
Progress, Mrs. Sager, for the common good.
It's a free country. I can live where I want, and this is where I'm living. And let me tell you something, Mr. Williams. I'm staying right here. You could have orders from the president. I'm just as good a citizen as he is. Now you just scoot off on this property.
I'd hate to have to call the United States Marshal. Now, Mrs. Sager, I don't like to use force when reason will do.
Get off this property, Mr. Williams, or I'm going to remember the United States government has a law about trespassing. Did you hear me? Scoot!
You can't hold back the times. That's what I told her, Marshal. She held that rifle on me every second. It seems funny to you, I suppose.
No, I didn't mean to laugh at you, Mr. Williams, but... Well, Libby Sager's quite a woman. I've known her a long time. I knew her husband.
Anybody could be married to that.
Now, what you've got to understand about Libby is, Mr. Williams, that Libby isn't an ordinary woman.
That's sure.
No, Libby is... Well, she's kind of like the West. I mean by that, she's got her ways, and her ways are free. And she's hard to tame.
Well, I'll tell you this, Marshal. In the railroad business, when we come to a mountain, if we can't go around it, we blast right through it.
Yeah, well, I'm not so sure I'd try that with Libby if I were...
Marshal, I've tried talking to her. I've sent her letters. I've tried everything. There's no moving.
Yeah, I know. But you've got to keep in mind that Libby's lived there for almost a quarter of a century.
I've got a job to do.
Look, can't you go around her land?
Oh, fine. A straight line track for a few hundred miles, then all of a sudden it juts out for a few little acres, and then back to another straight line for another 100 miles.
I would break it up a little, wouldn't it?
Marshal, I want you to get out there with this order. It's an order to vacate. Every time we send her a check, she sends it right back. So here's a check to go with the order.
Look, Mr. Williams, she's not going to move. I know that woman, and she's not going to move.
That's a United States government order, and you're the United States Marshal.
Oh, please, Mr. Williams, don't remind me of my duties. There's some things I don't like about this job. Eviction and seizure. Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Eviction. Federal order.
Libby Sager, yes, sir.
You weren't listening at the door, were you, Chester?
Oh, no, sir. My, absolutely not, Mr. Dillon. It's just I am cursed with wonderful ears. Comes from so many nights out hunting. Why, my whole family got ears.
All right, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, isn't there some way the railroad can go around that property? I purely hate to see that woman.
He's made me a villain when I'm just doing my job.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Williams, I guess we all feel a little like that right now. Come on, Chester.
Listen, this here...
Now, hold it, Libby.
Saw you through the curtains.
Well, I saw you peeking.
Coward little railroad has to bring the marshal.
Mr. Williams
I
asked
had
me
to, Mrs. Sager. I told you before that...
Hot-bellied little railroad had to get the marshal.
Now, Libby, I want you to put that carbine down, and I want you to act like a human being. Huh?
Don't you start anything with me, that kind of talk. Now, Matt Dillon, I knew you too long for that kind of talk.
Libby, what would Howard have said if he could see you standing there holding a carbine on me?
You can say what you got to say right here and right now. Just leave my poor dead husband out of this.
You think he'd stand in the way of progress the way you are?
Progress? That big, loud, steaming, dirty thing a-howling by, black smoke bringing in the trash from back east? You call that progress?
I'll make a deal with you, Libby. You put down your gun, and I'll send Mr. Williams and Chester back to town, huh?
I got nothing to say to you, Marshal.
Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Here, take my gun, Chester. And this.
What?
What are you doing, Mr. Dillon? You took off your star.
I'll take it back to the office with you and take Mr. Williams with you, too. Libby and I are going to talk.
Yes, sir. Come on, Mr. Williams.
You can't hold back the times, Mrs. Sager.
Get him off here,
You better go, Mr. Williams.
I'll see you back in town, Marshal.
Well, Libby, aren't you going to ask me in?
I told you, Marshal.
The name's still Matt, Libby. No star. See? Now can I come in?
Well, I suppose.
Thank you. Looks just about the same.
Yeah, it's going to stay that way. Nothing's going to come steaming through this sitting room. Sit down, Matt.
Libby, I'd give anything not to have to give you this order, but... Here.
Well, Howard took me out here to this piece of land. He staked it out here because it had a creek for the cattle and some good grassland. We just got married. Took me out here and stood me right about where you're standing now. And he said, Libby, this is ours. Yours and mine.
Uh-huh.
He built this place, Matt. Every board he split with his own hands. Every board of it, every nail in it.
Yeah, I know.
You don't know. 3 days and 3 nights, just the two of us. Behind that upsot wagon, caught out there in the attack. Oh, they'd have burned the house down. But we held them off. All of them Indians, a-hooping and a-hollering. Wasn't until the second day they got him.
Yeah.
Oh, that arrow must have been terrible inside him. It was like something in my own chest, man, I swear. It couldn't have hurt no more. I held him in my arms. I was crying. I couldn't help it. And he looked like a little boy. I swear it seemed like he wasn't a man anymore. It's just a little boy in my arms there. He said, Libby, you gotta hang on to the land, Libby. It's all there is. I said, I know it, Howard. He said, don't let nobody drive you off here. I said, Howard, I won't. And I didn't. I stayed there, no food, no water. 2 days more. Still waiting. But they'd gone. And the place was still mine.
Libby.
Now, do you think I'm going to get off of this land now? Just because of a little piece of paper? Matt, you go on back. Tell that railroad I'm here for good. Dead or alive. Next time, you better keep your guns.
Marshal? What'd she say, Marshal? Talk didn't do any good, did it? I knew it wouldn't.
Mr. Williams, you did your job. Now, why don't you go back to the hotel and we'll get in touch with you, huh?
Sure. Marshal.
Yeah?
You sure you don't need me for anything?
I'm sure.
Okay.
Well, hello, Mr. Williams.
Hello, Chester.
Where's he going, Mr. Dillon?
I sent him back to the hotel, Chester. Hand me that chamois there, will you?
Yes, sir. Here.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
If she don't leave peaceable, you gonna carry her out?
Well, we'll see what happens, Chester.
I mean, if she don't come out peaceable.
Look, Chester, that railroad's going to be here for a long time. A long time. Now, there are going to be a lot of people dependent on it for beef and for everything else. And Libby's just one person. Just one person.
One person, yes, sir.
That's right.
That's right, Mr. Dillon. Mr. Dillon, I've never seen you like this before.
Chester, I can't do it.
All right. You gave her 10 days to give you an answer, Mr. Dillon. And the order come down almost a month ago. You did everything you could. If you asked me, you oughtn't to feel bad. You just got to do it, that's all.
Never hurt anybody. Paid all her bills. Now we got to run her off her land.
Well, it wasn't nobody's fault that Howard Sager homesteaded on what was going to be a railroad track. Wasn't his fault, nor her fault, nor your fault. Wasn't even the railroad's fault.
I know you're right, Chester. You're right.
And Mr. Dillon, she'll have enough money she can live anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Sure. Anywhere except where she really wants to live.
Well,
Yeah, I know, Chester. Well, it's almost 10:30. We gave her till noon today. I guess we better get packing.
Guess we better.
Oh, fella, bro.
Oh. Well, sir, here's the gate.
Go ahead, Chester.
After you, Mr. Dillon.
Matt Dillon?
Oh, boy.
There she is, Mr. Dillon, on the porch. She's got her carbine.
Yeah, I see her.
Get off my property!
Libby! Now, we gave you plenty of notice.
Get off my property, Marshal, or I'll shoot. Now, you know me, Matt. I don't just talk.
Libby, you got your check. Now, why don't you...
I'm counting 3. You're not starting off with this land by the count of 3. I'm going to shoot. I swear it, Matt. You're a perfect target now. I'm warning you.
Libby,
1,
why...
2, 3...
Come on, Mr. Dillon. That big rock over there.
Way over our heads.
Yeah, she meant it that way.
Makes me feel a little silly running cover from a woman.
I got a decent respect for Libby's eye, Chester.
Well, what do we do, Mr. Dillon?
Well,
we can't just stay here forever.
Look, maybe we can sneak up from the other side. You think you could work your way around?
I imagine so.
All right. And Chester.
Now, don't worry, Mr. Dillon. I'm not going to use no gun.
All right. If you can get in the house and get that rifle away from her, I'll just stay out here and try to keep her attention.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good luck. Libby!
I'm I'm going to shoot to kill, Matt. Next man tries to get me out of here, shoot to kill.
Hot.
That's right, Sam.
Here's to you, Williams.
Sure.
I must be getting drunk. Even this stuff tastes good.
Sam?
I can't help admire that woman. But then I'm always the one to boost the underdog.
We got to start construction on the 18th to keep the schedule. You haven't even had a chance to start surveying.
One woman standing alone against a whole mess of us.
Spikes, crew, rail.
It's inspiring.
Ties all creosoted. I'll get bounced, sure.
Let me tell you, Williams, she's 1 out of 1,000,000.
Quite a woman.
Quite a woman.
Yeah.
I said then, and I say right now, nobody takes that woman off her land alive. Nobody. She's got more real stuff in her than you and me put together.
You're drunk.
Hanging on to the last breath. Why, it's wonderful.
Woman like that can't hold back the progress of a whole nation.
Absolutely not.
Nobody can hold back the time.
Time and tide wait for no man.
If everybody felt like her, there wouldn't be any railroads. There wouldn't be any progress whatsoever.
You need a drink.
Maybe I do. Sam? I don't think that marshal's doing a thing out there.
Minion of the law.
Strikes me as sentimental, that marshal.
Oh, I don't know.
Point is, there's a job to do. I think we ought to go out there and prod him.
Well, you said he told you to stay in the hotel room.
I know.
No, that's what you said.
Well,
if you want to go down there, it's fine with me, but that's what you told me he said.
Well, how does it look, the railroad representative taking the afternoon off at a time like this, huh? Hand me my holster.
Huh? Well, what do you want guns for?
I'll tell you what I think. I think the woman's a little demented holding herself up that way. Her husband's death, years alone in that house. She's crazy.
Fanatic.
Yeah.
Here.
Thanks. Fully loaded.
She's a wonderful woman, though.
Dead shot with that rifle of hers. I'm not going out there unprotected.
I don't blame you a bit. I think I'll take my holster, too.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
What?
One for the road, huh?
No more.
One for Libby? Oh, what do you say?
All right. One for Libby. To Libby Sager.
The spirit of the Old West.
Right.
Hey, you know they'll write a song about her? How the track was built over her soul? And they'll write a song about us, too.
Oh, stop it. You're drunk. How's it going, Marshal?
Didn't I tell you to stay back at the hotel?
I brought Sam with me. Thought maybe you could use some help. Sam?
Huh? Hello, Marshal.
You don't mind if we just stick around, do you?
Well, stay back and keep quiet.
Where's your friend?
Trying to sneak in the back. Only trouble is...
Marshal?
Right here, Libby.
I got my eye on that sidekick of yours. You either call him back or I'm going to have to shoot him.
Chester!
Oh, coming, Mr. Dillon. I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon.
No, it's all right, Chester. It just didn't work, that's all.
I declare I can't figure how she spotted me. You don't know how careful
Yeah, I
was
know.
walking.
Looks like there's only one thing to do. Let's go in after her.
Now you're talking.
Fine.
Now, you two just stay right where you are, and no guns, you understand?
Sure.
Libby! Libby, we're coming in! Now put your carbine up, Libby.
Come on, Marshal, just come on. I'm ready.
Now, let's go, Chester, and stay close to the ground.
We can weave over to that rock over there, then behind the barn, maybe.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Close, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, all right, run. You all right, Chester?
Just scared, that's all.
Why, that crazy fool.
What's the matter, Mr. Dillon?
That surveyor. Sam, leave that rifle alone!
I'm just covering for you, Marshal.
She hit him, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, he's going to shoot back. Sam!
Oh, Mr. Dillon. He got her, Mr. Dillon.
Come on, Chester. Libby?
A good shot, Marshal.
It wasn't him, Miss Sager.
Lift up her head, Chester.
It's better this way. Matt, much better this way.
Marshal? Oh, I didn't mean to, Marshal.
I told you to put up that gun.
I was trying to cover for you. When she got me in my shoulder, I didn't think. I just...
Matt.
You just lay quiet, Libby. We'll send for the doc.
Now you let me be. Say, Matt.
Yeah, Libby.
Matt, I bet you people don't forget me so easy.
They won't, Libby.
You know, Matt, I'll bet they'll remember me every time.
Yeah. Every time that train whistle blows.
My gracious.
You know, Chester, sometimes progress is hard to come by. 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 Hard to come by.
America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny Program.
Just Buster and Ceremony Jack Benny. Words right out of the wall. Hello again, I'm Jackie, the Gazette Wilson. That was Don Wilson, folks, the fellow that tires you. Get it? Story for you tonight. You want to hear it?
Sure, go ahead.
It's really good. I mean, it's great. But stop me if you've heard it.
All right.
This is a piece. I saved this for tonight. A woman got on a Fifth Avenue bus. Stop. Oh, you heard that, eh?
Heard it. I was with the woman.
Oh, well. I'll try another. A man was walking through the woods when out of a tree came a skunk. So the man...
Stop.
Oh, you were with the skunk, too, isn't it?
No, Jack, but I've heard all those stories so often.
All right, then I'll try another one. You can't discourage me, you know. Now, here's a true story. There were two Scotchmen and a radio announcer sitting in a cafe. Neither of the Scotchmen would buy a drink, so it was a dull evening.
Well,
that's the finish of the story.
I don't quite get it. You say that there were two Scotchmen
and a radio announcer
sitting in a cafe, and neither of the Scotchmen would buy a drink.
Yes, so it was a dull evening.
Oh, I'm just beginning to get it.
Take your time, Don. Take your time. Wait a minute. Hey, listen, wait. Hey, wait a minute. What are you laughing at?
Scotchmen are funny.
They sure are, yes.
By the way, I've got a story for you. If you stop me, don't hear it.
You mean if you heard it, stop me? Is it?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
see. Go ahead with the story. Huh?
An Airedale, a master of ceremonies, and 2 other dogs were out walking.
All right, Wilson. All right. I guess we're about even.
Pardon me, gentlemen.
Oh, hello, Bester.
I just overheard you boys exchanging yarns.
Uh-huh.
Do you mind if I relate an anecdote?
What did he say, Wilson?
Oh, he said he'd like to tell a story.
Okay, Bester, but I wish we had an interpreter here. What's the story?
Retard me if you've heard it.
Retard you? I'll make it tacit. Don't worry.
Well, there was a touring merchandise salesman, a man who plows the earth, and his female offspring.
You mean a traveling salesman, a farmer, and his daughter?
Well, yes, if you want to be crude.
Oh, Brazilian fruit to you. A traveling merchandise salesman.
What's the matter, Jack? Having trouble again?
Yes, Mary, it's Don Bessie. He insists upon speaking English on this program, and I won't have it. You ever hear such big words?
Well, I know big words, too.
What?
Here's one. Antiquarianism.
Antiquarianism? What does it mean?
I don't know, but look at the size of it.
All right, Mary, do you know any anecdotes? Like
Any
Bester?
what?
An anecdote.
Yes. We have an anecdote at our house.
And he has no nose. I know. I know that one. Huh?
Lay off my lines, you little thief.
Boy, what a program this is. Huh?
Well, I don't like stories anyway. I like jokes. Want to hear one that came out of my own head?
No.
All right. Why is Mae West like an ocean dinner?
I don't know. Why is Mae West like an ocean dinner?
They both come up and see you sometime.
Oh, is that good? That's awfully good, yeah.
I got millions out of them.
Yeah, well, keep the others. Keep the others there. Wilson, that's your cue. Hurry up.
What? Do you call those jokes? Listen to this one. What's the difference between the General Tire and other tires?
I don't know. What's the difference?
Mary, don't ask him that. Don't ask him that.
It's too late now, Jack.
The General Tire has the safety tread, is noiseless and blowout-proof.
Yes.
While the General Tire is blowout-proof, noiseless.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
Hollywood, California, Monday, November 9th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans in Alias Jimmy Valentine with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Pat O'Brien, Madge Evans, Alan Jenkins, and William Frawley. Our guests, Melvin Purvis, greatest G-man in history, and Carolyn Newell, showgirl. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. To the visible audience with us tonight in our theater on Hollywood Boulevard, and to our unseen listeners the world over, greetings and good wishes from Lux. And now, a brief word to the ladies. Suppose you had spent millions of dollars just for clothes. Wouldn't it be logical for you to spare nothing to safeguard so huge an investment? Well, that's exactly the position motion pictures are in. Yet, go to all the leading studios here in Hollywood, and you'll find they use inexpensive Lux flakes. Try a box tomorrow. Your clothes will wear longer and look newer when cared for in these gentle, marvelously effective flakes. And now, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play came out of the darkest chapter in the life of O. Henry. Under his real name, William Sidney Porter, O. Henry served a term in the Ohio State Penitentiary. While there, he met Jimmy Connors, a safecracker, who told the author the history of his life, which O. Henry wrote into a short story, and from this, Paul Armstrong fashioned our play, Alias Jimmy Valentine. Tonight's Jimmy Valentine, Pat O'Brien, made his debut on the stage as an angel in a Christmas pageant. A rather disastrous beginning because his wings kept falling off. Years later, Pat landed on Broadway and came to Hollywood as Hildy Johnson, the star reporter of The Front Page. Pat has remained a headliner ever since and is seen next in The Great O'Malley. Madge Evans made her screen debut at the age of 3. She has been chosen by 69 universities as the typical American college girl, but she never went to college. Madge, whose current picture is Piccadilly Jim, is heard tonight as Mary Lane. Besides Pat, there are two other Irishmen on our program. Alan Jenkins, heard as Red, and William Frawley as Doyle, the detective. And here goes the curtain as the Lux Radio Theater presents Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien in the title role and Madge Evans, with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. Our story begins behind the grim, forbidding walls of Sing Sing Prison, Ossining, New York. In the gray light of early morning, an endless line of men plods steadily through an endless corridor. Somewhere in that line is a quiet, easy-mannered young prisoner, Jimmy Valentine, number 87403, serving a term for safe-cracking. As the men near the entrance to the jute mill, the guards keep careful watch.
Halt! Number 87403. Step out, 87403.
Here.
The warden wants to see you, Valentine. Go to his office.
Right away?
Right away.
Thanks.
Ready? Out!
Oh, come in, Valentine.
Yes, sir. The guard said you wanted to see me.
Yes. I suppose you know what it's about.
The pardon?
It came through last night. You'll be leaving tomorrow.
Well, that's certainly good news.
3 years off. I told you to behave yourself in here.
Yes, sir.
It also pays to behave yourself when you're out.
Yes, sir.
What are you going to do, Valentine?
Get a job, I hope.
A steady one?
If I can.
Good. I'm not going to give you the usual talk, Valentine. I don't think you need it. You're smart enough to know your way around, and nothing I can say is going to make much difference. Just remember that from now on, it's up to you. You can go straight, or you can crack a couple of safes and land back here with a second offender's sentence. Now, which is it going to be?
Oh, I'm going straight.
Sure of that?
Positive.
That'll be all. You can report to Wilson now over at the jute mill. Tell him I said you're to be off all duty today.
Thank you, sir.
See you tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Valentine.
Warden said to report to you. I'm off duty today.
Oh, you're going to leave us, eh?
Tomorrow morning.
Well, take your last look at the jute mill.
Thanks. I've seen enough of it right now.
I just wanted you to remember what it's like so you won't be itching to get back.
Don't worry. I'll be hearing this noise in my sleep for the next 10 years. I'm going to get a job in a nice, quiet office where they even put silencers on the pencil sharpeners.
Well, lots of luck.
Well, you seem to know what it's all about, Valentine. Do you think you could hold down a job like this? Pretty important.
Well, I'd certainly like to try.
Well, I'm almost tempted to let you. Where'd you work last?
Why, I haven't had a job for a long time, Mr. Nolan. You see...
Well?
I've been in prison.
Prison?
Yes, I thought I'd better tell the truth about it and maybe...
Prison? I'm afraid that killed your chances, Valentine.
Oh, but I'm straight now. If you only let me out...
I'm sorry. I appreciate your telling the truth, but we won't be able to take you on. Good morning.
To come back today, Mr. Sharp. I thought it was all set.
Well, it was. But I've been doing a little investigating, Valentine. You're not the man for the job.
Oh, I get it.
Why didn't you tell me you'd served time?
Would it have made any difference?
Well, I don't know. I'm sorry, Valentine.
All right. Thanks, anyway. Oh, but there must be some mistake. Mr. Whitley told me he was completely satisfied.
All I know is that he doesn't want to see you. You're to get your check from the cashier.
Fired, huh?
I'm afraid so. You see, there was a man in yesterday, a detective, and Well...
Sure, I know. He's checking up on me. Okay. Give me a little time to clean up my desk.
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Valentine. Maybe you'll get another job, too.
Yeah. Maybe.
May I have some ham and egg toast and coffee, and let me have it hurry.
Was it black coffee you wanted, mister?
That's right.
Anything else? There's toast on the breakfast.
No, don't bother.
Yes, sir?
Tomato juice, please. Hello, Valentine.
Huh? Well, if it isn't Mr. Doyle. How's the detective business, Doyle?
Fine. You mind if I sit down?
Suit yourself.
Thanks. I saw you come in here, Valentine, and thought I'd come over and pass the time of day.
Yeah, well, that's nice of you. What time is it?
Oh, still a smart guy, huh? I guess being in the big house ain't changed you any. Who sprung you?
I beg your pardon?
You know what I'm talking about. Who got you out of stir?
Oh, the governor. He pardoned me.
When?
About a month ago.
That's great.
Yeah, you don't seem very pleased, Doyle.
Why should I be? I had enough trouble putting you up there.
Sure you did, on framed evidence.
What do you mean, framed evidence?
Just what I said. I didn't pull that bank job in Danville, and you know it, but you bribed a couple of double-crossing stool pigeons to swear they saw me in Danville the night the bank was cracked. You weren't smart enough to get me on your own, Doyle. You had to frame me.
Why, you cheap little crook. I ought to sock you right on the chin.
Oh, sure you ought to. But I wouldn't if I were you. You haven't got me in the jug now. I'm a decent, law-abiding citizen.
Yeah, well, you won't be for long. I'll slap a big stretch on you if I have to follow you to China.
Yeah, but you'll have to get something on me first.
I'll take care of that, mister. Wait till you pull your next job.
How do you know I'm going to pull one?
How do I know? I get you. You're going to hand me that line about going straight, huh? Well, I'd like to believe you, Valentine. I'd be the first guy to give you a break. But guys like you can't go straight. It's in your blood. You'll be cracking another safe inside of a month. And when you do, I'll be right behind you with a pair of bracelets.
All right, copper. But you get this. Until that time comes, I want you to lay off of me. Let me alone.
Oh, no. I'm going to keep my eye on you, Valentine. I'm going to watch every move you make.
Sure, what a nice, pleasant guy you are. Man's got a swell chance to go straight with a flatfoot like you tailing him every minute. I've done my bit, haven't I?
Yeah, part of it.
What are you talking about? I just told you I was pardoned.
I wasn't thinking about the stretch you did for the Danville job.
Oh.
What I meant was that you never served a day for cracking that safe in Springfield.
Springfield?
Now, don't play innocent, Valentine. No one ever did find out who was responsible for that job. But we've been digging up a little more evidence lately, and it looks like you.
You're daffy. I was never in Springfield in my life.
Which Springfield?
No Springfield.
Wait a minute. I happen to know you were, see? In Springfield, Mass. You were there the same night the job was pulled.
Yeah, but you've got to prove that, mister.
Don't worry, I will. It may take a little time, a year, maybe 5 years. But as long as we're both alive, I'll be working on it. So long, Valentine. I'll see you in the DA's office.
Rat. Waitress,
Yes, sir?
give me a check, will you, please?
Okay. Orange juice and 2 cups of coffee. 35 cents.
All right. Keep the change.
Thank you, sir.
Adam and Eve on a ramp. All right, let's go.
Hey, Jimmy. How are you, fella?
Red. Better than ever. Gee, it's good to see you, Jimmy.
Oh, and that goes double for you, kid.
You're looking swell. No fooling.
Well, I feel all right. I didn't think you were going to come, Red. I've been waiting inside all morning.
Yeah, the train was 2 hours late. I just got in about 15 minutes ago. Then I seen Flatfoot Doyle sitting with you, so I stayed out here.
Well, come on, we can't talk here. We'll go up to my place.
Sure.
Well, here we are, Red. Not much, but it'll do.
This place is okay. I like the old one, though.
No, the bankroll's not like the old one either. Sit down.
Yeah. Say, what did Doyle want with you anyway?
Doyle? Oh, nothing much, I guess. Just trying to put the screws on me, that's all.
He would.
Says he's got some new evidence about that Springfield business.
You don't think he has, do you?
No, I don't think so. Mostly bluff, I guess. Well, Red, what have you been doing with yourself?
Oh, I've been doing all right. Little jobs here and there out on the coast. Nothing much to speak of. I've been kind of waiting for you.
Yeah.
Say, that reminds me. What was all that junk about you going straight?
What's that?
You know, all that stuff you wrote in the letter about getting a job and going straight.
Oh, yeah, that. Forget it, Red.
Sure. I knew you was only kidding.
You ever try to be honest, Red?
Oh, me? Oh, no.
No? Well, it's a pretty thankless job. I came out of stir a month ago with a mind all made up to go on the straight and narrow. I was going to look for a position, a steady one.
Doing what?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't care much what I did. When I was in the jug, I worked in the jute mill in the morning and on the books in the afternoon, in the office. It taught me a lot about accounting. I thought maybe I could get something in that line.
Accounting, huh? Well,
I guess I should have known better. I haven't got a chance.
Yeah, jobs is kind of scarce.
No, Red, it isn't that so much. It's my record. My record and a couple of rats like Doyle. Keep hounding you every minute of the day, every day of the week.
Yeah, nice guys, them dicks.
Oh, it's not all of them, I guess. Most of the men on the force are all right. They got their jobs, and they do them just like you do yours. But you'll always find a few that are looking for a soft job behind a desk, and they don't care how they get it. Fellas like Doyle. He's hounding me now for something that happened 3 years ago. I told him I wanted to go straight, but what difference did it make? He'd like to send me up for life. He's going to follow me all over the map till he does.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to blow this town on the first rattler I can get.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Sticks, probably, where nobody knows me. I'll change my name, keep on the move till Doyle gets tired of looking for me.
Well, what name are you going to use, Jimmy? I ought to know in case I want to reach you.
Randall. Lee Randall.
Randall, go on.
Then I'm going to pull a job. Just one, Red. But it's going to be a pep.
Now you're talking.
I'll make enough in one haul to set me up for life. Catch the first boat for Europe and spend the rest of my days making mud pies on the French Riviera.
Swell. When do we leave for the States?
Hey.
Sure. You ain't going to crack no safe without me, are you?
Oh, I'm afraid of that.
All tickets, please. Have your tickets ready. Tickets, mister.
Here you are. What time do we arrive in Glendale, Conductor?
4:58.
Thank you.
Tickets, please. Where's your ticket, lady?
My ticket? Well, I've been waiting for you to come through the train, conductor. You see, I haven't got a ticket.
You got on at Warrenstown, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I'm going to Glendale.
Glendale. Let me see now. Warrenstown to Glendale. Now, that'll be $7.32.
Oh, but don't you see, well, I haven't any money either.
What's that?
No, I lost my purse just before I got on the train. I left it on the counter at the information booth, and my ticket was in it, and, well, I thought perhaps I could explain it to you, and...
I'm sorry, miss, but I don't know just what I can do about it.
Well, my mother's meeting me at the station in Glendale. She'll give you the money then.
Well, we changed conductors 4 stations this side of Glendale. I don't know.
Conductor.
Yes, sir?
I'm getting off at Glendale. I'll pay the young lady's fare.
Oh, well, that'll be all right, then, sir.
Oh, thank you, but I couldn't let you do that.
Please, it's quite all right. Your mother can pay me back when we arrive. See, I think you said 7:32, Conductor?
Yes, sir.
There you are.
Thank you, sir. 7:32 and 8 is $7.50, and 50 is $8.
Thank you.
Tickets? Have your tickets, please. Tickets?
That was awfully nice of you.
No, that's all right.
I feel like a perfect fool.
Well, I've been in the same boat myself. I'll probably be in it again sometime.
Well, I only hope you'll meet someone as kind-hearted as you've been to me.
Thanks.
I don't know what I would have done, really. I haven't a penny with me. You see, I'm not used to being away from home very much.
You live in Glendale?
Oh, yes, I've always lived there. That's where I was born. I suppose I ought to introduce myself. My name is Mary Lane.
Well, how do you do, Miss Lane? My name is Randall. Lee Randall.
How do you do? I'm awfully glad to meet you. I guess I ought to be. You're going to Glendale, too, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever been there before?
No, this will be my first visit.
I thought so.
Why?
Well, I've never seen you before. It's a very small town, and, well, you get to know everybody. Do you expect to stay long?
Well, that depends.
Oh, this is just a business trip.
Yes, in a way. You see, I have no business. I am just sort of looking around.
You want to invest in something?
No, not exactly. I'm going to look for a job.
Well, why go to Glendale?
Well, I don't know. I just thought I might have more of a chance in a small town.
Oh, I see what you mean. What sort of work do you do, Mr. Randall?
Well, I'm an accountant.
An accountant? Where did you work last?
Last?
Yes.
Well, I worked for the state. Yes, the state.
Oh, a government job.
Yes, you might call it that.
I hope you don't think I'm impertinent asking you questions like this.
Oh, not at all.
But you see, I have a reason. Well, when you said you were an accountant, I thought I might be able to help you.
Help me?
Oh, yes. Not directly, of course. But I think my father might be able to find you something. I'll speak to him tonight.
Oh, no, please, don't bother.
But I'd like to. You were so awfully nice to me, and I'd feel as though I were returning the favor. But at least I could introduce you to him, and even if he couldn't use you himself, it'd be a good contact for you. He's rather a prominent person in Glendale.
Oh, yes?
He's the president of the Farmers Bank.
Oh, I see.
Why, what's the matter? Wouldn't you care to work in a bank, Mr. Randall?
Oh, yes. I think I'd feel right at home working in a bank.
Sit down, Mr. Randall. Sit down.
Thank you.
My daughter tells me that you're looking for a job.
That's right, Mr. Lane. I've been looking for one for quite some time.
You're an accountant, eh?
That's right.
You ever work in a bank?
No, I haven't.
Mary seems to think that I ought to put you on.
Yes, I know. She told me she was going to speak to you. I asked her not to bother.
Well, you understand my position, Mr. Randall.
Why, of course I do. You don't know anything about me. That in itself would be enough reason for not giving me a job.
I'm glad you see it in that light.
Of course.
But on the other hand, the fact that I'm not acquainted with you is not evidence that you couldn't fill a position very satisfactorily. As a matter of fact, we need a teller right now. And I'm quite willing to see what I can do for you.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind.
I suppose you have references?
Yes, I have. I brought them with me, if you'd like to look them over.
I'd like to very much.
The first one here is from the general manager of a firm I worked for several years ago. The Mohawk Lock Company.
The Mohawk Lock? Don't believe I've ever heard of it. What sort of a firm was it?
A manufacturing company. They manufactured safes. I was with the Mohawk Company for about 2 years, and then I got an offer from another firm to go out to Chicago and take over the office. Hello? Long distance? You told me I was connected with New York, but... Oh, I am. Thank you. Hello? Hello, Red? This is Jimmy. Yeah, I'm up in Glendale, Red. Glendale. And listen, Red, I landed a job. Where do you hear? I'm a teller in a bank. Bank. B-A-N-K. Bank.
In a moment, we will continue with the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans. But first, we'll take you to a pleasant home on Outpost Drive, not far from Hollywood Boulevard. 8-year-old Catherine is holding a stepladder while her mother fixes a picture which hangs crooked.
Mommy, do you have to wear old stockings around the house?
These aren't old, dear. I just seem to be unlucky about always getting runs.
I saw a funny in the paper yesterday about cutting down runs.
Oh, there isn't anything you can do about it.
But, Mommy, I have the paper right here. It says washing stockings with Lux cuts down runs because it saves
The word is elasticity, darling.
Well, if Lux saves it, Mommy, why don't you try some?
Well, maybe I should. In fact, I will. Let you and I go to the store and get some.
When stockings go into runs too quickly, it's extravagant to throw them away, a nuisance to mend them, and untidy to wear them around the house. That's why more and more women are taking to Lux for stockings. Lux preserves the elasticity of the silk, so stockings give without breaking into runs so easily under sudden strain. Cake soap rubbing and soaps with harmful alkali tend to weaken elasticity. Lux has no harmful alkali, saves elasticity. Make a note to buy some Lux tomorrow. See how it cuts down your runs. And once more, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with our story, Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans, with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. 6 months have passed. The little town of Glendale has gone peacefully on its way. For strangely enough, no burglar alarms have disturbed the quiet of the night, and the Farmers National Bank is still intact. We're in the living room of the Lane home, where Mary is carelessly turning over the pages of the town newspaper. Suddenly, she sees an interesting item in the social column and turns eagerly to her mother.
Look, Mother. It's in the Glendale News.
What, Mary?
About Lee. Listen. Mr. Lee Randall, a newcomer to Glendale, has been making quite a name for himself down at the Farmers Bank. We understand that Mr. Lane has given him 2 promotions within 6 months. More power to you, Mr. Randall. We are glad to have you in our midst. Isn't it marvelous, Mother?
Well, I should say so.
I wonder if Lee's seen it yet. I'll save it and show it to him when he comes.
You like Mr. Randall, don't you, Mary?
Why, yes. Everybody does.
Well, everybody isn't in love with him.
Mother.
Oh, you needn't be so shocked. You are in love with him, aren't you?
Well, yes, a little bit.
I knew you were. Does he care for you, Mary?
I think so. He hasn't said very much, but...
But he manages to give that impression.
Yes.
Well, if I must lose you, I can't think of anyone I'd rather lose you to.
Oh, Mother, you're sweet.
Mother!
Yes, Kitty?
Bobby's making noises in the door. I am not. He's frightening me, Mother.
Bobby, you stop that. I'll be up there in a minute if you don't.
Archie, that's a big scissors.
Oh, those children.
I'll take it, Mother.
Hello? Hello, Lee? Yes. How are you?
What? Why, what's the matter? Oh, I see. Tomorrow night? All right. I'll wait for you to call. Goodbye.
What's the matter, dear?
Oh, he can't come over tonight. He has to stay home and entertain.
Entertain?
Yes. An old friend of his just arrived in town. I think Lee said he was from New York.
What's it all about, Jimmy? What's eating you anyhow?
I don't know myself, Red.
Don't give me that. There's something wrong. Here, I've been waiting to hear from you for the last 6 months.
I wrote to you, didn't I?
Yeah, nice little friendly letters about the weather up here and what a nice little town it is and whose pig had puppies. But nothing about pulling off the job. Not a word about cracking the bank.
What bank?
The Farmers National Bank.
I never said I was going to pull a job there.
Sure you did.
I did not. I told you I was working there, that's all.
Well, for crying out loud, ain't that why you took the job, so you could crack the vault?
Well, maybe. But I changed my mind.
Well, now, ain't that noble? Wait a second. Is there a dame mixed up in this someplace?
Well,
is there?
Yes, but she's not a dame, Red. She's a girl.
I knew it. Whenever a guy starts calling a dame a girl, you can expect trouble. You ain't thinking of getting married to her.
Well, I'd like to someday.
You know, I think this country air has gone to your head. Have you thought about Doyle?
What about him?
Suppose he catches up with you. He'd follow you to the South Pole if he thought he could hook the bracelets on you.
What for?
For that Springfield job. What do you think? He might have the evidence right now.
I'm not worried about the Springfield job.
Oh, no?
No. I got an alibi, Red. I've been working on it for the last 3 months, and it's a beaut.
All right, so you got an alibi. So what? Even if Doyle swallows it, you'll be in the soup anyway.
You mean you'll tell everyone about my record?
Sure. And I guess that'd be kind of a surprise to that dame. I mean, that girl of yours.
Well, it's a chance I'll have to take, Red. There's one thing I'm sure of. I'm staying here, and I'm staying straight.
And what about those mud pies on the French Riviera? That's out, huh?
Yeah, Red. That's out.
To me, it's very discouraging, Jimmy. Here you are, the best cracksman in the business, the only guy in the world who can open a safe without using tools and nitro, and you're throwing away your whole future for a skirt.
I'm not throwing it away, Red. I'm making it.
I don't suppose there's nothing I can say then.
To change my mind? No. No, I got my chance now, Red. I'm not going to muff it.
Well, I guess that's that. I feel kind of bad, Jimmy. I mean, well, we've been pals for a long time.
Oh, well, gee, kid, can't we still be pals?
Yeah, a banker and a crook. That'll make a swell combination.
Well, wouldn't have to be a crook, Red.
Well?
You could go straight, too.
Nothing doing. I ain't going to slave my life away in no regular job. 8 hours a day for chicken feed? Oh, no.
Oh, you got the wrong idea, Red. You think a regular job is dull, uninteresting. Well, it isn't. There's a big kick in it.
Not for me, there wouldn't be.
Of course there would. I used to think exactly the same as you do, but look at me now.
Yeah, look at you now. A softy.
Well, all right. But I'm happy. Red, I'm happier than I've ever been in my life. Why don't you take a word out of it, kid? I can get you a job up here.
In Glendale?
Sure, be right near each other. What do you say?
I don't know, Jimmy. There ain't nothing I can do anyhow.
If I sign something you can do, will you take it?
Well...
Will you, yes or no?
All right.
Swell.
But get this. I ain't doing it because I want to go straight, see? I'm doing it because you're asking me.
All right, then be tough.
You said it. Now, what do I do?
Well, if a fella's made up his mind to go straight, there's only one thing to do. Expose him to temptation right off the bat. And if he pulls through, he's all right.
Okay, spill it. What's the job?
Red,
I'm going to make you a night watchman in the Farmers National Bank.
Hello. Randall speaking. Oh, yes, Mr. Williams. Well, you see, I just got to the office. I haven't had time to check on that yet. Suppose you drop in and see me this afternoon. All right. Bye.
Good morning, boss.
Hello, Red. Come on in. How's the night watchman?
I'm all right. Kind of tired, though.
Well, say, you ought to be. If you weren't, it might be a bad sign.
Hey, I ain't sleeping on the job, believe me.
What are you doing around here this time of the morning? You ought to be home in bed.
Yeah, but they're just finishing a new vault. I've been helping them put it in. You seen it yet?
No, only the blueprints. I hear it's a neat job.
It's a pip. Moves like clockwork and safe. Say, I couldn't open that vault inside of a month.
Well, see that you don't try, mister.
Oh, don't worry. I'm satisfied.
No kid. Now you're Red on the level.
Yep. It's funny, ain't it? Sometimes I don't think I'm the same guy.
Yeah, a couple of years can make a big difference.
I'll say. Look at you. Assistant cashier and all set to marry the boss's daughter.
No, she's a great girl, Red.
You're telling me?
Hello. Oh, yes. Tell him I'll be out there in a couple of minutes.
May I come in?
Mary, how are you?
I just dropped by with Kitty and Bobby. They wanted to see Father. Hello, Mr. Davis.
Morning, Miss Lane.
I see they have the new vault in already.
Yeah, I was just telling Mr. Randall about it.
Father's out there now, giving it the once-over.
Yeah? Well, I'll ankle out and see if there's something I can do. Excuse me.
Well, how are you, darling?
All right.
Well, don't I get a kiss?
Think you deserve one?
What do you think? Oh, gee, I'm crazy about you, Mary.
Are you? I love you, too.
You know, honey, I can't wait for next month to roll around. Wonder what it's going to feel like waiting up there at the altar while you come walking down the aisle.
Stumbling down the aisle. I'll probably be so nervous I won't be able to stand. Look, I've been shopping this morning.
Good. What'd you get?
Wait till you see. There. How do you like it?
Say, that's swell. It's beautiful. What is it?
It's material for curtains.
I thought it was the bridal veil.
It has so, Bobby. It has not. It has so. I tell you, it has not.
Kitty, Bobby, what's the matter?
Oh, she says the new vault has a radio in it.
A radio?
Yes, it has, Mary. It has a round thing with numbers. She means a dial on the outside. Isn't that a radio? Isn't it, Mr. Randall?
Well, no, Kitty. I'm afraid it isn't, but I'll have one put in if you like it.
There you are, smarty.
Bobby, behave yourself. I'm going in to see Father, and if you don't stop acting like a young hoodlum, I'll tell him.
I ain't doing nothing.
Well, see that you don't.
Wait a second, Mary. I'll go with you. I want to speak to the teller a minute.
Bobby.
What?
Want to play something?
No.
Oh, Bobby, come on. Play something with me.
Well, all right.
You'll play banker. I'll be Father and you be somebody that wants to borrow money. No, I don't want to play that. Let's play elephant. You can be the elephant.
No.
I'm going to be a banker.
No. Sit down, madam.
Why? Don't ask questions. Sit down. All right.
I understand you wish a loan, madam.
Uh-huh.
Well, I thought so. Now, how much?
How much can I get?
No. You say a whole lot at first.
$50,000.
That's a great deal of money, madam.
Well, that's the most I could think of.
Don't talk that way. You'll be put out for saying things like that. I suppose you've got some kind of security, madam.
Well, I don't know.
Sure you have. You got a farm, haven't you?
Oh, yes, I got a farm.
Well, how large a farm?
A big one.
Well, that's good. Now, what grows on this farm?
Potatoes.
Anything else?
Potatoes and vegetables.
That's silly. Potatoes are vegetables, too.
They are not.
They are, too.
I'm going to ask Mr. Randall. Mr. Randall.
Go ahead and ask him. You'll see.
Mr. Randall. Oh, Mr. Randall.
Oh, I told him I'd see him this afternoon, Smith. You better let me take care of it.
Yes, Mr. Randall.
Mr. Randall.
That'll be all, Smith.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Randall. Go ahead and ask him. Ask him.
Say, now, what's going on here? Another argument?
Bobby says potatoes are vegetables. Sure they are. Are they, Mr. Randall?
Well, now, Kitty, that's a question that requires a lot of thought.
Hey, boss.
Yes, Fred?
I got to speak to you right away. Get rid of them kids.
Oh, all right. Now, listen, you youngsters. Run out and play, will you?
Sure. Come on, Kitty. I'll show you the new ball. Bye, Mr. Randall.
All right, Red, what's the excitement?
Come into the office quick. I got to speak to you.
Well, what's the matter?
Plenty. Doyle's here.
What?
Doyle, that copper. He's here.
Where?
In Mr. Lane's office. I seen him go in.
Holy...
He's after you, Jimmy. Sure as shooting.
It's about the Springfield job. He said he was digging up new evidence.
He must have found it. Come on, Jimmy. Let's get out of
Wait
here.
a minute. Does he know you?
I don't think so.
All right, then sit tight. I'll handle Doyle.
What do you mean?
Just keep quiet and let me do the talking. I'm going to alibi that guy till he's dizzy.
Alibi?
Now, listen, you get this. I'm not Jimmy Valentine, Red. I never heard of him. I've been straight all my life, and I can prove it.
What are you talking about?
Come here. Let's see, where is that thing? Oh, yes, here we are. Here. See this book?
Yeah?
Scrapbook full of newspaper clippings. Every clipping is about Lee Randall.
Lee Randall? That's you.
Sure, but it was also my cousin.
You had a cousin by that name?
That's right. He lived in San Francisco. Went to Alaska a couple of years ago, never came back. This was his book of newspaper clippings. Here, read this one.
San Francisco News, January 12th, 1929. Lee Randall, principal speaker at Club Banquet.
Take another look at that date line, Red.
January 12th.
Mean anything to you?
No.
No? Well, the Springfield job was pulled on January the 11th.
I get it. Oh, wait a minute. You could have grabbed a plane, couldn't you?
No, I checked on that, too. They didn't have 24-hour service in 1929.
Well, that sounds good. But listen, Jimmy, Doyle knows you. He ain't going to let you walk out under his nose just because you got some newspaper clippings.
No, I got more than clippings. Got a picture. Here. Look at this. Group picture, the banquet. The date on it. And my face right in the front row.
Holy gee, it is you. I don't get this, Jimmy.
Cinch. Had a photographer do a double negative job for me. Took out one of the other faces and put mine in its place. Red, I've been waiting for this day. Hoping it would never come, but waiting for it just the same. I've been going straight now for almost 3 years. I got a chance to marry the swellest girl in the world. And I'm not going to let anything slip.
But can you get away with it? Will Doyle swallow that stuff?
He's got to.
Yeah, but if he don't, what do you do then?
I do 10 more years in the jute mill. We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Pat O'Brien, Madge Evans, and our all-star cast resume the events of Alias Jimmy Valentine in a few moments. The girl we hear next never made the headlines, but she's an important part of Hollywood, the chorus girl. As captain of a group of Hollywood's fairest, all 12 of whom are in the audience tonight, she leaves this week on an airplane tour to exploit Warner Brothers' musical Gold Diggers of 1937. If you want to meet a screen showgirl, here's your chance. She's not only blonde, beautiful, shapely, but, I understand, capable of completing a whole sentence. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Carolyn Newell.
Oh, hello, Mr. DeMille. Gee, you're cute.
Well, you're not so bad. We're on the air, Miss Newell.
Oh, just like a radio program?
Practically the same.
And everybody hears whatever I say?
Yes, they do.
Oh, goody. Hello, Jack. Hello, Mortimer.
Just a
Hello,
minute.
Mr. Jacoby.
Just
Hello,
a minute.
Hello.
Don't say anything until I ask you a question. Then talk straight into this. This is a microphone, Miss Newell, see? Microphone.
But of course, an apparatus for converting audio energy into electrical energy. Anybody knows that.
Well, upon my word.
Microphone, it comes from the Greek word micros, meaning small.
Oh, you know a little Greek.
Not anymore. I haven't seen him in years. Oh, Nicholas.
Miss Newell, you're quite an enigma.
Oh, and I like you, too.
What I'm struggling to determine is how you got into pictures.
Well, when I was in high school...
You were in high school?
I'll thank you for not interrupting me, sir.
But how did you get into pictures?
Well, a Spanish boy I knew taught me to speak Spanish, and I got a job in a foreign language studio. After that, I was with Jean Harlow's stand-in at Metro, and then I went to Warner Brothers.
Mm-hmm. Are all showgirls like you, are they?
Mr. DeMille, you say the nicest things.
Oh, well. What are your latest pictures?
Stage Struck, Cain and Mabel, and now Gold Diggers.
Do you smoke or drink?
Thanks, but hadn't we better wait till we're through?
What's the showgirl's idea of marriage?
Well, it's like this. If a man came along with plenty of money, I think most of us would like to get married, providing we fell in love. That's important, too. But personally, if a man without money wanted to marry, I don't think it would be fair to either of us. You see, showgirls are really too independent to...
I'm afraid
right.
I'm afraid that the pilot of that plane is going to find himself in a spin with all you gold diggers aboard. Do you like the idea of flying?
Swell. The only trouble is that with 12 of us in one plane, there won't be much room left for clothes. But we know how to get around that.
How?
Did you ever hear of Lux Flakes?
Well, sounds familiar.
They solve our problem. Each night when we stop off at a hotel, we do a little washing with Lux Flakes. We use Lux all the time at the studio for our sweaters and costumes. And we use it on our trip, not only for convenience, but because we want to look our best always. You ought to try it sometime.
I will. Sounds like lots of fun.
Yes, indeed, Mr. DeMille. This has been lots of fun. If I haven't given the audience a very concrete idea of what a Hollywood showgirl is really like, maybe it's because we're actually no different than other girls. No smarter and, well, I guess no dumber. Just trying to make good and waiting for the right man. Thanks loads and good night.
Good night, Miss Newell. Back to our play, Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans, with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. It's just a few minutes since Jimmy learned that Doyle was in the bank looking for him. Alone in his office, Jimmy is pacing the floor nervously. The door opens, and Mary enters hurriedly.
Lee.
Yes, Mary?
Lee, I just came from Father's office. There's a man there, a detective. He's been asking Father a lot of questions about you.
About me? Well,
He said you're not Lee Randall. He said your name is Jimmy Valentine.
Valentine?
Lee, what's wrong? What's it all about? I'm frightened.
Oh, now take it easy, Mary. Everything will be all right.
But he's going to arrest you. He said so. I sneaked out of the office to warn you. Lee,
I tell you, Mr. Doyle, this is ridiculous.
Maybe it is, and maybe it ain't.
Lee,
Yes, Mr. Lane?
this man has just been asking me some questions about you. He's a detective.
Oh, yes?
Says his name is Doyle, and...
That's all right, Mr. Lane. He don't need an introduction to me. Do you, Valentine?
Valentine? My name is Randall.
Oh, come on. I wasn't born yesterday. I know your face like I know my own.
Mr. Doyle, you're making a mistake.
No, I ain't. He's Jimmy Valentine, wanted in the state of Massachusetts for cracking a safe in Springfield. I got all the evidence I need.
Maybe you have, but you've got the wrong man.
Of course you have. This is preposterous.
Now listen to me, all of you. I came all the way up here to put the bracelets on this bird, and I'm going to do it, see? Now, do you come peacefully, Valentine, or do I have to use force?
Oh, I wouldn't try that if I were you. You've evidently mistaken me for someone else.
Oh, I told you to can that stuff.
Why should I? I think I'm entitled to a chance to prove to you that I'm really Lee Randall.
Never mind that. How about proving you're not Jimmy Valentine?
He doesn't have to.
That's right, Mr. Lane. The burden of proof rests upon Mr. Doyle. He has to show beyond a reasonable doubt that I am Jimmy Valentine.
I'll do that when the right time comes.
Why don't you do it now?
All right, lady. Well, Valentine, suppose you tell us where you've been for the last 6 years or so.
Oh, of course, my name is Randall, but I don't mind answering your question. I came to Glendale 3 years ago. Before that, I spent the rest of my life in San Francisco.
You weren't doing a stretch about 3.5 years ago?
Of course not.
And I suppose you weren't in Springfield either on the night of January 11th, 1929.
I've answered that question. I was in San Francisco.
All right. Maybe you can prove that.
Yes, I think I can.
How?
Well, I don't know exactly, but... Wait a minute. I can prove it. Look. You see this scrapbook?
Well?
It's full of clippings about me. Let's see now. Maybe I can find something here. Sure, here we are. I think you said I was in prison 3.5 years ago. That would be 1932, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this ought to be close enough. Look. San Francisco Times, February 22nd, 1932. There's a list of names of people who attended the holiday ball. You'll find mine at the bottom. See it? See it? Lee Randall.
Yeah, I see it.
So you see? I was there, all right. Well, now maybe I can find something around another time. 1929. January. No. But I can't get the exact date. Wait a minute. Wait, here. You said January the 11th, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's a clipping from the 12th. I made a speech at a club banquet. There's a picture, too. Not in the paper, of course, but you can see it must have been the same banquet. The photographer even dated it. Let's see. Where am I in this? There. There I am, right in the front row.
Let me see. Well, I'll be...
Well, I guess that settles it, Mr. Doyle.
You certainly don't want any more proof, do you?
I don't know. I don't understand this.
Why not? It's very simple.
Yeah, that's just it. You know, you look enough like Valentine to be his twin brother.
It's a good thing I'm not. You seem pretty intent on catching up with him.
I've been after him for almost 3 years.
You must want him pretty badly.
Yeah. You see, he's the only man in the country who can open a safe by the sense of touch.
By the sense of touch? Impossible.
Not for him, it ain't. He rubs his fingers with sandpaper, see?
Sandpaper? Ooh,
Yeah. Scrapes the skin clean off them so they'll be more sensitive.
how terrible.
You don't really believe that, do you, Mr. Doyle?
Sure I do. Why not?
Well, I don't believe that any man could have so delicate a sense of touch.
Well, he has. And it's been the ambition of my life to see him work, to catch him with the goods.
Well, for the sake of the community, I hope you do.
Thanks.
What's that? Listen.
It's out near the cave.
Mr. Lane. Mr. Lane.
Hey, Red, what's the matter out there?
Something awful has happened.
What?
It's Kitty.
Kitty, what's the matter with her?
Talk up, man. What's happened?
She's locked in the vault.
What did you
She's
say?
in a new vault. She's locked in there.
Locked in the vault.
Quiet, Mary.
How did it happen?
Bobby, they were playing and he closed the door on her.
My baby, oh, God.
Take it easy, Mr. Lane. Where's the combination?
They haven't sent the combination yet. Nobody knows it.
Oh, Father.
Now, quiet, Mary, please.
I'm going out to the vault.
Stay where you are, Mr. Lane.
But she's locked in there.
You can't do her any good. Red, go out and clear the bank.
Okay, Mr. Randall.
Now, sit down, Mary, please, and be quiet.
Randall, what are you doing?
Hello, Miss Simpson. Give me the Globe Saving Ball Company right away. Might know the combination at the office.
Do you think so, Lee?
Take a chance.
How big is the vault she's in, Mr. Lane?
Oh, it's very small. It's full of safety boxes. Clear up to the ceiling.
That's not so good.
Why? What do you mean?
Shut up, Doyle.
Mr. Randall.
Hello, Red.
They're clearing the bank. Peters is attending to it.
All right, sit tight for a minute. Here we are. Hello. Globe? Randall speaking. Farmers National Bank, Glendale. Listen, I've got to have the combination of that new vault right away. Yes, the new vault. What? Where is it? Oh, let's see. All right.
Lee, what did they say?
They can't get it.
What?
Only one man in the office knows what the combination is. He's out for the day.
Oh, good God.
What are we going to do?
There must be somebody who can open it. There must be somebody.
There's only one person I could think of. Jimmy Valentine. Too bad he ain't here now. Eh, Randall?
Shut up, will you?
She can't last much longer. There's not enough air. She's suffocating.
Oh, Father.
Oh, don't, Mary. We'll get her out of there.
But how? How, Lee?
I know a way. It's an awfully hard way for me, but I'll get her out.
Lee.
How you going to do it, Mr. Randall?
Stick around, Doyle, and watch. Red.
Yeah?
Red, go down to the workshop. Yeah? Bring me back 4 sheets of rough sandpaper.
Sandpaper? Well, that's a coincidence.
Mary, you must be quiet. You can't work if you do that.
Yes, Father.
How's it going, fella?
I don't know yet. I don't know. Can't feel. Give me that sandpaper again, Red.
Here you are. Don't you think I've done enough of that?
Shut up and let me alone.
You'll bleed.
So what? Don't talk, I tell you. I heard it. Oh, missed it again. I fell it that time. I felt the dog lift. There it is.
21.
21, right. Remember that.
I got it.
Give me that paper.
Be quiet, miss. It's the only way you can work.
52 left.
52 left.
Now I'm getting there. I can feel every jar of it. How many bolts has door got, Red?
12.
12? Here we are again. This is 11. I think I noticed rotation.
11.
Right.
Randall, are you getting it?
In a minute, Mr. Lane.
What's that?
She's kicking the bed against the door again. Stop it, Kitty. Stop it.
Don't waste your lungs, Red. Keep your nerve. 42.
42.
That's what it ought to be. Now. 1.
1.
It's your rotation, all right. 10 off the first. On 2, 3, and back. Now. 1 more, Red.
Hurry. If you can stop, she might be dead.
Oh, no.
Wait a minute. There it is.
Pull it open. Get that door open. Here it comes.
Kitty. Kitty.
Here she is on the floor.
Give it to me. She's dead.
No, she's breathing. She'll be all right. Get her down to the doctor's now. Quick.
Someone come with me.
Red, help carry her.
Sure. Let me take her, Mr. Lane. And don't worry. She'll be all right. Just take it easy now.
Oh, Lee. Look at your poor fingers.
Huh? Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, they're all right.
That was a neat job opening that safe.
Yeah, wasn't it? Guess you win after all, Doyle. I'm ready to go with you.
Go where?
Massachusetts.
Oh, no. I ain't going to Massachusetts. I ain't going any place in particular, and neither are you. She needs you more than the state of Massachusetts.
What do you mean?
I mean that you were right, see? I made a big mistake a few minutes ago. I thought you were Jimmy Valentine. Ain't that a riot? Well, I guess I'll run along. I don't suppose we'll ever meet again, Mr. Randall, so I'll say goodbye for good. But wait a minute. Just to retain your respect, Jimmy, don't think I fell for that double negative photograph. So long.
Well,
He's gone.
yes, but he knows who I am, Mary. So do you.
Yes, darling. Your name is Lee Randall.
Alias Jimmy Valentine.
Lee Randall. And we're going to be married next month.
You mean that?
Oh, you know I do.
Gee, that's funny. I told Red once I was going to crack one more safe. I guess that was it.
Jimmy Valentine's last job is finished, but not Pat O'Brien's. With Madge Evans, he returns shortly to the microphone. In the annals of law enforcement, no name struck greater fear in the hearts of criminals, or will be remembered by this nation with greater gratitude than that of Melvin Purvis. Mr. Purvis received his law degree from the University of his native South Carolina and practiced law before entering the Department of Justice. Though he was less than 5 feet 9 inches in height and weighed not quite 130 pounds, he became head of the Chicago office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the powerful organization which waged a relentless battle against such wanton outlaws as Pretty Boy Floyd, Babyface Nelson, Vern Miller, the Toohey, Carpus, and Barker gangs, Vern Sankey, and John Dillinger. Today, Mr. Purvis is an attorney in San Francisco, as quiet and soft-spoken as when he proceeded to rid the country of its public enemies. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Melvin Purvis.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I've listened with interest to the story of the safecracker, Jimmy Valentine. Few of Jimmy Valentine's kind are left, but I remember one I met while running down a lead on John Dillinger. He had only the greatest scorn for bank robbers of today. Their greed for large hauls, their quickness on the trigger, and their wanton murders of innocent people thoroughly disgusted him.
Is it true that during the past several months, crime has been at a fortunate ebb?
Yes, but it must be emphasized that whatever gains law and order have attained over organized crime will be turned into disastrous defeat if any apathy is shown now by the public or by law enforcement officials. The last few years have demonstrated that crime can be successfully fought if intelligently fought.
Well, do you agree, Mr. Purvis, with those who think an American Scotland Yard would hold crime in greater check?
No, Mr. DeMille. Scotland Yard, although a highly efficient organization and one for which I have the utmost respect, is really nothing more than the Metropolitan Police Force of London. In 1935, there were 28 murders in Scotland Yard's territory. In the same year, 375 murders were committed in New York and 1,630 in Memphis, Tennessee. In other words, the Yard has never had to combat problems like ours.
Then what do you suggest as a means of halting crime?
First, it is the duty of Americans to see that the youth of our country is properly trained by giving more time and money to organizations that take boys off the street and out of dives. Second, modernization of local and state police. This can be done by giving our police at least as good equipment as the criminals have, by rewarding merit and weeding out incompetency. Third, our prison system must be improved. Few men emerge from prison without a Ph.D. in crime, and few fail to put this newly acquired knowledge into practice. Until prisoners are properly segregated in jail, until our parole and prison systems work hand in hand, the penitentiary will remain little more than a breeding place for more crime. Fourth, the public must cooperate with law enforcement officials at all times. Citizens who pay tribute to racketeering thugs only tie the noose more tightly around their own necks. These, ladies and gentlemen, are problems which must be solved. And while the country has a breathing spell, is the time to do something about solving them. thank you, Mr. DeMille, not only for your courtesy, but for the many hours of excellent entertainment provided by the Lux Radio Theater. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Perry. And now, let's get our Irish up and bring Pat O'Brien back to the microphone with Madge Evans.
I guess there'll be no holding Pat, Mr. DeMille, since you told us the real Jimmy Valentine was named Connors, another Irishman.
Oh, I knew that all the time.
Speaking of the Fighting Irish, Pat, how did it happen that you played football for Marquette instead of Notre Dame?
Well, I'll tell you, after the one game I was in against the Fighting Irish, most people thought I did play for Notre Dame.
Why, I understood you ran 95 yards for a touchdown.
No, that was just the dream of a publicity man, Madge. To tell the truth, they carried me off after the first few plays. Took Marquette several years to climb back from where I left them, but look at them now. Unbeaten and untied, and how many of those are there?
It looks like Marquette for the Rose Bowl, Pat. Maybe.
They're practically on the field now. Yes, sir, I'm so happy I could sing.
I dare you to.
Oh, well, there are people listening.
I've never known an Irishman who wouldn't take a dare.
Well, what can a man do?
Well, Mr. O'Brien, what will it be?
Well, all right, then. I'll sing the Charlady's Ball. You asked for it, and you're going to get it. At the Charlady's Ball, people said one and all, you're the belle of the ball, Mrs. Mulligan. We'd 1 steps and 2 steps, and the devil knows what new steps. We swore that we'd never be dull again, bedad. We had wine, porter, and Jameson. We'd cocktails and cocoa and all. We'd rumbas and tangos, half steps and fandangos. The night that we danced at the Charlady's Ball. I made it. Well, I hope you learned your lesson. Never dare an Irishman.
It was lovely, Pat. But before someone dares me to sing, I want to congratulate Lux for making Monday night my favorite evening at the radio, and to say good night.
Good night, Madge.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And listen, if you ever have any consideration for your audience, never let an actor sing again. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, me bye.
Thank you, Miss Evans and Mr. O'Brien. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Next week's program will be announced shortly by Mr. DeMille. Mr. O'Brien, Miss Newell, and Mr. Jenkins appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers. Miss Evans, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Mr. DeMille and Mr. Frawley, Paramount. And Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for the new film, Lloyds of London. 4.5-year-old Joan Field, who plays the part of Kitty, appeared through courtesy of B.P. Schulberg, her discoverer. And now, Mr. DeMille.
I look forward to next Monday night as a highlight in the history of the Lux Radio Theater. The event will be the presentation of Noel Coward's delightful romance, Conversation Piece, a musical and dramatic play which takes place in France and England during the Napoleonic era. Our stars, Miss Lily Pons of the Metropolitan Opera and Mr. Adolphe Manjou. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater brings you Lily Pons and Adolphe Manjou in Conversation Piece. Before closing, may I call your attention to the annual membership drive of the American Red Cross. Had it not been for this great Legion of Mercy, 131,000 families throughout the United States would be facing a tragic future today. The Red Cross has rebuilt and repaired homes, provided food, clothing, shelter, and medical attention for the victims of 105 disasters this year. Millions of Americans are enrolling in the Red Cross in order that its service may continue. Won't you please share in the Red Cross work? Contribute your dollar and enroll now through your local chapter. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Say, do you have a dog? If you do, you love him, don't you? Well, this is the story of a great dog who lived on a ranch near Knotty Pine. His name was Bim. Bim's masters were Otto Jorgensen and his two sons, Eric and Paul. Now, Bim was a very unusual dog, yet he wasn't any different from your dog in lots of ways. His love and devotion to his masters were boundless. Bim is gone now. That great dog heart is still. Those who love his memory are gathered in the lobby of the newly built Memorial Clinic for Animals. All of the rangers are there. Bill is the master of ceremonies for the dedication of this wonderful animal hospital. Let's join the crowd as they talk together.
Quite a crowd of folks gathering here. Almost fill the lobby, they do.
Ah, Bim, great dog. Have many friends.
I didn't realize so many people knew him.
Yes, Bim was quite a dog, all right. This animal hospital is a fitting memorial to him.
Oh, Bill, Otto's coming this way.
Oh, guess he wants me to start.
Bill, will you begin the ceremony, please?
Why, sure, Otto. Folks, we're gathered here today to dedicate the Bim Memorial Clinic for Animals, a building that is more than brick and steel and concrete. This hospital is a memorial to a great dog that we all loved and whose memory we'll cherish for a long, long time. The idea for this building originated with Otto Jorgensen and his two sons. They wanted this clinic to be a living token of their love and esteem for their dog. A good deal of the money came from folks like yourselves. This hospital and clinic was built for the study and treatment of animal diseases, so that the animals may enjoy a fuller and longer life. To the memory of Bim, a great dog, and his heroic deeds, we dedicate this building with all its equipment and staff. Also, so that no other animal will have to suffer the same slow and painful death, we dedicate the scientific research that will go on inside these walls. Thank you.
Mr. Jefferson, may I talk to you a minute?
Why, sure. What's on your mind?
Oh, I'm Ed Sloan. I'm a writer for Bencroft Newspapers and Dog Lovers Magazine.
I see.
We've a combined circulation of 500,000. I'd like to write the story of Bim's life, if I may. And I gather you're the one I ought to see.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Sloan, but that's not within my authority. You'll have to talk to Otto Jorgensen and his two sons. Perhaps they'll help you.
Ah, I understand. But I don't know Mr. Jorgensen.
I'd be glad to introduce you. They're over on the other side of the lobby talking to some friends.
Well, Mr. Sloan, I don't know how well I can tell this story, but maybe Bill can help me out in a few places. First thing, I ought to say I wasn't too sold on Bim at first.
Oh, why not, Mr. Jorgensen?
Well, I'd always set my heart on owning a pedigree dog. Bim was just a gangly puppy. Good blood, but a mixture. Bim actually was rather a badly put-together mass of fur, big paws, and powerful body. I never thought he'd amount to much, to tell you the truth. How wrong I was. I'll never forget one day when Bim was about 6 months old. Paul and Eric was playing with Bim on the front lawn.
Come on, sing it, Bim. Get Eric. Come on, pull his ears off. Atta boy, come on, chase him around. Come on, pull his ears off. Atta boy, come on, let's go.
Eric, Paul, what in the name of common sense are you doing, playing with that hound on the front lawn?
Jed, that is,
What's got into you boys? Look at that lawn. And look at my flower beds. You let that mud run around in my prize flowers.
I'm sorry, Dad. It's our fault.
Ever since you've had that pooch, things ain't been the same around here. Well, I'm going to get rid of him.
Oh, no, Dad, please. Don't make us get rid of Bim.
Oh, all right. One more chance. But if this happens again, out he goes, understand? I was very angry at the time, but I saw no reason to change my opinion about Bim. But as time went on, gradually he grew out of the awkward stage. At 9 months, he began to show signs of becoming a powerful dog who could run like the wind. I was pleased, but I still didn't think he'd be much more than a pet for the boys. And I really didn't intend to make good my threat of throwing him out. I knew it would break the boy's heart. He was their dog. Well, the first in a series of outstanding acts of bravery and heroism occurred when Bim was 10 months old. Eric and Paul got the habit of taking Bim out on the range with them every spare moment they could find.
Let's see if we can find any more of those swell-colored rocks, Paul.
Okay, that's a good idea, Eric. What kind of rocks did Dad call them?
I don't know. Something like
quartz. Yeah, that's it. Hey, let's head for that ridge over there, huh?
Okay, I'll race you.
All right. Come on, Skeeter. Dig in, boy. Let's go. Come on.
Hey, what's Bim after anyway?
Oh, I don't know. He's probably seen a rabbit.
Hey, look at these rocks, Paul.
Say, those are the nicest we've found yet. You know, Eric, the Lord sure made rocks beautiful, didn't he?
And how? Hey, let's move this big rock over so we can get the smaller one out.
Okay. Say when.
Now. That's good enough.
Now, let's get those...
Don't move, Paul. That rattler will strike just as quick as we move a muscle.
Yeah, you said it. Look at the size of him. Where did he come from?
I don't know. He must have come out from behind the other big rock when we moved the smaller one.
Eric, looks like we're going to have to stand here all day.
That's better than getting bit. He hasn't coiled yet. Maybe he'll go away.
Oh, yeah. He's crawling right at us. What'll we do?
Hey, Paul, look. The rattler's not after us. He sees something.
It's Bim. The rattler sees Bim. They're going to fight.
Hey, let's get back. Get going.
Kill it, Bim. Kill it.
Come on. Hope that snake isn't bite our dog.
Oh, I never thought of that. He hasn't got Bim yet. Come on, Bim. Get him. Look. He's got him.
Hey, Bim's killed the rattler. Come here, boy.
Oh, boy. Good boy, Bim. Good boy. Atta boy.
Boy.
Hey, we've got to get home and tell Dad about
You
this.
said it. Well, maybe Dad will believe it. Bim's a real good dog.
Well, when Eric and Paul came home with a big yarn about Bim killing a big rattlesnake, I didn't believe it. I just couldn't believe that Bim had the courage and fight in him to tackle and kill a live rattler. I was at the corral when the boys came in and told me this whopper.
It's the truth, Dad. Bim did kill the rattler.
Come on now, fellas. I wasn't born yesterday. How could Bim kill a big rattler? Especially one as big as you say it was.
We can prove it, Dad.
All right, how?
We'll show him to you. We tied a rope to the rattler's tail and dragged him here.
Well, this I gotta see him.
Come on over to the horse barn, Dad. The rattler's outside on the ground.
Okay, let's go.
there, Dad. Take a look.
Yeah.
And Bim killed him all by himself.
Well, the boys had me where they wanted me. I examined the dead snake and could easily see where Bim's teeth had done their job right in back of the head. I was still pretty pig-headed about it all. I told the boys that Bim's killing the rattler was an isolated incident, and he'd probably never do one thing else that was worthwhile.
You say that was the first big incident in Bim's life, Mr. Jorgensen?
Yes, it was, Mr. Sloan. The second incident followed 6 months later. Winter was close by, and I'd sent Paul out to round up some wild cattle. By wild cattle, I mean the cattle that leave the herd and shift for themselves during the grazing season.
Let's go up this canyon, Bim. Come on, boy. Yeah, there's a couple of wild ones, Bim. Let's get behind them and drive them out of there. Higher, higher, come on there. Come on, Skeeter. We can't let that maverick get away. It'll freeze out here this winter. Higher, 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 come on. Ah! Oh!
Paul was out like a light. His horse, Skeeter, had stepped onto a chuck hole and thrown Paul against the canyon wall. The boy had a broken collarbone, a fractured shin bone, and he was very badly bruised and shaken up. Bim started licking his face and hands, and Paul slowly came to. He was crying from pain.
Oh, shoulder. Bim, I'm hurt bad. Bim, go find Skeeter. Oh, bring him back. Find Skeeter. Bring him back, boy. Go.
Bim left Paul and went after the horse. He picked up Skeeter's trail and soon caught up with him. Skeeter was over his initial scare now and was just browsing in the grass. Fortunately, the bridle straps was hanging down, and Bim took them in his teeth and obediently led the horse back to Paul.
Oh, good boy, Bim. Lay down, Skeeter. Lay down, big fella. Attaboy. Thanks, Skeeter. Now, hold still, boy. I try to crawl across the saddle. Just a little bit farther. I made it. Up, Skeeter boy. Up. Oh!
In case you don't know, Mr. Sloan, it's rather a difficult job for a horse to get up with a rider on his back. And Paul was in such pain that he didn't realize he wasn't balanced properly across the saddle. So when he told Skeeter to get up, Paul fell off. Back home, Eric and I began to get worried when Paul and Bim didn't show up for supper. Got to be about 9 o'clock. Then I decided to do something.
Dad, what could have happened to him?
I don't know, Eric, but I'm going to find out.
I'm glad Bim's with him anyway.
What good will Bim do if Paul's in serious trouble?
Don't talk that way, Dad. Bim's real special when you need him.
Sure,
You'll
sure,
see.
son. You saddle up the horses. I'm going to call Bill Jefferson.
You lead the way, Otto. We'll pick up the trail when we get into the area.
Okay, Bill.
If Grey Wolf and Stumpy can't find them, we can always get bloodhounds.
Yep.
Come on, Storm.
Get up.
Let's go, boy.
Come on.
Is there enough light to see the trail, fellas?
Plenty light, Bill.
Oh, boy.
Trail very clear.
Oh, boy.
Come on, Matilda. Come on, boy. Come on, Storm. Let's go. Come on. here! Whoa, Matilda! Whoa, Storm. Well, the sign's kind of messed up here, isn't it?
Can you make it out? Is this where they had the trouble?
What's it say, Grey Wolf?
This sign say horse and dog going to small canyon ahead. This sign say cattle, maybe half dozen head, come out of canyon.
That fits. Paul and Ben was rounding up wild cattle.
Now over here, it says that horse come out again. And the dog come out.
Did they go back, or were they chasing the cattle?
Over here, Otto, Bill.
What'd you find, Grey Wolf?
See something different?
Look here. Dog walk in front of horse. They go back in canyon. I say dog lead horse back into canyon.
Well, I'll buy that, sonny. That means Paul and Bim are in that canyon, unless I miss my guess. You agree, Grey Wolf?
Stumpy right.
Then let's get into that canyon. Lay the light over the canyon floor, Grey Wolf. They should be close by now.
That's Skeeter, fellas. Throw your light to the left.
Hey, there they are! Come on, Matilda!
Let's go, Storm. Get up, boy.
Whoa, Matilda! Whoa, boy. Otto, look.
Look at that dog.
He cover Paul with his own body to keep him warm.
Afterward, Paul told us the whole story. Then I knew I'd been wrong and the boys were right. We had a great dog in him, so I asked the boys to forgive me. From that time on, Bim and the boys and I became an inseparable foursome. Then the day came when the catastrophe at Pearl Harbor plunged us into World War II, and the boys came to me with a request.
Dad?
Mm-hmm.
Dad, we've been reading in the papers how the armed services need dogs.
That's right, Dad, and, well, we'd like to send Bim.
You want to send Bim to war?
Sure. We're too young to enlist ourselves, so...
And we want to do our part to help win the war.
Are you absolutely sure you want to do this, boys?
Yep. We thought about it a lot.
You will realize, of course, that Bim might be killed in action.
We've thought about that too, Dad, and...
Yes?
Well, a lot of soldiers might get killed, but then they might not, too.
That's right. Bim's really tough, Dad. We're sure he'll take care of himself.
So I thought, far be it from me to dampen the patriotism of my sons. I was proud of both of them the next morning when we walked into the recruiting station for the Marine Corps in Knotty Pine. In no time at all, Bim was in the service of our country. We said goodbye to Bim, and I'm not ashamed to say that, just like the boys, tears was rolling down my cheeks. Bill, you take over the story from here, will you? I think you can tell about Bim's war record better than I can.
All right, Otto.
I sure appreciate your helping me, Mr. Jefferson. I don't want to leave a thing out of Bim's life.
Well, it so happened, Mr. Sloan, that I was with the 3rd Marines in Bougainville, same as Bim. I got the story firsthand from the fellas that had Bim with them. It was pretty rough going. A Company of the 1st Battalion was trying to flank the enemy, and they weren't having much success because they were pinned down by a Japanese machine gun nest set up in a pillbox, which the artillery just couldn't get.
Captain, we won't move another inch until we knock out that pillbox.
I'm well aware of that, Sergeant. Gotta be patient for a while. If we try to rush, we'll lose a lot of men.
But, sir, it's the only way we'll ever get past them. The artillery and the mortar shells bounce off that thing like water off a duck's back.
I know. That's why I've sent for Bim.
Oh? Hey, Bim will get him out of there if anything will. And believe me, they'll think a screaming Mimi hit him if Bim ever gets into that pillbox.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, here comes the corporal now with Bim.
Well, that's fine.
Corporal Ludaski reporting.
Good, Corporal. Bim, how are you, boy?
I hope this isn't too risky, sir. I wouldn't want Bim to get it.
Corporal, please don't get the idea that these dogs are out here for us to use or we don't want to send in men. We use them only where they can be used to better advantage than men, see? They're not cannon fodder, understand?
Yes, sir.
Now look, you see the fire lane from here?
Yes, sir, I do.
Well, send Bim up the left side. We'll give him covering fire until he jumps for the window.
Yeah.
Then we'll cease fire and rush the pillbox.
Pillbox and take it! All right,
Prisoners are on their way back to the stockade, sir.
Very good, Sergeant. How's Bim?
He's wounded, sir.
What? Why didn't you tell me? Bim comes before the prisoners, don't you know that?
Take it easy, sir. The doc's looking at him now. The wound isn't bad, sir. He got knifed in the leg. Not bad.
Oh, okay. It's fine. In the leg, huh?
Yes, sir.
We'll see that he's carried to the rear on a stretcher. That's an order, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. It'll be done, sir. Even if I have to carry him myself.
That's the story of Bim's service with the Marines.
Thanks, Mr. Jefferson. Is there more, Mr. Jorgensen?
Yes, Mr. Sloan, there is. We received a telegram from the War Department saying that Bim had been wounded, though not seriously. Uncle Sam was sending him home. They also said that Bim would receive the Purple Heart. Bim recovered the full use of his leg, and in about 6 months, you'd never know he'd been wounded.
I'll say you could, Mr. Sloan. He was as fast as he ever was.
But he sure grew up, though, while he was away. Seemed quieter, more serious.
That's right. Well, one day, a year after Bim came back from the war, I was dragging our road. We have a private road that leads from the highway to the house and barns. I had the tractor hitched to a weighted drag, and I was trying to even out the rough spots. I was alone. That is, except for Bim. He was playing around nearby somewhere. Well, I don't know exactly what happened to this day. All I knew was that suddenly the tractor overturned and I was pinned under it. Bim, help me. Bim, dig me out of here, will you? Good boy, Bim. That's right. Under my face first, so I can breathe easier. That's right. Under my body. Now see if I can... Yeah, that's it. Good boy. I'm almost clear. That's all right. You can scratch me if you want to. That's it. I'm coming out.
And you mean to tell me that your dog dug you right out from under that tractor?
Yes, Mr. Sloan. Amazing as it sounds, he not only dug the ground out from under my face so I could breathe, but he dug the ground out from under my chest and body. Enough for me to crawl painfully out, broken back and all.
That sounds unbelievable.
All of it was in the local newspapers.
What a dog he must have been. Would you care to tell me how he died?
Yes. About a year ago, we noticed that Bim was beginning to fail. Not too quickly at first, but noticeably. We took him to Dr. Crawford, a veterinarian here in Knotty Pine. Dr. Crawford examined him and said that Bim had a malignant tumor. There wasn't anything we could do to save him. Just a matter of time. It was heartbreaking to watch a dog so full of life and courage as Bim was, slowly to waste away to skin and bones.
I'm sure it was a heartbreaking experience, Mr. Jorgensen.
Well, we watched him this way for 3 months. Finally, the boys spoke to me about it. I'm glad they did, because I wouldn't have spoken to them if they hadn't brought up the subject first. So, in the morning, the three of us went to Bim's bed to take him to Dr. Crawford. It was like visiting a sick and dying friend. Eric kneeled down to awaken him.
Bim. Bim. Come on, fella, wake up.
He hasn't moved a muscle. You don't suppose...
Let me see, Eric. Yes, boys. Bim's dead. We were glad we didn't have to take him to Dr. Crawford, though all of us were broken-hearted that we'd lost him. The men at the Knotty Pine Legion post were only too happy to give Bim a military funeral, and we buried him in our front yard. I make no bones about saying that I cried like a baby. Here was a dog that had given us all he had, and when he needed our help, there wasn't a thing we could do except watch him die. Several months passed by, and I talked to Dr. Crawford. I offered to contribute a sum of money for an animal clinic and hospital if he would head it up. He agreed. Dr. Crawford and the local newspapers let the story out, and many, I should say a host, of Bim's friends and those who love dogs gave to the fund. The result, you see before you. Well, that's the story, Mr. Sloan.
I don't know if I'll be able to do justice to this story, Mr. Jorgensen, but I'm sure going to try my best.
Well, that's all we ask, Mr. Sloan. Before we leave, I'd like you to see the bronze tablet.
Yes, I'd like to.
Read it, will you, Bill?
In loving memory of our dog, Bim. He loved and asked no love in return. He knew no selfishness except to duty. He knew no fear except that he hadn't done enough. He gave all he had and asked no recompense. This tablet is inscribed for all to read, realizing that Bim lived as we should live. The Jorgensens.
Boys and girls, the story you have heard is fictional, of course, so far as there actually being a dog named Bim is concerned. But all the incidents which have occurred in the story are true, for dogs actually performed the unusual and heroic deeds that were told to you today. Well, we'll see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie. Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. Yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the postman, Mel Blanc, our guest, Ben Gage, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. with extra flavor in the blend because of choice Latin American coffees skillfully combined. Extra flavor in the cup because Radiant Roast develops the full flavor of every coffee bean. And the result is that today more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. Well, there's lots of excitement in the Burns home today. Gracie has just received word that she's to go to New York and write up the Louis Kahn Championship fight for her newspaper column.
Of all people to cover a prize fight, what do you know about boxing?
I happen to be an authority on sports.
You?
Oh, there may be one or two fine points on boxing that I'm not up on, like how many there are on a side.
How many on a side?
Of course, I can figure it out for myself. Just tell me how many there are altogether.
Maybe the names of the fighters will give you a hint. It's the Joe Louis-Billy Kahn fight.
Oh, four, huh?
Yeah. Joe and Kahn fight Billy and Louis. Look, Gracie, there are only two men in a prize fight. One on a side.
Just one?
That's all.
Oh, it's a pretty small-time sport, huh?
Yes, not doing well. It's...
Imagine only one on the side. Why, in baseball, they must have 5 or 6.
Thank goodness I'm going to the Louis Kahn fight with you. Even if somebody got knocked out, you wouldn't know who won.
Is it hard to tell if someone is knocked out?
Certainly not. Let's say you were unconscious for more than 10 seconds. No, in your case, that wouldn't prove anything. I'll put it this way. If you were perfectly still for 10 seconds, they call you a knockout.
Oh. Well, let me move a little, and they'd like me even better.
Forget about the technical part of the fight. I'll take care of that for you.
Oh, thank you, dear. Who do you think will win, Louis or Kahn?
Well, I don't know. Pretty close fight.
Oh, yes, but your judgment is uncanny. Remember last year how you told me who'd win the World Series and the Rose Bowl game and the golf championship? Oh, come on. Who's going to win the fight?
Well, I pick Louis.
Oh, gee, that lucky Kahn.
No, this time I'm right.
Let's make a little bet, huh?
Okay. What do you want to bet?
Well, if my man wins, you buy me a pair of nylons.
Okay.
And if your man wins, I buy them myself.
You want to handle this yourself?
Yes.
This bet?
Yes.
You don't want the Morris office to handle it?
No.
Look, I'd like to win something, too. How about a box of cigars? The cigars I smoke.
Oh, well, the house would smell better if you smoked nylons.
Never mind the bet. When do they want you to come to New York?
Oh, right away. I'm supposed to go to the fighters' training camps and interview them.
You'll get the thrill of your life at those training camps.
Yeah?
Those boxers really have terrific physiques.
Oh, that won't thrill me.
No?
No. What thrill is there left for a woman once she's looked at you?
Me, but
you're tops, George. So why should I look at anyone else? Does the peacock's mate look at the sparrow?
Well,
Does the lion's mate look at the alley cat?
Gracie.
Does the baboon's mate look at the monkey?
Okay, forget it. I still say I'm not the physical type. I'm just not built like those guys.
Well, I think you... Come in.
Hi, Burnses. What's new?
Bill, I'd like to ask you a question. Don't you think George is built like a boxer?
Yeah, he's built sort of like a boxer.
Well, thanks, Bill.
Of course, he's got a lot of poodle in him, too.
Bill, Gracie didn't mean a boxer dog. She meant a prize fighter.
Oh, a prize fighter.
Yes. George and I are going to the Louis Kahn fight, and I'm reporting it for my newspaper column.
Oh, gee, lucky you, Gracie. Who's going to take over your radio program?
Say, that's right. We've got to get someone to take over our program.
Sure.
Not only while we're in New York, but for the whole summer.
Well, George, I got a little show I could put on. It's a sort of a simplified quiz program.
Simplified?
Yes, I have only beautiful girls for contestants, and I ask only one question.
Well, that doesn't sound like much fun.
Oh, if I get the right answer, it'll be a riot.
Nothing doing, Willie. You're not taking over the summer show.
Well, George, I wouldn't want to be the top man of the Maxwell House program just for the summer.
No?
No, I'd rather be like I am now, top man the whole year.
Goodbye, Star.
So long, Stooge.
Well, now, George, this is a real problem. It won't be easy to find a man to replace you.
You really mean that, Gracie?
Well, I certainly do. I know. We'll get Jack Benny, Bing Crosby, and Orson Welles.
All three of them?
Sure, they're off the air now. They'll help you look for someone.
I see. Well, if we don't get someone to take over the show, we'll just have to miss the big fight.
Oh, dear, I'd hate to miss that.
So would I.
I'll go, dear.
Yes, you go, dear.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Postman.
Is something wrong today? You sound a bit perturbed.
Oh, I am. My husband and I are just dying to see the world's champion fighter.
Well, drop by my house anytime my wife is home.
Oh, no, Mr. Postman, not your wife. Joe Louis is the world's champion fighter.
Well, if he likes to think so, let him have his little dream.
Anyhow, the fight's in New York, and we can't go unless we find someone to take over our radio show this summer.
Well, I know a very clever comedian who's available. A droll fellow who prostrates one and all with his witticisms and also has a most infectious laugh.
You do? Who is he? You?
Oh, yes. I fractured them at the post office. Yesterday, I had them laying in the aisles. Several of them were run over by mail trucks.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you'd never make a radio comedian, Mr. Postman.
You're right. My voice is more the Ronald Coleman type.
Yes, that's it. Well, thanks for bringing me this letter.
You're welcome. Oh, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember,
Keep smiling.
just what I had in mind.
Who was it, Gracie?
Oh, the postman with a letter. Oh, look. It's from Radio Life magazine.
Well, open it up.
Dear George and Gracie, each year Radio Life magazine presents a group of awards for outstanding radio performances. This year, it is our pleasure to give your program the award for musical achievement.
Well, I'll be done. At last. Though April showers may come your way.
Oh, you really deserve the award, Sugar Throat.
Well, I didn't know my voice was that good.
Ah, Judge, you're too modest. Just name another singer who's 1/10 as good as you are.
Well, Frank Sinatra.
Him?
Sure. He's 1/10 as good as I am.
Sinatra? Oh, why, you make him look sick. At least you help.
I guess so.
Think some more.
Oh, Gracie.
Oh, please, George. I'm mad about sweet things, and nothing in the world is sweeter than your voice.
Well,
So open up the jug of your throat and pour the molasses of melody all over me.
okay. Though April showers may come your way, they bring flowers that bloom in May.
Oh, you murdered, Oh, darling, Radio Life couldn't possibly have picked anyone else.
And we're not... I guess not. Was that all they had to say in their letter?
Now, there's one more paragraph. Let's see what it says. Oh, yeah. Your program features one of the truly great musical artists of radio.
And though it's raining...
And therefore, we confer this award upon Meredith Wilson.
I have no regrets because Meredith Wilson...
Forgetting that he's a musician, too.
But why did they give him the award instead of me?
Oh, well, who cares? But, George, it's a wonderful break for us. If they think Meredith is that good, he can do the program this summer, and we can go to New York.
You think he can handle it?
Oh, sure. We'll have a wonderful time at the fight. Oh, just one thing. Don't let Joe Louis or Billy Kahn hear you sing. It might stop the fight.
Stop the fight?
Well, yeah, if they heard you sing, they'd forget to hit each other. They'd want to concentrate on you.
Let's call Meredith and tell him the news.
Yeah, let's.
Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Back home in Tennessee. Now, there's a tune to hang some memories on, Meredith.
Especially for some folks, Bill. Folks who remember a certain famous dining room in Nashville, for instance. 2 stories high it was, with Grecian columns on marble bases. And sculptured fruit and game on the ceiling.
Yes, and maybe they remember, too, some of the famous people they saw in that dining room. Statesmen, authors, generals, actors, actresses, and presidents of the United States. And then nobody could forget the famous dishes of Antoine, the imported chef, or the wonderful coffee, especially blended for people used to the very best. And you know, Meredith, that old hotel still stands in Nashville, the old Maxwell House, a lasting reminder of a well-loved part of our American scene. And I can't help thinking, too, how that famous coffee, named after the Maxwell House, has itself become a real part of the American scene. But through the years, more and more people have discovered its rich, mellow flavor, until today more people buy Maxwell House than any other coffee in America. Yes, it's Maxwell House wherever you go. And it's easy to understand, for Maxwell House is such a skillful blend of really superb Latin American coffees, each chosen for its own special contribution. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice Latin American coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. The result is a blend so deliciously satisfying that north, east, south, and west, people ask again and again for Maxwell House. Coffee they know is good to the last drop.
I called Meredith Wilson, George, and he's on his way over right now.
You know, Gracie, even though Radio Life did pick him as the top musical director, I wonder if he can handle our summer show.
Oh, of course he can. Now, let's finish packing. See if you can close this bag for me.
Holy smoke, it's jammed full. How am I going to close it?
Use your brains. Sit on it.
Okay.
There. Oh, you're wonderful, dear. Joe Louis and Billy Kahn may have bigger arms and shoulders than you, but I'll bet you can close a suitcase better than either of them.
Thanks, kid. Whose stuff is in that grip? Yours or mine?
Well, I divided it up. I didn't want to hog all the room.
Well, good.
So I put in my shoes and my dresses and my coats and my undies and my purses and your toothbrush.
Well, that's fine. I'll have clean teeth and no socks.
Well, smile pretty and no one will look at your feet.
Maybe I shouldn't leave at all. Maybe Meredith can handle our summer program.
Oh, now stop worrying. Meredith is a tremendously talented, capable, hard-working, conscientious man.
Oh, he's all that. And more.
More?
Yeah, he's also a pretty big jerk.
Why, George Burns, that's a fine way to talk about your dearest friend.
Well,
Apologize this minute.
But
You take that back, what you said about Meredith Wilson being a big jerk.
Okay, I take it back.
Well, that's better. The way you talk, you'd think he was one on purpose.
Well, I'm pretty worried about him being the right man to take charge of a radio show.
Oh, nonsense of you. Come in.
Good day, all.
Oh, hello, all.
Congratulations on winning the Radio Life Music Award, Meredith.
Well, thank you, Gracie. It's nice of you to congratulate me. But what about the 28 members of my orchestra?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, they haven't congratulated me yet.
They will. Look, Meredith, do you think you can really put on a good show for us this summer?
I have no qualms about it whatsoever, George. My whole life has been devoted to music since I was a lad in Mason City, Iowa.
Really, Meredith?
Through an advertisement, I learned that I could get a flute by selling 5,000 cakes of Lucy's Lavender Lilac Soap.
Oh, and you sold that many?
Yes, my relations bought the entire 5,000 cakes. And to this very day, you can smell a Wilson a mile away.
And close up, it's overpowering.
Oh, Meredith, I envy you. I wish I came from a more musical family. My sister studied the cello for 16 years, but she never learned to play it.
Why wasn't she able to master the instrument?
Well, for the first 12 years, she thought she was supposed to blow into it. That was Bessie.
Yes.
I trust that she eventually learned the proper position in which to play the cello.
Oh, yes, but then she ran into more trouble. She was so knock-kneed, she kept smashing it.
Too bad she wasn't bow-legged like your other sister.
Hazel?
Hazel, yes.
Well, to return to my musical background.
Yes, let's return, yes.
I became a member of the Mason City Farm and Fireside Philharmonic. And in less than a year, I was playing first flute and second bass.
Second base, too?
Yes, the Philharmonic also had a baseball team.
Okay, Meredith, that's enough musical background.
Yes, Meredith, we're proud to place our summer program in your capable hands.
Now, wait a minute.
Thank you, Gracie. I'm sure that my efforts shall be well received. In Mason City alone, 60,000 ears will be listening every Thursday.
60,000 ears? Well, that's 30,000 people.
Yeah, assuming they run two to a customer in Mason.
Yes, that's just what it averages. Walter Bunker has only one ear, but Charlie Buck fortunately has three.
Well, that is...
Well, I'm going out now to engage talent for the summer show. Goodbye, all.
Goodbye, all. Gracie, I've worked hard all season, telling great jokes, building up our program. And now you turn it over to that schnook. Why, people will laugh at him.
Well, it's just for the summer. When you come back, they'll stop laughing.
Go pack your bags. So that's why I called you over, Bill. Mm-hmm. Gracie has told Meredith he can do the summer show, and frankly, I'm wondering if it'll be a success.
Well, it's bound to be, George. I'll be on it.
Has Meredith hired you?
Well, you don't think he'd try to put on a show without me, do you? He may be dumb, but he's not demented.
Show couldn't go on without you.
Are you kidding, George? Do you realize what would happen to Maxwell House Coffee if I weren't on?
People would stop drinking it?
Oh, no, they wouldn't stop drinking it. Maxwell House is too good. But it'd be a lot weaker.
Their coffee would be weaker if you weren't on.
Well, naturally, millions of women crying and all those tears dropping into the coffee.
In other words, you don't think Meredith could find a man with as much sex appeal as you, huh?
Oh, he could find one with almost as much, but it'd take a couple of months to train him.
Train him?
Yes, you see, Gable's never done any announcing.
Yeah, well, we got to break him in.
Yes. Well, so don't worry about things this summer, George. They'll be fine. Now, how's this for the opening announcement of the Meredith Wilson show? It's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring Bill Goodwin.
The Meredith Wilson show?
Yeah.
You left Meredith out completely, and he's your friend.
Oh, I'm sorry, George. Well, how's this? It's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring Bill Goodwin, and featuring the music of Bill Goodwin's friend.
Yes. This show can make Meredith bigger than Singing Sam. The name Goodwin still seems to creep in there.
Well, it's a name that'll attract attention, George, a household word. Everyone knows the name Goodwin. It conjures up the picture of a tall, handsome man.
Okay, I guess you're set. Come in.
Hello, are you Mr. Burns?
That's right.
Well, my name is Ben Gage. Meredith Wilson sent me over. I'm going to be the announcer on the summer show.
They moved the Woolworth building, didn't they? You're going to be the announcer on the summer show.
That's right, Shorty.
Shorty, why, you blonde beanpole? My name is Goodwin, Bill Goodwin.
Oh, pleased to meet you. What do you do, Mr. Goodhue?
Goodwin. I'm with the Maxwell House Coffee people.
Oh, really? Do you grind the beans?
No, I don't grind the beans.
Well, what do you do, Mr. Goodley?
Goodwin.
Surely you're not in the stockroom. That's pretty heavy work for a fellow your age.
No, I'm not in the stockroom. I sell Maxwell House Coffee.
Oh, you have a grocery store. Well, where's it located, Mr. Goodspeed?
George, would you please tell Stratosphere Head my name?
Oh, sure. It's a name everyone knows. A household word.
Yes.
Blowcoat.
Oh, George.
Grillo? Bicidol?
Yeah, Bill Bicidol.
Oh, how do, Bob? Glad to know you.
Pay no attention to George. My name is Goodwin, Bill Goodwin.
Well, I'm glad we got that straightened out.
So am I.
Now, what did you say your connection was with Maxwell House Coffee?
I drink it.
Well, believe me, you're drinking the best, Mr. Goodsmith.
Now, look, the wavy wig,
Maxwell House is appetizing, rich, full-bodied, and mellow.
Look, friend,
Coffee at its full-flavored best. Good to the last drop.
Look, buddy,
What are you trying to say, Mr. Goodgosh?
Good gosh. Now, wait a minute, Peroxide Top. I
know it's hard for you to express yourself, but even you, with no voice and no personality, should be able to say that Maxwell House is tops. Why, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. Well, what do you think of that, Mr. Good Humor?
George, did you hear that? Good humor, good gosh, good speed, good Smith. I'm getting out of here.
So long, Newman.
Newman, oh, no!
Well,
Newman,
that's
eh?
that, yes.
I thought his name was Goodwin.
It used to be. Well, Ben, I'm glad you're going to work on the summer show with Meredith.
Well, the pleasure's all mine, Mr. Burns.
I'll call Gracie and I'll tell her the news. Oh, Gracie.
Yes, dear.
Gracie, this is Ben Gage, the man Meredith picked to announce our summer show. Ben, this is my wife.
How do you do?
Hello. My, it's nice to meet someone your size in these days of shortages.
You and Ben get acquainted, Gracie. I'll go out to the garage and get the trunk.
Ben Gage. You know, that name sounds familiar somehow. Was it in the newspapers recently?
Well, yes. You see,
don't tell me. Let me guess. Did you strike against somebody, or did somebody strike against you?
Well, neither one.
Well, and how did you get in the newspapers?
Well, I got married. My wife is Esther Williams.
Oh, of course, the famous swimmer. You lucky man. Esther is so young and so beautiful, so glamorous and exotic. We're entirely different.
You're entirely different?
Yes, I can't swim a stroke.
Oh, I see.
Well, now let's get down to business, Mr. Gage. Does George feel that you're the man for our summer show?
Well, yes, he seems to.
Well, when a woman has a clever husband whose judgment she respects, she should take his opinion with no questions asked. In my case, I'll ask a few.
All right.
Now, first, I want to find out if you know enough about radio to handle the job. Now, I'm warning you, these questions will be pretty technical.
I'm ready.
What do you do when you want to listen to a program on a radio set?
Well, I turn it on.
Mm-hmm. And when you're tired of listening?
I turn it off.
Uh-huh. Well, so much for the technical stuff. Now, next. What talent do you have?
Well, in addition to announcing, I do a little singing.
Oh, you sing.
Yes.
Well, that may change everything. You're good enough to take Bill's place, but are you good enough to take George's place?
Well, does he sing?
Does he sing? Why, he couldn't sound more like a bird if he had feathers on his tonsils.
Well, gee, I didn't know.
Oh, you'll never equal him, but you might get by. Let's hear your voice.
All right. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Mm-hmm. Very pretty. Can you sing in English, too?
Oh, yes.
Well, I'm very favorably impressed. On the whole, I think you'll do.
Though April showers may come your way. Every flowers that bloom in May.
Well, Mr. Gage, did you hear that?
Yes, where'd it come from?
Out and back. Not bad, huh?
It's wonderful. In these days of no butter, you're very smart to keep a cow.
What?
Oh, gee, did I say something wrong?
Well, you certainly did. That
Well,
was George singing. And if that's all you know about music, we don't want you on our program.
Oh, honest, Mrs. Burns, I didn't mean to say...
George, come in here. The idea of mistaking my husband for a cow. They're nothing alike. Whoever saw a cow with bags under its eyes?
Did you call me, Gracie?
Yes. Mr. Gage won't do it all, dear. You have to stay here and handle the summer program yourself.
But, Gracie, I'm all set to go to New
No,
York.
you stay here, George.
Now, wait a minute. Who's the boss in this family?
You are.
You bet I am. Now, do I go to New York or do I stay here?
You stay here.
But you said I was the boss.
Well, you can have the title as long as I get my way.
Now, please, Gracie, I want to go.
No, George, and that's final.
Let me try to persuade her, Mr. Burns.
What can you do?
Yes, it's all your fault anyhow, you tone-deaf music hater.
Well, I know it is, and I despise myself for offending such a charming and lovely girl.
And that sort of talk won't do you a bit of good.
Surely you won't refuse to give me another chance. One so young and fair couldn't be so cruel.
Now you stop that.
But I'm sure the tenderness of your heart must match the beauty of your face.
Give up, Ben. It's no use.
You keep out of this, George.
But he's not getting anywhere.
That's what you think.
Huh?
Finish what you were saying, Ben. And, George, you finish packing.
Well, hallelujah.
George and Gracie really do begin their vacations next week, but they'll be back in September with all of us. Till then, Meredith Wilson will take over Maxwell House Coffee Time. You'll hear Meredith Wilson's music, the singing of Ben Gage and the King Sisters. It'll be a half hour later over most of these stations. To be sure, check your local newspaper.
Oh, goody, goody Jello pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's, only more so.
You ain't kidding, that's right. And just as Jello's 6 delicious locked-in flavors can't be beaten, so the proof of Jello pudding's in the eating.
The Jello twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just the taste of Jello pudding or of Jello, and you know it's the one and only Jello.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. As faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. We're out to break up the war on the waterfront. Come on! Get that cargo hoist filled! Move those boxes!
What's the rush, Pratt?
None of that, Wolf. Delay or no delay, we're doing the job. Shorty, Hick, put some muscle into it. Joe, make sure of that cable. When we swing this load aboard, I don't want nothing to slip.
Say, are you the boss here?
Huh? Who wants to know?
Yeah, that's him. Are you in charge or aren't you?
I am. Now, look, mister, I'm busy.
Well, you're not busy enough. What's all the delay on this job?
What's it to you?
If you must know, I own this boat. My name's Jensen.
Oh, so you're Jensen. Boss of the Triple Stripe Line, huh?
Answer my question. This boat was supposed to be ready to sail with last night's tide.
Don't blame us.
No?
Go on, Pratt. Tell him about the rotten equipment.
Shut up, Wolf. Tend to your job.
Rotten equipment on my boat?
Listen, Jensen. You may be a big shot aboard your steamers, but the Longshoremen's Union handles the loading. All we want from you is our pay, see?
So that's it, Trask. You're stalling on this job so you'll get more dough. And you try to blame your soldiering on the equipment of my boat.
Why, you little dried-up pipsqueak, what do you mean by that crack?
My boats are in perfect shape, every one of them.
Yeah? And how come we've had 5 accidents in the last 2 days?
Bad loading, that's what.
Rotten equipment, you mean?
Look here, Trask, I've dealt with your union before.
Our union's always been on the level.
That's correct, up until now.
Are you saying I'm not on the level?
I am.
Look here, mister. You may have been a sea captain and bossed around a lot of sailors, but here on this wharf, I'm nobody's man but my own. Do you know that a whole dozen bales of wheat slipped off that hoist and landed plunk in 20 feet of green water?
I do, and what's more, I think you did it deliberately.
So as we could get more pay, huh?
Sure, you're being paid for this job on a time basis, so you drag it out all you can and blame it on my boat.
One more crack like that and we pull out of this job.
I'm losing $1,000 an hour for this delay, and I hold you responsible.
Try it and see what you get.
Hey, Pratt, she's all loaded, ready to hoist.
Okay. Hey, you on deck. You at the donkey engine.
Yeah? Is that net full of boxes going aboard that way?
What's wrong with it, Jensen?
It looks top-heavy to me.
My gang loaded that. They know what they're doing. You want your boat to clear port tonight, don't you?
Of course.
Then shut up and mind your own business. Okay, hoist her up for number 1 hatch.
Pull that gyro! Bring her clear the deck rail! Up higher!
Hey, clear that foredeck!
Still looks top-heavy to me.
Getting there, isn't she? Be over that hatch in a second.
Watch it! The cable snapped! Let her down! Let her down!
Swing it in, fast!
Watch that hoist. If the other cable snaps, she'll smash.
Keep going! Look out!
I told you it was overloaded.
Crash the deck! Shove in the hatch!
Get up there, you lugs!
That cable was rotten, Pratt!
Stow the talk! Get up there, all of you! Clear away that wreckage!
This settles it, Trask. Get your crew off this dock.
Huh?
Hey, you're fired.
What? Listen, Jensen, we got a contract. You can't fire us.
Union or no union, you're fired.
So, blaming us because of your rotten equipment.
Trask, I'll tell you something else. Someone phoned and told me that unless I paid $5,000, this job would run into trouble.
What?
I didn't believe it before I come here, but now I'm convinced it's true. And what's more, I think you're the man that's after that dough.
Why, you little
All I have so far is suspicions, but that's enough for me. After the way you've been handling this job, now get out and stay out.
All right, Jensen, we'll go. But the union's going to have plenty to say about this.
Let them. I'll take it up with the Board of Arbitration.
Go ahead. Meantime, you can't get anyone else.
I can get plenty.
My men are walking out, but we're picketing this place.
Picketing?
Yeah, Jensen. Starting right now, you're up against a strike.
Longshoremen go on strike. Union leader accused of seeking bribe. Sentinel paper. Strike ties up waterfront. Read all about it.
Suffering snakes, Casey. Can you imagine that guy Trask asking for a bribe?
Uh-huh.
It says right here in the paper. Jensen accuses Trask of asking for $5,000.
Uh-huh.
Holy crows, that's all you got to say, Casey. Just plain
Oh, what's the use of trying to get any typing done with you around here, Axford?
But golly, youngster, a bribe. Don't it make your blood boil?
There's no proof that Trask demanded that money.
Proof, is it? What more proof do you need? Ain't it a fact that there's been all that damage on the triple stripe loading job?
Mm-hmm.
And ain't the Board of Arbitration checking up to find out about Jensen's charge that Trask's been doing it deliberately?
Oh, you make me sick.
Huh? Ain't you feeling well?
No, I'm not. Trask has always had a good reputation, and there's never been any trouble between the longshoremen and the ship owners before.
Good gravy, Casey. You ain't sticking up for Trask.
I certainly am, until it's proved otherwise.
Hi, Casey. Axford. Where's the boss?
You got something, Lowry?
Well, me and Clicker went over to the offices of the Triple Stripe Line and interviewed Jensen.
He runs the whole shebang, don't he?
Quiet, Axford.
And then we went over to the docks and interviewed Trask.
Come to the point. Did you get anything?
Casey, all we got was plenty of nothing.
Golly, I could have done that myself.
For once, you're right, Michael.
Is the strike still going?
And how? Unless the Board of Arbitration gets Jensen and Trask together, it's going to spread. It'll be war on the waterfront for sure.
Did you talk to Jensen and Trask, Lowry?
Yeah.
But he didn't get anything, Mr. Reed.
Oh, is that true, Lowry?
Both of them are sticking by their guns, boss. Jensen insists that Trask deliberately sabotaged the job.
And, Trask?
Trask swears up and down that his gang were doing all they could to load Jensen's boat as fast as they could. He blames the delay on poor equipment on Jensen's ship.
And did you ask him about this bribe business, Lowry?
Did I? He almost tossed me out the window when I brought it up. Boy, has he got a temper, and Jensen's just as bad. The Board of Arbitration's going to have a tough time getting those two together.
It's already done.
Huh?
I just spoke to Sligby. He says Jensen and Trask are meeting at his place in half an hour.
Sligby?
Unbutton your ears, Axford. Sligby's the politician in charge of the Board of Arbitration.
Lowry, take Miss Benny and get over there. Got the story and picture.
Right, boss.
Hold it.
Yeah?
That place will be jammed front and rear with longshoremen. They're big and tough, apt to resent outsiders. Axford, you go along with Lowry and Miss Benny, just in case.
Huh? Me, Reed? Why, golly, you mean I'm going out on a reporter job?
Get going.
Well, glory be. When I get me theory proved, I'll
Come
come back
on,
here...
bodyguard. When those two get together, there's going to be fireworks, and I don't want to miss it. I regret to say I'm afraid you've missed it.
Gosh, Mr. Sligby, you mean there hasn't been any meeting?
We got here on the double. Jensen and Trask have both left by different exits. Is the strike settled? It's worse, if anything. No sooner they sat down than Jensen repeated his accusation.
You mean about that bribe?
Yes. But why should Trask or anyone else figure they could get $5,000 out of Jensen? Very simple. It's worth much more than that for Jensen to get his ship loaded in a way. Yeah, this strike is costing him plenty.
But what makes him think Trask is trying anything like that?
The accidents, the delay in loading.
You mean Trask really did things?
I don't think so, but Jensen does, even though he has no proof. My private opinion is that Jensen would be wiser if he paid.
What?
Oh, this is off the record, you understand. Not for publication. But it would save the situation.
Well, that's a funny attitude for the head of the Board of Arbitration to take.
Perhaps it is. However, I think
Hey, Clicker, bring your camera. They're outside.
Who, Axford?
Jensen and Trask. And aren't they having words?
Wow, come on, Clicker.
Lucky I got this camera set for an inside shot.
They ain't inside. They're right out in the street with the whole mob around them.
Which way, Axford?
Here, right on the other side of this door.
There they are.
Look it. Jensen's waving a note under Trask's nose.
Shut up, Axford. I want to hear this.
What about this note, Trask? Demanding $5,000 from me, telling me to expect a phone call tonight.
I didn't send that note, Jensen.
Then who did? I'll tell you another thing, Trask. I've talked to a lot of other ship owners.
Well?
They've told me that in the past they've had to pay bribes just like this one. They paid up and shut up. But no one can browbeat me. I'm telling the world about it.
Go ahead. Well, one more crack that I'm the guy who sent that note, and I'll
You
break...
did, and you and your whole mob of muscle men here can't shut me up.
Sock him, Trask. He can't talk that way.
Use that camera, Clicker. Now.
I am. And what a shot. The whole mob with Trask and Jensen right in the middle. There, Mr. Reed. How's that for a picture?
Page one shooting, Miss Benny. You got the whole crowd.
And what a crowd, boss. Every one of them glaring at Jensen.
Sure. All them longshoremen. And poor little Jensen in the middle, talking about bribe notes.
What about this man here? He's smiling.
Who?
Hi, dear. Isn't he a longshoreman? He's carrying a sign.
Yeah, that's right, boss.
Now, what's he got to grin about?
It seems rather odd, inasmuch as Jensen had just called them all crooks. Who is he?
Let me think. Wolf. That's it, Wolf. Well, he's practically Trask's right-hand man.
Holy crow, Britt. Don't that prove my theory?
Trask is after that 5,000? I'm afraid not, Exford. Now look at Trask's face. No crook could possibly fake an expression of outraged honesty like that.
Then why should his right-hand man be grinning like a banshee?
I don't know, Exford. I don't know. But perhaps there might be a way to find out.
That evening in his apartment, Britt Reed showed a copy of the photograph to Cato, his faithful valet and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
Of course, it's quite possible that this man Wolf was grinning about some perfectly private matter. Still, why should he choose a time like that?
It's very strange, Mr. Britt.
Well, Jensen had just accused Trask of trying to force him to pay out $5,000. The longshoremen were all enraged at the accusation, except Wolf.
Perhaps Mr. Jensen was correct.
I don't believe Trask would try a stunt like that, Cato. From what I know of him, he's as honest as Jensen.
Then who could it be?
Well, someone's trying to get that money from Jensen. Someone who's in a position to keep a strike going until his demand is met.
The head of a union?
No, not the union, Cato. They're all sincere men. Nor is it Jensen, of course. Yet, we know that other ship owners have paid out money secretly.
Yes, that's what Mr. Jensen said.
If this man Wolf is serving two bosses, he may be the one clue to this whole setup. Cato, we're going to find out why Wolf was grinning.
Where are you going?
To the car. I want you with me to stay in the machine while I make a phone call.
Yes, sir.
With Cato at the wheel, the sleek black beauty raced through the city streets. It stopped near Wolf's home. Bitrude entered a phone booth and called Wolf.
Yeah, what do you want?
Wolf, the boss wants you to come over right away.
The boss. Who do you mean?
You know who I mean. It's about the triple stripe business.
You calling for Trask?
You know very well who it is. I can't mention names on the phone. Hurry it up.
Okay, I'll be right over.
Now to get back to Cato and the Black Beauty. When Wolf leaves his place, he's going to be followed by the Green Hornet.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. After phoning Wolf, Britt Reed rejoined Cato and the Black Beauty.
I called Wolf and told him to go to his boss's place at once, Cato. If he's on the level, he'll go in the direction of Trask's home. If he's working for someone else, we'll learn who by trailing him when he leaves his house.
He's coming out now, Mr. Britt.
Yes, that's Wolf. I recognize him from his picture. He's getting in a cab.
Yes, sir.
Cato, look. That cab is going east in the opposite direction from Trask's place. Wolf is crooked. Don't lose him. I want to learn who his real boss is.
Keeping a safe distance behind, Cato trailed the cab until it stopped.
He's getting out now, Mr. Britt.
Don't stop, Cato. Go right by. I think I know whose home that is. I do, Cato. That's Sligby's home. Look, Sligby's getting Wolfie in right now. Keep going. So that's who it is. Sligby, head of the Board of Arbitration. Instead of settling those labor disputes, he starts them. Head for Jensen's place, Cato. I want to ask him some questions about a certain note.
Ah, 10 o'clock and still no phone call. Blast this strike situation. I've a good mind to sell the triple stripe line and get a farm in the country. Strikes and bribery.
Why don't you pay that $5,000, Jensen?
Who the devil?
You're losing money every hour.
You. You're masked. A gun.
You gonna pay that $5,000, or do you want the strike to get worse?
I've seen pictures of that mask. You're the Green Hornet.
Answer me, Jensen.
I'll never pay, not for Trask or anyone. Not even for the Green Hornet.
You received a note about that payment, didn't you?
If you're in with Trask, you know I did.
The Green Hornet works alone. Trask did not write that note.
Tell me another.
I've no time to argue. Give me the note.
Making believe you don't know, eh?
Hand it over.
Here. I don't mean to follow out the blasted instructions anyhow.
According to this, you're to attach 5,000 in small bills to a life belt and throw it from Pier 92 as soon as you receive further instructions. Where is that money?
I haven't got it.
You may say that, Jensen, but I saw your eyes turn toward the desk. That's where it is, huh? 5,000. Very nice.
Give me that.
Remember, I have a gun, Jensen. I don't want to use it unless I have to. So you had decided to pay after all.
Well, yes, I did. I can't prove Trask is the one who's after this money. Rather than let my boat lie idle, Yes, I'm paying. Now take this money and get out.
But I'm not taking it.
Huh? You're not?
I have good reason to believe you'll be getting a phone call soon about the timer to deliver this money. I'm staying right here until that phone call comes in.
We've waited half an hour, Wolf. Make that phone call.
But listen, Sligby, I'm worried. If it wasn't you told me to come over here, then somebody knows about our scheme.
They don't know, Wolf. They may suspect, but that's all.
Oh, let's forget about Jensen. I'm telling you,
I'm
somebody
not
else...
giving up 5,000 because you're scared. Call him. Give him those instructions. Tell him to drop the money off Pier 92 at midnight. The tide will be running out. We'll be on a boat a mile or so below. We can pick that life preserver out of the water. No one's the wiser.
Yeah, I guess it's okay, as long as we don't have to get on the dock ourselves.
There's the phone, Jensen. Answer it.
You know too much.
Answer it.
Hello? Jensen speaking. What? Yes, I'll do it. I can't afford to have my boats tied up any longer. I understand at midnight. I heard you.
Midnight, eh?
Don't worry, I'll be there.
I know you will, Jensen. If you're not, I'll come back to get you. Remember that.
Who are you working for?
Never mind. Just be there.
Confident that Jensen would carry out his part and deliver the 5,000, Britt Reed left him. Before rejoining Cato and the Black Beauty, he removed his mask and made 2 phone calls. The first was to Michael Axford, ordering him to trail Trask, head of the striking longshoremen. The second to Trask, warning him of trouble at Pier 92. Then, at midnight...
Pier 92, all right. I don't see anyone around. What's this? A life preserver. What the devil? It's money. Feels like plenty of it. Attached to the life preserver.
Exactly right, Trask.
Huh? Who said that?
Throw that life preserver in the river.
What? The Green Hornet.
Throw it in.
You're the one who called me. Whose money is this?
Jensen left it here.
What are you trying to do, frame me?
I said throw it in the river. Now, get over to the edge of the pier.
Now, look here.
There's a motorboat below. Move. You've been followed, Trask. See at the shore end of the pier. Now get into that motorboat before they get...
I won't.
Jump! Start the motor out into the river.
Stop! You guys the motorboat! Oh, come back here! All the harbor police. The police lost them, gentlemen.
What's this all about? What's the idea?
You'll learn soon enough. As soon as I open this cabin door. Don't try anything when my back is turned, Trask. Every man at the wheel and is keeping an eye on you.
What's going on here? Who locked me in that cabin?
Move toward the stern, Jensen.
All right. Trask.
Huh? Is that Jensen?
So I was right in the first place. You and the Green Hornet. When I got my $5,000, now put me ashore.
What are you talking about?
You know very well. If I'd known the Green Hornet was with you, he's the one who's been framing those accidents on my boat, huh? Meanwhile, you sit back and call a strike, and I don't kick in with the money right away.
You're crazy, Jensen. The Hornet forced me aboard.
You don't have to appear innocent any longer.
You're the one that's doing all this, not me.
Huh?
All this talk about demands for money. You know very well I never did a thing like that.
I suppose the next thing you're going to say is that I brought you on this boat for reasons of my own.
What else? I'm leading this strike. You can't break it any other way, so you have the Green Hornet Shanghai me.
Why,
You'll have him keep me hidden until you get this strike cleared up. That's your angle, huh?
Trask, I'm going to knock you.
I've been aching for this.
Quiet.
And that goes for you, too.
Come on, you and the Hornet boat.
I said quiet. Shut up. I'll give you both a dose of gas. I'm not working for either one of you.
You don't have to talk. Huh?
What's that? You ain't in with Jensen?
You and Trask didn't plan this whole thing.
I said so, didn't I?
But I don't get
Then
this.
what about the 5,000? You can't laugh that off.
I haven't got your 5,000, and neither is Trask.
Sure I ain't.
If it isn't here, where is it?
Out on the water, out there. Look.
Yes, that's the life preserver, all right, but who?
I made Trask throw it off the dock.
Yeah, but I don't know why.
Let me get this straight. Trask wasn't after my money?
Not me.
And you, Hornet, you weren't after it either?
That money is drifting downstream with the tide. It's out in mid-channel. We're going after it, but our lights are out and we're sticking close to shore in the shadows. Just keep your eyes on that life preserver and shut up.
You see anything yet, Sligby? Not yet, Wolf. Keep her headed upstream. Just enough throttle to hold against the tide. Suppose Jensen didn't toss out that life preserver. He did it all right, with the money. Yeah, I guess so. Sounded like he would on the phone. I know the tide drift. You'll see it soon. Hey, Sligby. Spotted something. Over there. No, a little to the port. Ain't that it? Where? Yes, that's it. That's the life preserver. Swing the wheel. Grab it before it gets caught in the propeller wash. I have it. Is that it? Is the dough there? I think so. Yes, here it is. Fastened to the loop. $5,000. This is it, all right. Well, Sligby, another 5,000 for it. Just like rolling off a log. And no one the wiser. Imagine that lunkhead Jensen. He figures Trask is the guy that engineered that strike and demanded this dough. That's it. We get the money and Trask takes the blame. Hey, look. There's a launch here coming towards us. No lights. What? Well, I have the money. Quick, pull this life preserver over the side. They're coming fast. Must have been in the shadows. Give her the gas, you fool. Head for the shore. Okay. Faster. She's gaining.
We can't go no faster.
Sheer off there. Look out.
Look out, Sligby. They're coming aboard.
Cut your motor, Don, and we'll give you some of this gas.
What are you doing here? What do you want?
Don't move, Sligby. Come on, you cut that motor. Trask, Jensen, come here.
Get this.
Sligby, you.
I assure you, I don't know what this is all about.
Look at the other man, Trask. You recognize him?
Hey, let me go.
Stand still, you little rat. Well, Trask?
Well, I'll be... Wolf, listen, I don't know nothing about nothing, see?
Don't try that, Wolf. You're talking to the Green Hornet now.
Oh, that's who you are. That mask.
Jensen, take this wrench and smash in that motor.
I still don't know.
Move! Keep him covered from the other launch and keep that motor running.
So you're double-crossing me, huh?
Leave me go, Trask. I swear
All
I
the
didn't
while I thought you were on the level, you've been doing this.
What about you, Sligby? Don't tell me you have nothing to say.
Trask, listen. I don't understand what this is all about. But you're not taking the word of a crook like the Green Hornet against me.
We got plenty on you, Sligby.
That's ridiculous.
We saw you take that life preserver from the river, Sligby.
How about that?
Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
Oh, what's there to tell? I don't know what life preserver you're talking about. Here, I'll even show you around the boat so you can see for yourself.
No, you don't. Try to throw the money overboard, eh, Sligby?
Let me go.
Give me that. Oh, that's better. Police here, Trask. Take this money.
Hey, you ain't gonna let him get away. He's the Green Hornet.
Grab him, Trask.
A little too late for that. Fast off. Head for the shore.
Oh, my jaw.
Blast him, he got away.
Here come the police.
Stand still, all of you. What do you make a move? You're all covered.
It's all right. I'm Jensen.
Here's Trask and Wolf.
You and the dick board.
Get up.
Officer, this is an outrage. I warn you. Sligby, what are you doing out here? Trying to settle the strike in mid-river?
Officer, I demand that you arrest these two men. They're the ones who planned that strike. They took my money.
Yeah, I'll talk. You got the goods on me.
Holy crow, Lowdy. Look at Trask. He's got the money right in his hand. I guess that proves me theory was right. Trask is the crook.
Why, you blamed idiot.
Let him go. Trask had nothing to do with it.
He didn't.
Then who did?
Sligby. Sligby's the one. I demand his arrest.
Sligby, huh? Okay, mister. Join your pal over here.
Oh, what a yarn this is. Hey, Doyle, how about heading for shore? They don't have telephones on the river.
We're going, Lowry.
All right, I'm moving. But why didn't you go after that other launch? You let him get away.
What other launch? Let who get away?
The Green Hornet was in that launch.
Who?
The Green Hornet?
How about it, Trask? Was that the Green Hornet?
Sure it was.
He got us out here in the first place.
You saps. You got us, but you let him slip through your fingers.
Suffering snakes. Golly, Reed's going to be surprised when I tell him how close I come to getting me hands on the Green Hornet.
about it. Order the Skids Harbor Police. Green Hornet to the large. Central Entry Pepper.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The events and characters depicted are fictitious, and any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with The Lone Ranger.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Let's thrill to another exciting adventure with a masked rider of justice, the most picturesque and colorful character ever to ride the plains and prairies of the United States. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs racing down the trails of old. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! That's it, old fellow! John is waiting for us on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver!
our Lone Ranger drama opens, we find the famous masked rider and his faithful Indian companion Tonto arriving at the town of Fargo. Two lawmen, heavily armed with rifles and pistols, bar their trail.
Keep your hands high and don't make no fast moves. You aim to ask some questions.
Well, what do you want?
Stand back, Jim, and keep the two of them covered.
Yeah, sure will.
Now then, Leaping Sagebrush, you're masked. Maybe you're the Red.
Who?
I say it's the Red. Take your hat and mask off and let me have a look at you.
Who is the Red?
Worst darn crook that Fargo's ever seen. There ain't no need to tell you that. Like as not, you're him.
If I were, do you think I'd have stayed on the trail when I saw both of you guarding the approach to town?
I don't know. Ain't no telling what Red'll do.
Who is the Red?
If we knowed, we'd jail him. Can't even find no motives for his crimes.
What is he charged with?
Ornery coyote, he started out by robbing the banker. Took $500 from him one night and left him with $5,000 he didn't take. That don't make sense, does it?
I don't know.
But it makes as much sense as you riding down here in spite of me and Jim standing guard. Take off that hat and mask.
Tell me more about the robbery of the banker.
Curious, eh? It's the same as if you didn't know all about it already.
Tell me.
Sure, I'll tell you. The day after the Red robbed Banker Sims, there was a mortgage paid off on Jones Ranch. The amount was $500.
Have you questioned Jones?
Oh, Jones, he can't get out of a chair. His rheumatics is so bad. He ain't no ways to blame. He didn't even know the mortgage was paid off. Him and his missus was getting ready to get out of their house because they figured Banker Sims was going to foreclose.
Seems to me this man you call the Red did quite a favor for the Joneses.
That don't cut no ice. The man's a thief, and as such, he's going to pay.
Well, you're mistaken if you think I know anything about this thief.
Ain't a redhead in the whole blame town. That means he's got to be a stranger from other parts. You're a stranger, so you're...
All crooks may be strangers, Deputy, but that doesn't mean all strangers must be crooks.
But when they come here masked...
Even when they come masked.
If he don't take that mask off, drill him. We can't waste time, Kurt.
You hear that?
If you want the mask removed, come and take it.
I can do that, too. Keep him covered, Jim.
I got my rifle held steady, Kurt. Go ahead.
We'll see who you are right pronto, stranger.
Ready, Silver. At them.
Look out!
Get clear, Tonto.
Let me get this right. Get out of the way, Kurt.
Sorry, Deputy.
Don't shoot, Jim. You'll get me if you shoot.
Be ready now. Come on, Tonto.
Let me get it. God.
There he goes. Get him, Jim. Shoot.
I'll drop him.
You missed. Shoot again. He's knocked my gun away.
I winged the engine.
Try another.
They travel like lightning.
Reload and fire again.
Ain't no use, Kurt. They got clear. By the time I reload, they'll be out in sight in them woods. Drat it, I'll bet 10 to 1 that masked man was the Red.
Let me help you, Tonto. Me all right. You've been hit. You go on. Tonto, all right. No, I won't leave you, Kimosabe. Stop your horse. Oh, there, Silver. This place not safe. Oh, boy. This place will be safe for the time being. Trees to shelter us. Get down and let me look at your wound. Me all right. You're not all right, Tonto. That wound might be worse than it seems. We're not going on until we take care of it. Me all... Let me help you down. Who this Red feller? I don't know, but whoever he is, I want to know him. Seems to have done a good turn for the Jones family. Saved an old man who's crippled from being put out of his home. There now, Tonto. Lie down on the grass here. Me all right. You're not. That's an ugly wound. Lawman come soon. You get way. I'm going to dress that wound. Me all right. You not bothered. Steady, fellow. We'll build a fire and heat some water, then I'll dress that wound. Easy now, Kimosabe. Me all right. Me all right. Fainted. Silver, our friend is hurt more than he'd admit. We can't leave him here, and we can't take him with us. If we stay here, we'll surely be captured. That means they'll take off my mask. Yet, Tonto comes first.
Our scene changes now to the home of old Elijah Longworth. Elijah is telling his wife and Dave Tuttle, a young man boarding with the elderly couple, about the character known as the Red.
That's about all anyone in town is talking of.
For me, lad, I'll most be sorry to see the Red get captured.
Why, will you, Miss Longworth?
You ain't been around the town long, Dave. If you had, you'd know they ain't a more deserving couple in the world than Mr. and Mrs. Jones. I'm right glad this red-headed man done what he did.
Then you think he turned over the cash he stole from the banker to pay off their mortgage?
Sure he did, Dave. That's common talk.
And the best of it is that Banker Sims can't no way prove it. He has to let Jones keep his house, much as he'd like to take it away from him.
I sure wish this red feller'd help us out.
You? What's your trouble, Mr. Longworth?
Trouble? Listen here, Dave. Ain't a day goes by that I ain't scared I'll never see another sunset.
Lodge, don't bother our boarder with that story.
He wants to hear it, don't you, Dave?
Sure.
It's the feud, that's what.
Feud?
Me and Abe Darwin. Darwin is an ornery polecat with a dozen notches in his gun butt. He'd shoot as fast as I could say Jack Robinson. If he wasn't sure he wouldn't be catched.
Shoot you?
Yeah. Someday it's going to be him or me, and, well, I just ain't a killer.
Abe Darwin, huh?
Reckon you don't know him, David. He's at the cafe every night guzzling himself with red liquor.
And gambling. He's got rich by swindling folks with marked cards. I catched him at it once. He's been laying for me ever since.
He shot you once, Lodge.
Yeah, this scar on my neck is where his bullet grazed me. Shot me from behind, too.
Must be ornery as they come.
He sure is.
That's enough of that story, Lodge. Fair makes me creep to think of what might happen to you someday.
What's your past, Dave? You ain't had much to say about why you're here in town.
I reckon I ain't much of a past. I traveled with a medicine show till it went busted. Then I was left with nothing to do, so I'm sort of waiting around here, hoping what cash I got will last me till I find some sort of a job.
Looks like we got company for supper, Martha. Come in. Evening, Lige. Well, Kurt.
Howdy, Deputy Forsyth.
Just drop by.
You're just in time for supper if you'll stay.
Don't mind if I do. I'm frank to say, Martha, that I sort of hope to sample your fancy cooking. I'm in a mood for something of the sort.
How's that?
Done a good piece of work today. Got one of the friends of the Red captured.
What?
Yep. The Red? An Indian. Him and the masked man rode toward town and wouldn't answer up like what they should. When they heard about the Red, they both hightailed. The bullet fetched the Indian down. We trailed him.
How bad's he hurt?
He'll get well. We found him in a sort of a camp in the woods. Reckon the masked part of his was getting water from a spring. We seen him through the trees, but got away with the redskin before he come back.
But what makes you think the Red has a partner?
Why shouldn't he have?
Well, you ain't no proof, have you, Deputy?
Nope. With the redskin in the calaboose, I reckon the Red will try and get him out. If he does, we'll trap him.
What's this about the masked man?
Trap him, too. Use the engine for bait, you see?
Look here. Just what crimes are chalked up against this Red?
Thunder, we're chalking every crime that ain't been solved against him. We got reason to prove otherwise.
I see.
I'll get the supper on the table.
Mrs. Longworth. Don't set no place for me.
What's the matter, Dave?
Oh, I ain't hungry. Guess I'll drift toward town and see what's going on.
If you see any of the lawmen, tell them I'll be back to take my turn to standing guard over the redskins.
I'll tell them.
Now, ma'am, if I ain't too forward, I'd like to have a...
Looks like I made myself more of an outlaw than I figured on by trying to help the Joneses. Charged with everything the law ain't solved. That means hanging when I'm caught. Well, before I clear out, I'm going to settle a feud for poor Lige Longworth. Oh, steady there, girl, steady. Me and you are going traveling as soon as I can get my red wig and other things together.
Tonto, badly wounded, was held a prisoner in Fargo's jail. The office of the sheriff occupied a room in the same building. As our scene opens, it is evening, and Sheriff Barton is discussing Tonto with one of his deputies.
Soon as he's able to speak, we'll question him.
There ain't much chance he'll talk, though.
Maybe not. But the Red and that masked man will be afraid he'll talk and tell all he knows. They'll figure on coming here to get him out. Then we'll have him.
Got plenty guards around the jail?
Yep, and they'll be kept there with orders to shoot on sight.
I'd like to know just who the Red is.
Me, too. There's been a plenty of crime around here. We'll blame the whole works on him till we get proof otherwise.
He'll hang.
Sure as shooting. I'll shoot.
Gambler Darwin's dead.
Abe Darwin?
That's right.
Lige Longworth get him?
No, I just come from Lige's place. Darwin wasn't at the cafe tonight. I had a hunch and went to his house, and there he was, stretched on the floor.
Shot?
No. Reckon he was killed some other way. And we found out who the Red is.
Leaping catfish.
Who?
Dave Tuttle.
How do you know?
He was there. We caught him red-handed, wearing a wig. We chased him when he ran, and the wig come off. We seen who it was.
Did you get him?
Where's he now?
Riding north, fast.
You let him get away?
We couldn't stop him. We didn't have horses handy.
Get all the boys together.
What about the Redskin?
He can't leave here.
But the masked man might come for him.
Can't move him if he does. He's too bad hurt. Anyhow, it ain't the masked man we want. It's the Red.
And we'll get him, if you hurry.
Come on.
I'm with you, Barton.
You guards, never mind the jail. Get your horses and follow me. We're chasing down the Red.
Thanks to the Red, I can speak to Tonto now. Tonto!
Oh, you come.
Tonto, the Red has drawn the guards away. I'll get you out.
Me not move.
They think you're a friend of the Red. If they don't get him, they'll hang you.
Me not want Red be hunted. You go find Red.
Let me try to hold you on a horse. I have your horse with me.
You put white feller in pasture. Him wait for Tonto. Tonto stay here. You find Red.
Finding him, Tonto, will prove you innocent of anything he's done.
That only way.
I'll get the extra gun. Just wait 1 second, boys.
You go.
The masked man.
Stand there. I'm going out.
Kurt, it's the masked man.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scene, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, the masked rider was mistaken for a mysterious character blamed for a score of crimes. Tonto was wounded and thrown in prison, charged with being the Red's accomplice. However, Dave Tuttle was revealed as the mysterious outlaw when he was discovered standing beside the dead body of Abe Darwin, the gambler. Dave made his escape, and the next morning, tired lawmen gathered in the sheriff's office after an all-night hunt.
Blasted coyote. He sure rode in just the right place to hide all tracks.
We ain't a chance of finding him now.
And Abe done for by him.
Curious thing about that, Sheriff.
Yeah?
I mean, how'd the Red do it?
Dunno. He ain't had time to find out.
Wasn't no knife or gun used.
Maybe poison.
Didn't seem so. Besides, Dave Tuttle wouldn't have poison handy. He wouldn't be able to make Abe take it if he did have it.
The thing to do is to find Dave Tuttle. Good thing we got that Injun here.
You think he's in cahoots with him?
Sure he is. Wasn't he a friend of that masked man?
Yeah, he was.
All right, then. Didn't the masked man light out in the same direction as Dave Tuttle the Red?
Yes, that settles it, then.
I bet 2 bits the Redskin won't tell what he knows, though.
Well, they're hard to make talk.
You just can't make him talk.
We'll make him talk somehow, soon as his wound is better.
Sheriff.
Oh, morning, Longworth.
Well, Lodge.
Morning, boys. Look here, Sheriff. I heard what had happened. Dave Tuttle's run away.
Yeah, but we'll get him.
Does the critter owe you board money, Lige?
No, that ain't what I'm here for. Me and Marthy know him better than most folks in town.
Well?
We can't believe he's as bad as been said.
He's the Red.
Yeah, I know, Sheriff. But even so, I can't believe he's bad.
He robbed Banker Sims.
Helped poor Jones by doing it.
He killed Abe Darwin.
If he did, which same I question, He the same as saved my life by doing it.
You think he didn't murder the gambler?
I need more than just seeing him there to prove it to me.
Well, there's other things to charge against him. Lige, maybe you like the kid as Dave Tuttle, but as the Red, he's coming back to Fargo to swing.
The search for Dave Tuttle went on, but only the Lone Ranger found the trail of the outlaw. The masked man realized that nothing could free Tonto but the capture of the Red. And so, urging his great horse Silver onward, he followed the outlaw.
It's hard following this trail, Silver, old boy, but we're still after the Red. If Tonto were with us, we could make much better time, but he isn't. He may never be with us again if we don't take the Red back to Fargo.
The Lone Ranger followed the faint trail left by David Tuttle. Throughout the whole of the day and far into the night, he paused for a few brief hours of rest, then continued on his way with the first dim light of dawn. The trail led him through rocky hills whose sides were covered with treacherous shale. But still the masked man pressed on.
Once we're down in the valley beyond this hill, Silver, we'll find it much easier. Come on, fellow. That's it. Tonto's counting on us.
The masked man's trail led him toward the crest of a hill, higher than the others. He didn't know that just beyond, Dave Tuttle had prepared a trap. We see Dave with his friend Buck.
It's a good thing I got the start I did, Buck.
Yeah, you wouldn't have had a chance if you hadn't got to my place and told me about the fellow that sung to your trail.
That's enough shoveling, don't you think so?
Sure. When that powder blows, it'll start a nice rock slide that no man can escape from.
I hate like thunder to do it, Buck.
Well, you'd hate like thunder to swing for things you ain't done, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I reckon so.
All you done was to steal $500 from a coyote that didn't need it and give it to pay off that mortgage for Jones.
I swear, Buck, that's all I ever done that was against the law. And I'll bet the Lone Ranger would have done the same thing.
Who?
The Lone Ranger.
What do you know about him?
I've heard a plenty about what he's done.
Never stole, did he?
Well, I guess not, but he'd have found another way to help Jones out. I couldn't find no other way, so I done the best I could.
Then the law chalked every crime they had in town against you.
Yeah.
And spotted you when you went to kill Abe Darwin.
But I didn't go there for that.
No?
I went there to have a talk with the rat. Poor Longworth was afraid of his life. I thought if I called him the gambler that shot Lige, I'd throw such a scare into him, he wouldn't bother Lige no more.
Mm-hmm.
When I got to the house, Abe was there on the floor, just like I told you.
Dead.
It didn't take but a glance to see that.
And a glance was all that you had time for.
Yeah. The lawman busted in on me, and I had to run for my life.
Making you look as guilty as sin.
I know.
Well, you're into your neck now. You got a dozen murders charged to you, as well as thieving, rustling, and a dozen other things. You may as well save your life by setting off this blast.
I ain't no choice.
It won't be you gets that lawman that's after you. It'll be the blast.
Yeah. That's the way to look at it. It's the only way.
Sure. You just light a fuse, and if he happens along when the blast goes, it's his own fault. Who is it that's followed your trail?
I don't know.
Sheriff?
Didn't look like him.
One of the deputies?
Well, I couldn't tell who it was, Buck. He was too far off. But he stuck right on the trail. I know that.
Coming close, too. I hear his horse.
We better get going.
Yeah, light the fuse and we'll travel.
Buck, I can't go through with it.
Why, you blame fool?
I can't do it. I can't light the fuse to take a man's life. Not even to save my own.
Then I'll light it for you. I ain't going to see you fall into the hands of the law.
But look here, Buck. Let me try and outride him.
You've been trying to do that for 2 days.
Then I'll face him.
No, you don't. I buried that powder, and I aim to see you get rid of the man that's followed you.
It don't matter to you.
I'm a lightener.
But wait.
He's just beyond the ridge. He'll be here in a second now. There she goes. Run.
No, let me put it out. It don't matter to you.
Come on. Run or you'll get catch the blast. That tail is coming down. Watch out the blast. Nearly to the top, Silver. And we'll be heading into the valley. Come on, boy. That's it, old fellow. There we are. Now it's downhill. And Silver, that looks like our man down there. Come on, Sil!
A terrific blast shook the ground just ahead of Silver and the Lone Ranger. The loosened rocks began to tumble down the side of the hill. Silver was carried with him, his hoofs pawing frantically in space, while the Lone Ranger freed himself from the saddle. Dave Tuttle, watching the scene from a safe distance, expected to witness the masked man's death at any moment. But when the slide had settled, He heard Buck shout,
The doggone blast didn't get him right. He stopped his horse on top of the hill.
There's a horse down at the foot of the hill, and Buck, the man is trapped there. See?
Yeah, he's in sand and shale up to his armpits.
He's trying to get out.
Here, go and finish him. I'll catch that horse so I won't head back to Fargo.
Silver boy! Come on, fellow!
Yeah, horse is coming to him.
Gosh, Buck, look at that horse. Did you ever see one like it?
Come on, Silver!
Not so fast, mister. You ain't getting out of where you are, savvy?
He's masked.
Yeah, so he is.
Are you the man I've been trailing?
I am.
You were the Red.
Who are you wearing a mask?
Tuttle, I'm taking you back to Fargo.
Oh, no, you ain't.
No?
I'm Dave's friend, savvy. I ain't letting you take him back.
Come on, Silver. Down, boy.
Oh, there. Not so fast, horse.
Look out.
That'll hold you. How's that, Dave? The stranger figured on getting his hands on the horse and being hauled out in the sand, but I seen his scheme.
Take it easy, Silver. I was fighting that rope, old boy. Easy. Steady, Silver.
Yeah, I seen your scheme, stranger, and looped that rope around the tree here. If that horse is pawing up, pull that tree up, maybe he can get you out in there.
Look, stranger, I hate to do it, but I can't let you take me back. I ain't the murderer they judged me. I won't go back and hang for what I didn't do.
If you haven't done wrong, you'll not hang. You're charged with murder.
I know I am. I went to talk with Abe Darwin. I didn't kill him. He was dead when I got there.
He was?
Yeah. And as for them other things, I didn't even know about them. The only other thing I'd done was to rob the banker, and, well, I'd done that because it seemed just.
Then go back and let those things be proved.
No, I don't. I'm running his affairs now, stranger. And maybe you're an outlaw your own self.
Why?
That mask. I savvy your scheme. You're the one that's done all the crimes Dave's charged with. But you want Dave to hang for them so there won't be no more hunt for the real criminal. You ain't a lawman, are you?
No.
Of course you ain't. Then why are you so blamed anxious to get Dave?
Because an innocent man is in jail charged with Dave's crime.
Yeah. Seems there's a lot of innocent men in trouble around here.
Only because the real criminal hasn't been found.
The Red, eh?
No, Dave Tuttle is the Red. And I believe you, Dave, when you say you've done only one thing that was wrong.
But the law won't believe me.
Perhaps it will.
Look here, Buck. I'm going to help the man out of here. I can't let him die.
No, you're not. I'm doing for him right now.
Buck, Great guns. It just dawned on me.
Never mind what just dawned on you. We'll finish this man, then take that mask off and see just what his face looks like.
No. He's the one with the horse called Silver. The one I told you about. I savvy now. That Injun that's in jail. His name is Tonto.
Yes, and he's badly wounded.
Dave Tuttle, you...
No, you don't, Buck. I got you covered. You've been my friend, but I swear to heaven I'll shoot you if you make a move to draw a gun on the Lone Ranger.
Are you double-crossing?
I mean it, Buck.
After all I've done to help you.
I know, but just the same, we're getting that man out. Look here, mister. If I help you get out, will you give me an hour's start? Just 1 hour before you take up the trail again?
I won't promise that, Dave. If it were simply to take you to Fargo for trial, I would. But that's not the case. Tonto's wounded. The lawman will try and make him tell things that he doesn't know. The only way to help him is to take you back. And that's what I'm going to do unless you kill me.
You hear that? He won't even give you an hour's start. Now put down your gun and I'll finish things up.
But if I go back, I'll hang.
When you're back, Dave, I'll be on your side to try and prove you're not all the law claims you are.
But
You'll hang just the same, Dave. Don't you see it?
Well,
Jones will be on your side. You helped him.
Banker Sims will spend his last dime to hang you.
Longworth will be on your side.
He ain't a chance of getting free.
And the Lone Ranger will be on my side. I'm going back.
Over my dead body. You lower that gun to help the masked man and I'll drill you. I won't see you go back and hang.
Don't lower your gun.
I don't think he's got the nerve to drill me.
Yes, he has. He's ready to shoot to kill. Keep him covered, Dave.
But I can't help you unless I...
Yes, lower that gun.
There's a knife in the saddlebag. Cut the rope that holds my horse.
Curse you, I'll make you sorry.
1 second, I'll do that. Can the horse pull you out?
I'm sure of it.
Here's the knife.
Cut that rope.
I'll get you if it takes until my dying day.
There. The rope's cut.
Come on, Silver. Down. Down, boy. Let me get a grip on you.
Can you make it?
Yes. Now, up, Silver. Up, boy. There. Come on, boy. That's it. Now I'll use my own gun. Put yours on the ground, Dave, and take Buck's gun and put it with yours.
I'm obeying orders, mister. I'm your prisoner.
You just wait. All I do to help you, and this is how you show your appreciation. Well, go on back. Go on back and hang.
I'm going back, Buck, but I ain't figuring on hanging. The Lone Ranger is on my side.
The story of of Dave Tuttle, known in Fargo as the Red, will reach a startling climax. Be sure and listen to the second part of his amazing adventure with the Lone Ranger in the next exciting chapter.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. We're riding for the Red. Stretch out. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Who knows what is coming up next? The Shadow knows.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Using advanced methods that may ultimately become available to all law enforcement agencies, Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, as haunting to superstitious minds as a ghost, as inevitable as a guilty conscience. The Shadow's true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, Death from the Deep.
Look at the water, Captain. Calm as a mill pond. I tell you, I don't like it.
Now, Mr. McLennan, that's not good talk for a first mate. You sound like a superstitious deck swabber. If the elements feel kindly toward us, let them be.
I know, Captain. But 5 days with the sea as smooth as a skating rink is a bad omen.
Well, Mr. McLennan, perhaps we'll have a good squall tomorrow to restore your peace of mind. For myself, I'll take anything. What's that?
Sounded like the engine room.
That was more than a boiler, McLennan. Hello. Hello down there. I don't answer. Hello.
Captain, we've been...
Hello down there. We've been what?
Captain Jones, look there. Look at that white path on the water coming toward us. It's a torpedo.
We're not at war.
Hold fast, Captain. It's going to hit amidships.
Are all hands accounted for?
Yes, Captain.
Are all lifeboats clear?
All but this one, sir.
And lower away. Hold
lively, then. We'll just get away in time, sir.
Hey, what's that nosing out of the water dead ahead, sir?
It's a submarine.
Submarine? So that's what did it. The blackguards?
A man coming out of the submarine hatch, sir.
He's got a machine gun. He's pointing at it. Stop! Stop, for the love of heaven!
Acme Steamship Agency.
I wish to cancel my reservation on the Princess Marie.
But, madam, didn't you...
I'm not sailing, I tell you. Why, it'd be suicide.
But, Mr. Williams, you can ship your goods with us. Our boats are safe.
No boat is safe.
But you'd be insured.
Yes, at 4 times the usual rate. Oh, no. You can cancel my shipment.
Gentlemen of the Maritime Commission, we are confronted with a vital problem. In the past 3 months, there have been exactly 18 ships mysteriously sunk on the high seas. Ships belonging to the United States, Great Britain, Germany, Italy, Japan, in fact, every major power. This series of unexplainable marine disasters has created a panic throughout the nautical world. Passenger reservations are being canceled. Freight shipments are being withdrawn. Crews are deserting the ships. Gentlemen, something has got to be done.
Waiter, some more coffee, Margot?
Yes, please, Lamont.
2 more coffees, waiter.
Now, what were you saying, Lamont?
Just this. 3 months ago, Margot, the first ship disappeared. A few days later, a second ship was sunk. This time, the bullet-ridden bodies of the crew were found dead, afloat in their lifeboats.
Horrible.
It is. And each succeeding disaster has been increasingly horrible.
And now all shipping is at a
These
standstill.
atrocities could not have been brought about by international jealousies because each of the ships sunk has been owned by a company in a different country.
But who can be
I'm not
responsible?
sure. But my deduction is it's the work of a pirate.
A pirate? But Lamont, a pirate in the 20th century?
Yes, Margot. And one more callous, more bloodthirsty than any buccaneer who ever sailed the Spanish Main.
Then why isn't he tracked down?
Because not a single person has ever survived these sinkings. Therefore, the pirate has never been seen.
He must be seen sometime.
Not if he has a submarine.
Submarine?
Yes, Margot.
But how could an individual be in possession of a submarine without it being known?
If a man were rich and clever enough, he could have a submarine built in complete secrecy.
There must be some way of finding him out.
There is. Before such a craft could be constructed, it has to be designed. There are very few expert designers of submarines in the world. In the brain of one of them, this pirate craft must have been
But
conceived.
Lamont, a pirate submarine sounds fantastic.
Even more fantastic, Margot, is the motive of the pirate. He's preyed on every kind of ship, from the superliner to the common tramp. He can't be after booty because examination of the sunken hulls has revealed that nothing has been touched.
Why, Lamont?
To
Why?
find an answer to that question is a task for the Shadow.
But how would you proceed?
I've already made a few secret inquiries at the Navy Department in Washington. They told me of one chap who might be worth investigating, a Mr. Joseph Hart, a brilliant designer of naval crafts who was dishonorably discharged from his position.
Where can he be found?
I have learned that he is living all alone in a small house out on Oak Road. The Shadow is going to pay a call on Mr. Joseph Hart tonight.
Will you pass me that bottle, please, Benton?
Certainly. Here you are. Joseph, I'm sorry to see you indulging in liquor. It frequently loosens the tongue. Sometimes makes a man say things that he later regrets.
What do you mean?
Just this. We share a secret, Joseph. A secret which would be most unwise for either of us to divulge.
I haven't said anything. I haven't talked.
Not yet. My fear is what you might say. Your nerve is deserting you, Joseph. You must pull yourself together.
How can I pull myself together when night after night I'm tortured by the vision of a procession of helpless ships sinking down to the murky depths, haunted by the faces of floating corpses, tormented by...
Shut up.
I was a fool. I designed and built that submarine.
A service for which you were well paid.
Yes, with money soaked in blood. I'm responsible for the havoc and the terror that your insane...
Don't say that, you idiot. I'm no madman, do you hear?
Why did you come here tonight, Benton?
Because, Joseph, I've been wondering of late why I permit you to live. You're becoming increasingly dangerous to my interests.
No.
Unless you can prove to me that our secret is safe and that you will aid me in the future.
No, I'll never do that.
No? And in that case, I feel that you ought to be my guest on the next cruise of the submarine.
I'd never come back. Is that what you mean?
Quite true. But before you leave us in mid-ocean, You'll have an opportunity to see the splendid efficiency with which your creation, the submarine, operates.
No. I'd rather you kill me right now and have it over with.
And deprive you of witnessing the thrilling spectacle of my accurate marksmanship? To see them leap from the boats in terror like rats? No, Joseph, you can't miss seeing that.
No. I'd do anything rather than be forced to see that.
I thought you would. Maintain that attitude, Joseph, or it may be necessary for me to request that you pack your yachting clothes. A contingency which we should both deeply regret. Good night.
What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
I'll tell you what you can do, Joseph Hart.
Who's that?
There's a way to save you from the evil domination of Barry Vinton.
Who are you?
I am the voice of one who has come to help you. I am the instrument of your righteous vengeance. I am the Shadow.
The Shadow?
With my assistance, you can compensate for some of the wrong that you have done.
But how?
Tell me the secret that you share with Vinton.
Oh, no. I can't. I'm afraid.
More to fear if you remain silent. The Shadow already knows enough to hang you, Joseph Hart.
You haven't got anything on me.
I heard every word that passed between you and Vinton in this room.
Oh.
Tell me what I want to know and save yourself. Or perhaps, as Vinton so aptly put it, you'd prefer to pack your yachting clothes.
Nothing can save me. What I've done is done. I can never escape my conscience.
Then your conscience must tell you that it's your duty to all that you can do to stop Vinton's outrages.
Yes, you're right.
Now tell me the secret.
Very well. Until a year ago, I knew Vinton only by his reputation as a millionaire sportsman. He was famous as a deep-sea fisherman and a big game hunter. He came to me first seeking a design for a racing boat. I built it for him, and we became friends.
And because of that friendship, you consented to build a submarine.
Yes, but not for the purpose that he later used it. He told me that he wanted for a new thrill. Oh, believe me.
Go on.
Well, the submarine was built in Vinton's private shipyard, out at Carey's Point. Knowledge of its construction was carefully guarded from the world. It was not until the day the boat was launched that he told me his true intention.
What were those intentions?
Vinton is a lunatic, coldly, murderously mad. He'd always been a killer, but he tired of shooting lions and gaffing marlin. Now his warped brain had turned to what he regarded as a new sport.
The sinking of ships and the ruthless slaying of defenseless men. Now I understand. Why did he keep the submarine?
I don't know.
Are you telling the truth, Joseph Hart?
I've told you everything. Why should I lie now? If I knew where that boat was, I'd blow it to pieces. Myself with it. Myself with it. Wait. Myself. That's the idea. That's how I could fool Barry Vinton. Why should I wait to die at his hands? No.
What are you doing?
I'll fool Barry Vinton.
Here, put down that gun.
No more tortured, sleepless nights. I see no more screaming headlines. Another boat sunk, and another.
Don't, Joseph Hart, don't.
Barry Vinton will never take me on that voyage. I'll fool him, I say, fool him.
Poor Joseph Hart. You've served us both. Now we shall see whom you have served best. Barry Vinton or the Shadow.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a moment the Shadow will be back on the air with surprises, suspense, and a thrilling, unexpected climax. But meanwhile, here's something mighty important to bear in mind when you drive a car. Just remember that rainy days make the grass grow greener. They may bring out the best in flowers, but they bring out the worst in roads.
Yes, beware. A road that's plenty safe when dry may become a dangerous skid trap when wet, sending your car skidding, spinning, swerving off the road.
Motorists, why take this chance when you can now get a sensational new kind of tire that will stop you quicker, safer than you've ever stopped before? The new Goodrich Safety Silvertown with the Lifesaver tread. Impartial tests conducted by the country's largest independent testing laboratory against the regular and premium price tires of America's 6 largest manufacturers proved that no tire tested, regardless of price, came up to the new Silvertown in non-skid action. Furthermore, these unbiased tests showed that the new Goodrich Silvertown with Lifesaver tread gave more non-skid mileage than any of the other tires tested in its own price range. Imagine, the new Goodrich Silvertowns averaged 19.1% more miles before the tires wore smooth, which is the same as saying you'll get every 6th mile free. Yes, many tires cost more than the new Goodrich Silvertowns, but no tire at any price can give you the unequaled skid protection of the Lifesaver tread, the exclusive blowout protection of the Golden Ply. Keep danger a stranger. Put a set of these life-saving long-mileage tires on your car without delay.
And so, Margot, Hart finished telling me the story, and before I could stop him, he shot himself in the head.
Poor man.
Perhaps it was better that way.
Lamont, now how will you find the submarine?
Joseph Hart told me that it was built at Vinton's shipyard out at Carey's Point. That's the logical place to start my search.
Is that where you're going now?
Yes.
Do be careful, Lamont. Remember, that man's a lunatic. He'll stop at nothing.
The Shadow hasn't anything to fear from Vinton.
Hope you're right.
Well, this is as far as we can safely drive without being seen.
This is a desolate spot. Don't like it. There's a light.
Yes, the shipyard.
Appears to be surrounded by a high wall. It looks like a prison.
Perhaps it is a prison for those within its gates. Margot, before we go any further, I'll give you your instructions.
Yes, Lamont.
I've already been in touch with the United States Coast Guard. You've been promised to give me full cooperation.
Yes.
Once I've found the submarine and know Vinton's plans, I shall communicate with you by our private wireless.
And then?
Then you will relay my message directly to the Coast Guard headquarters in Washington.
I understand. Good luck to the Shadow.
The Shadow thanks you.
All right, let it down easy now.
Okay, Phil.
Well, that's the last of the torpedoes, Charlie.
Hey, the sub must be going on a long cruise this time. Taking plenty of supplies and ammunition.
Yeah. Hey, what's that?
It was the wind blowing the door shut. What's the matter with you?
Listen, Charlie, when are we going to get out of this joint? You know, we've been cooped up inside this shipyard for 3 months. It's giving me the creeps.
Now take it easy.
I'd rather be back in prison. There wasn't nothing scary about prison, and you knew when your time was up, you got out.
Maybe we ain't never going to get out of here.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, this Vinton guy's a bug. He ain't even let us read no newspaper since we come here. This stuff about hunting whales with torpedoes, that sounds screwy to you.
Listen, if he don't let us out of here soon,
Here he comes now.
Are all the torpedoes aboard?
Yes, sir. We just sent down the last load.
Very well. Take care of these empty crates. Then you may turn in.
Yes, sir. Mr. Vinton?
Yes?
Well, we was wondering if...
We?
Yeah, me and Charlie here was just talking about the... how we've been in the shipyard here a long time now,
And what Phil is trying to say, Mr. Vinton, is... could we have a couple of days off on the outside?
I'm afraid that would be impossible.
Oh, but Mr. Vinton, it's been 3 months. I've got a wife and kids.
You're being well paid, aren't you?
Oh, sure. You're giving us plenty of dough, all right, but we ain't getting no chance to spend it.
You will remain here as long as your services are required.
What if we don't want to stay here that long? What if we up and leave?
Yeah. I wouldn't advise you to attempt that. Do you remember what happened to your associate, Mr. Hadley, when he tried to, as you say, up and leave? He fell from the wall.
You mean that wasn't no accident, huh?
No. He was shot down.
Oh.
So, do you still want to quit? I thought that. Good night, gentlemen.
Looks like we're in here for a long, long time.
Yeah. Maybe you are. But I'm going to figure a way to get out of here, see?
Perhaps I can be of some assistance to you.
Who said that?
I heard it, too.
I said perhaps I can help you if you wish to get out of here.
Who's that talking? Where are you?
Don't bother to look for me. You can't see me.
What is this? One of Vinton's gags or something?
No, I am not speaking for Vinton. I speak for myself.
Who are you?
Men call me the Shadow.
The Shadow?
How'd you get in here?
The shadow is everywhere.
Well, what do you want?
I wish to bargain with you.
Well, what kind of a bargain?
By this time, you must be aware that you are both at the mercy of a madman.
He's right, Charlie.
You will never leave this place alive unless Ferry Vinton is brought to justice.
What can we do about
I will promise you your freedom if you will just answer my question.
Wait a minute. What do you think, Charlie?
Well, we're taking a chance. This may be a trick.
It is no trick. You have the Shadow's word.
Well, what do you want to know?
Where is Vinton's submarine?
Right below our feet in a secret underground berth.
When does it sail again?
Tonight, at midnight.
What is its destination?
Well, I heard Vinton say something to the mate about Cape Francis.
Good. Sailing at midnight, Cape Francis. The Shadow wishes him good hunting. Calling Margot Lane. Calling Margot Lane. Proceed as instructed. Communicate the following information to Coast Guard headquarters. Pirate submarine sails at midnight for waters off Cape Francis. Impress on Coast Guard the importance of following directions implicitly if wish to bait the madman who is terrorizing the Atlantic.
What is our position, Mr. Brush?
We are 100 miles due east of Cape Francis, sir.
Are we in the regular shipping lane?
Yes, Mr. Vinton.
Have we enough visibility for clear observation?
The sun is just risen, sir.
Good. I'll take over the periscope now.
Very well, sir.
A fine day for hunting, Mr. Brush. Hello, what's this?
Have you sighted something, sir?
Take a look. See what you make of it.
There is smoke. It looks like a steamer.
Splendid. Signal the engine room. Full speed ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it is a steamer. I can see a funnel.
Full speed ahead.
Ah, this is the life. There's nothing like it. The sighting of fresh quarry in this periscope. The excitement of the chase, the spine-tingling thrill when the torpedo finds its mark. And then the climax. On deck, shooting them down with a machine gun like scurrying rats. Mr. Browse, stand by the torpedo tubes. We're coming up fast.
Yes, sir. Stand by the torpedo tube.
Aye, sir.
We'll cut across the bow and swing to starboard. That should give us a perfect shot.
Very good, sir.
Be prepared to rise to the surface quickly. If we make a direct hit with the first torpedo.
Very good, sir. Stand by the valve and elevate off.
Aye, sir.
We're almost within range. Cut to half speed.
Half speed ahead.
Torpedo tubes number 1 and 2 are loaded, sir.
Torpedo tubes number 1 and 2 are loaded, sir.
Look, Broush. It's a fine, big liner.
Let me see, sir. Why, that's the Orpheus.
The Orpheus.
I remember now reading of her sailing. She has a full passenger list. Several ambassadors are aboard.
Full passenger list, eh? That sounds most promising. Number 1 tube ready to fire.
Number 1 tube ready to fire.
Now I'll bring her a little more to the starboard. A little more. Oh, there. Number 1, fire.
Number 1, fire.
Yes, it's heading straight for its side. No deflection. Should be a perfect hit. Closer. Closer. It's going to hit. Now. Why, failed to explode. It was a dud. Number 2 tube ready to fire.
Number 2 tube ready to fire.
Number 2, fire.
Number 2, fire.
We won't fail this time.
Yes, you will, Mr. Vinton. You've just fired another dud.
Who dared say that?
I did.
Who are you? Come out here where I can see you.
You will never see me. I am the Shadow.
Shadow, eh? I've heard of you.
The torpedo hit, but it failed to explode again.
Reload the torpedo tubes.
That would be a waste of time, Vinton. I've seen to it that all of the torpedoes are dud.
You'll regret this, Mr. Shadow. This is the one time that you've matched wits with a mind cleverer than your own. Blow out the ballast tanks for a quick rise to the surface.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you. I'll sink that boat with my deck guns.
Vinton, you're a madman.
Madman, am I? Very well, I'll show you the full extent of my madness.
Deck's awash, sir.
Open the conning tower hatch. Deck crew, stand by to man the guns. Aren't you coming up on deck, Shadow, to witness the kill?
I am already on deck, Vinton.
Devil plague you. How don't you get up here? Show yourself.
That is unnecessary, but never fear. I'll stay near you.
The guns are jammed, sir.
Jammed? Why, that's impossible.
I neglected to tell you, Benton, that I rendered your guns useless.
Oh, so you think that you've outwitted me, Shadow. But you're wrong. Signal the engine room full speed ahead.
Aye, sir.
Steer directly for that vessel's side.
What are you doing now, Benton?
The prow of this submarine is equipped with a ramming device. With it, we can sink any vessel afloat without injury to us. You didn't foresee that, did you, Shadow? In a few moments, we will rip open the hull of that liner and send it to the bottom as effectively as with any torpedo. So you don't believe me?
Oh, yes, I believe you. But that liner is completely deserted. It was set adrift there by the Coast Guard. It is a veritable floating mine with enough explosives aboard to blow you to kingdom come.
You're lying.
You'll know soon enough. You haven't far to go.
Reverse engines!
Reverse engines? Will we stop in time? We're getting closer.
No, we're stopping. We're stopping. We're not going to hit. You see, Shadow, I've outwitted you after all.
No, Benton. You've maneuvered your submarine alongside the ship just as I planned. All right, up there. Here's your men.
Put up your hands! Put up your hands, all of you!
Coast Guard. It's a trap.
All right, get up.
It's a trap.
Yes, a trap, Barry Benton. And this ends your reign of piracy and ruthless murder.
Very smart, aren't you, Shadow? But not as smart as you think you are.
Got him! He's going inside the submarine! He's closing the hull!
Yes, they all think they're so clever. But no one can outsmart Barry Benton. I'll go to the engine room. I'll maneuver the dive. They'll never get me. I'm master below here. Now check the valve. That's right. I'd love to hear what the Shadow is saying up there now.
He's probably saying it's no use trying to maneuver that dive, Barry Benton.
You, how did you get here, Shadow?
Why, I merely followed you.
Show yourself, Shadow, and I'll shoot you down in your tracks.
Here I am over here in this corner. Come ahead and shoot, Mr. Benton.
Well, Shadow? Well?
You just missed me.
Why, you...
Your marksmanship is deplorable, Mr. Benton.
Who are you?
That does not matter.
Why don't you tell them who you are, you glory seeker?
I seek no glory. My reward is that ships and men can once more safely sail the seas. The Shadow's work is done.
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
All the characters and all the persons named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
In one word, we do not allow answers from the audience during the quiz. We have to throw the question out and give them another. Doesn't help. Don't forget to shout a Groucho at the beginning of the show. You're now pretty well instructed, except we would like you to stay for about 15 seconds after the show. We'll then turn these quite bright lights around, take your picture, and you can then stare at yourself and the show is finally released. I think we're ready to go.
right. What do you think looks best, the duck or Fenneman?
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is wall. W-A-L-L.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who now have on display the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new 1954 Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with $2,500 tonight for one of our couples. And if any of them say the secret word, Josephine here will fly down and pay him $100. The word tonight is wall. Okay, Ducky. See you around Lincoln's birthday. I wonder if he's going to tie one on tomorrow night. I understand he's got a rich goose in town keeping him. Married Betty Hutton today. Or not Betty Hutton. What's her name? Ina Ray Hutton. Somebody by the name of Hutton. Barbara Hutton, yeah.
Groucho, we have some people with very interesting...
Would you marry Barbara Hutton? She's got $60 million.
I have 3 children.
Well, that would give $20 million to each child. Not only that, she'd probably give you a 10-cent store for yourself.
Sounds nice.
You could sing $1 Million Baby. Well, it's an idea. Think about it. This is only her 5th. She'd probably have another one, and you may be next in line. Sleep on it.
I will. Roger, we have some people with interesting occupations for you right now. Miss Josephine Shaker and Mr. Dan Kennedy. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Mr. Dan Kennedy and Miss Josephine Shaker. Miss Shaker, what kind of a shaker are you, salt or pepper?
I'm a pepper shaker.
A pepper shaker?
Yes.
Oh, a hot shaker, huh? Where you from, Josie?
I'm from Lebanon.
Lebanon, Pennsylvania?
No, Lebanon, Syria.
Oh, Syria. Is Shaker a Syrian name?
No, it's Shakar, but it's called Shaker in English.
Well, any shaker is a shocker in our country, Josie. What kind of a... What does that come from, that name? You know, does it have any derivation that you
Yes.
could explain?
Most of my family are blonde except me.
Oh. And you shocked them by turning up as a brunette?
Looks like it.
Oh. Well, shake, huh? I'll be glad to put it there, Joe. Oh, would you like a cigar?
Thank you.
You're pretty lucky. I've only got this one, and you're lucky not to get this. This thing will explode any minute. Now, Mr. Kennedy?
That's
you?
right, Dan
Your
Kennedy.
first name is Dan, huh?
Yes,
Where
sir.
are you from, Dan?
I'm originally from Chicago, from the Windy City.
Windy City, huh? Were you here a couple of nights ago, huh?
I was close to here.
You know, it blew the veranda off somebody's house up here in Beverly Glen. Imagine if that happened to Romeo and Juliet. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
You are. Huh? Are you happy?
Yes.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. True or false though it may be. I'd like to get a look at this charmer. Is she around here? Would Mrs. Kennedy please stand up? Is she in the audience? Would you mind standing up, Mrs. Kennedy? Let's take a gander at you. We have a duck, and we could use a gander. No, where is Mrs. Kennedy?
Oh, she's down in San Diego.
You're here in Hollywood having a hot time, and she's in San Diego, huh? No wonder you're grinning the way you are. What's your wife doing in San Diego? Is she hiding out?
Well, that's where our home is down there.
Oh. And where do you live?
Well, my work keeps me away from home most of the time.
Did you deliberately look for that kind of a job? Folks, meet a man who loves his work. What sort of work do you do?
I'm a census enumerator.
A census enumerator. That's a soft job. You only work once every 10 years. Isn't that true?
No, we work a lot of times in between, too.
Oh. Well, tell us about your job, Dan. Do you work for Washington?
No, we work for the separate cities that ask for special census to be taken in their town.
You mean you're in business for yourself?
Pretty much so.
That's highly competitive with the government, isn't it?
Well,
it's free enterprise, huh?
Yes, it's still free enterprise.
How often do you take these special censuses? By the way, is that the correct way to... Is it censuses? Is that the plural of census?
Well, I don't know. You don't say cactuses, you say cacti.
Well, that's when you're counting bullfrogs in the desert or something. Well, who decides when they want to take one of these special cacti? I was cacti the other night, huh?
That's sensei, then.
Sensei what?
Instead of cacti, it's sensei.
Oh, sensei counted the cacti? Is that what it is? You know, we can be sued by a number of comedians for this kind of a routine. Well, who decides to take this special cacti?
Well, city officials, city councilmen, city managers, city administrators in the different towns, they're the ones that ask for a special census to be taken in their town.
I guess that follows, huh? The city fathers want to see how many strangers have sneaked into their family. What are some of the special censi that you've taken?
Well, I've taken them in...
You've always called it censuses.
I've enumerated in San Diego, in Chula Vista, Los Angeles, in Palm Springs, Monterey.
What do you count them just in the pools in Palm Springs? Or?
We counted the pools also down there.
And then you divide by 4? Is that the way you do it?
Well, multiply by 4, maybe.
Oh, yeah. Suppose a pool has only got 3 people in. What do? Do you go to another city?
Well, look for more people in the bottom, maybe, or something like that. I don't know.
You drag the bottom, huh? Now, what do you find in San Diego, for example, besides people? What did you find down there?
San Diego?
Yeah.
Well, noticeably, they had a big population increase. They increased about 40% in the last 3 years there.
Really? I'll bet those city fathers could scarcely believe their own census, huh? What did you find out about L.A.? Was the increase as large as San Diego?
Well, I understand they only had about an 8% increase in the last 3 years in Los Angeles.
Oh. I guess the traffic is so heavy here, people can't get home. You get lost on one of those freeways and they get frantic. I know one guy's trying to get to Pasadena for the last 4 years. He's lost. Can't find his way out of this maze. Well, apparently in San Diego, the city fathers are doing a much better job than they are here locally, huh?
Looks that way, I guess.
Well, Shake. I can't call you Shake. Every time I do, my hand goes out. Besides, it's too undignified. I'll call you Josie. How is that?
That's okay.
You like that, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What sort of work do you do, Josie?
I'm a waitress.
A waitress?
Right.
Well, and they call you Shake?
Well,
Remind me never to order a bowl of hot soup in your place. By the way, where is your place?
round the corner on Vine Street, Hatton's Restaurant is called for the shish kebab place.
Hatton's Restaurant for shish kebab?
That's right.
Oh, on Vine Street there. It's near the Derby there, isn't it?
That's right.
It's the only restaurant in Hollywood where I've never been disappointed in the food.
Thank you for the compliment.
Well, it's no compliment. I've never eaten there. Now what have you got to say, Josie?
But I waited on you.
You may have waited on me, but I never ate it, huh? No, it's a real good restaurant. I've been in there. Everything is on a stick, isn't it, huh?
Sometimes.
Everything is binding, including the proprietor when business is bad. What kind of customers do you get at this hash joint?
All kind of customer. Some of the most important people from NBC of Hollywood.
Really? From NBC they go there?
Right.
Well, who do you get there? Maybe I know some of these ushers.
Well, I have Mr. West, the vice president of the NBC of Hollywood.
John West, the vice president?
That's
Really?
right.
He's my boss, you know.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. He really isn't my boss. I just thought if I said that, I could get him to put an ashtray in my dressing room. You know, I can't get an ashtray in my dressing room. I've been trying for 3 years. He sent me some ashes, but he won't send me an ashtray. I think they were mine, huh? Well, would you say John West is a good tipper?
He's a very nice fellow, and his tip his own is none of nobody else's business.
Josie, you've answered my question. You don't have to go any further with that. Actually, you might find a $5 bill there someday, and if you do, my guess is he'll have the hole sewed up in his pocket by nightfall. He's a pretty thrifty gent, you know.
Yes.
He needs every nickel he's got. He's 6'6", you know, and he has to buy extra-sized clothes. He's really a timber topper. What kind of food do you serve at your beanery, Josie? What are some of the items on your menu?
Well, I'm going to name them in my own language and explain it to you in English. We have محشي ملفوف, كوسة محشي, كبة بقنوليا, لحم مشوي, كفتة رز.
Laha Mishwi?
You know what it
I
is?
saw her at the Burbank Theater downtown.
That is the shish kebab.
That's a shish kebab?
That's right.
Oh, that's that stuff on a stick that's
That's
binding?
right.
And what else besides
We
lala?
have maza and kibbe and eggs.
What's that?
That's the kibbe cooked with eggs.
Kibbe? What is kibbe?
Kibbe is made out of the leg of lamb ground very fine, and we have the crack wheat in it. They have it mixed up together, and then they fix it like a meatball, and they stuff it inside with meat, magnolia nuts, onion, all kind of seasoning, and they bake it in the oven.
And then throw it away, I suppose. Does John West eat this kind of food?
Yes, sir.
No wonder he doesn't answer his telephone. It's probably doubled up with ptomaine. Whom I knew very well now. By the way, Josie, are you married?
No.
You're not married?
No.
Why not?
I'm not in a hurry.
Well, being a waitress, I understand that, but why aren't you in a hurry, Josie? Don't you know that time is a-wasting? You're still a comparatively young woman, but even so, isn't that your objective, to finally get married?
Not now.
No?
Mm-mm.
Could you go for a guy like Dan if he was single? Or if his wife didn't come back from San Diego?
Well, it happened he is married. I can't go for him.
Well, let's assume that he was single. Would this be approximately
Well,
your
that
type?
would be between me and him, Mr. Grosho.
In other words, I think she kind of likes you, Dan. You may have some extra census to take pretty soon. Dan, old boy. Do any of your customers ever get fresh with you?
No.
No?
No.
Don't they ever kind of kid around with you, I think?
They kid, but they never get fresh.
Oh. I can understand that. No customer wants to bite the hand that's feeding him. Because it's pretty easy to poison one of those sticks. Now, what do they do with the old sticks after the meat is gnawed off? Do they use it to put around a lawn to show that new grass has been sown there?
Did you ever try it?
Never try what? I've tried almost everything. I don't know what you're referring to.
To the meat and the stick.
Yeah, I tried a meat on a stick. Of course, I was brought up on apple on a stick. And that's entirely different. That's not hot. That was when I had teeth. You could eat that. I tried one a few months ago, and all my teeth came out with the apple. I settled. I finally put the apple in my mouth and threw the teeth away. That isn't really true at all. I have one of the finest sets of teeth that money can buy. Now, Dan, what am I rattling on here a lot? Nobody's listening to me. It's like somebody explaining kinescope. Now, Dan, let's get back to your senses. You still have your senses, huh?
I'm afraid so.
You retained your senses while all this palaver was going on?
Oh, I've enjoyed it a lot.
You have, huh? Well, you're all alone. For example, what kind of questions do you ask when you visit a house?
Well, we like to know who the head of the family is first.
Well, suppose the head of the family has two heads.
We just want one of them.
Oh, that's a kind of ridiculous question,
Yes,
isn't it? Isn't it invariably the woman?
Well, that's, the woman says she is. That's one of our little jokes in census work.
I see. You may think it's a joke, but at this moment there are 40 million husbands listening who aren't even smiling. I'm curious. I'd like to see how you operate. Now, pretend that I'm a housewife, Dan, and you knock at the door. Now, you fire away. What do you want to know?
Well, I'd
No,
say...
question.
Come in.
Good evening, madam. We're taking a special census in this city, and we'd like to know the names of everyone who reside here in this household, beginning with the head of the family.
Well, would you mind waiting? Like, go back and put on my kimonos?
Not at all. Make yourself comfortable.
Well, I just slipped out of the bath. Just in time, too, because the water was going out at the same time. Okay, now what do you want to say? I have a vacuum cleaner, if that's what you're asking.
All we'd like to have is the names of the people who reside here.
Who reside here?
That's right, yes.
Well, let's see. There's...
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
You're the lady of the house, yes, ma'am.
That's true. And remember that, too. Well, there's Sarah, that's the upstairs maid, and then I have Nettie in the kitchen.
No, I'd like to have the family
I always have
name.
Nettie in the kitchen. I can't get her out of the kitchen. Now, what would you like to know?
We'll start in with the family, the head of the family, last name first, please.
Oh. Well, Mark Groucho.
And middle initial?
Julius.
And age at last birthday?
39.
That's a funny thing. They all say that.
Well, that's the influence of Jack Benny. Now, how do you get paid? What else do you want to know? You're not going to be nosy than that,
yes,
are you?
I'd like to know the names of everybody in the family and the names of everybody residing in the house.
Well, there's Melinda. That's my 7.5-year-old daughter. She's a confounded nuisance.
And any other children?
No. Well, I have 2 grown-up children.
Do they live at home?
No, they left long ago.
Any servants resided here?
Yes, I have Nettie and Sarah.
And their last names? Nettie's last name?
I don't know. I don't remember. Sarah's last name is Hatchett. Sarah Hatchett. She's from Louisiana.
And her age at last birthday?
Age? I don't know. She's around 45.
All right, and...
You know, when she first came with me, she came from Louisiana, and I don't think she knew much about plumbing the way it is up north. And I had a plumber at the house one night, and one morning, and he was fixing the dishwashing machine in the kitchen. And there'd been some air in the pipes upstairs in the washroom, and she came to me and she says, Mr. Mark, she says, as long as the plumber's here, why don't you have him go upstairs? She says, there's a bubble in your commode. How do you get paid for taking the census?
6 cents a name.
Do you get so much a head?
6 cents a name is what we get.
6 cents a head, huh?
Yes, sir.
Does that include cabbage or just the people who are living there?
Just the people who are living there.
You get for the name, you get 6 cents.
6
You get
cents.
the same if the name is Jones or if it's Gabrilowicz?
I'm afraid we do. Just 6 cents any name.
Uh-huh. Well, when you come in after a hard day's work, how does your boss know that you didn't just sit under a tree all day and go through the phone book?
Oh, they have ways of checking up on us on that. They send field checkers out, and they list all of the numbers of the houses on a certain street, check that against the enumeration book, see whether every house has been enumerated.
They're just as suspicious as the tax department, huh?
They're more so.
What's the biggest day you ever had?
Well, down in National City, I enumerated in a district down there. There were large families, 10 to 11 to a family, and my total there was 911 people in one day.
At 6 cents a throw?
At 6 cents a throw.
That's not bad, huh? Sounds like a real old-fashioned American families down there.
Oh, they were.
What sort of people live in this area?
Well, they were all Navy families, Groucho.
Well, that's democracy for you, huh? Back in Washington, Secretary Wilson is busy cutting down the armed forces personnel. And out in National City, the Navy's busy making a fool out of them. Well, I'd like to continue talking to you two, but the time has come to play You Bet Your Life. Now, you win more money than our other couples, and you get a chance at the big question later. I presume you know how to play this game, huh? Let's see how much money you can make. You select a general information quiz. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, which question do you want to start with? $10 one? 80? 100? 60. 60? All right. In what popular card game do you keep score with little pegs on a board?
Cribbage.
Cribbage is right. That's right.
You're on your way. You have $60.
Corned beef and cribbage. I had that the other night for dinner. Now, what question do you want? 70. Well, congressmen and some other government officials have the privilege of sending certain types of literature through the mails free. What is this privilege called? What is it?
Frank.
You're welcome. Yes, that's right. Frank.
You've now climbed to $130.
Now, what do you want?
80.
80. What do you call the black mineral that uranium is obtained from? Come on, kids.
Get caught on that one.
Well, you know it after I tell you. It's pitch blende.
Oh.
You still have $130.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples.
Yeah, let's use the words.
How much? A $100 one? Mm-hmm. The $100 one. The air around us is made up of a number of gases. What gas is present in the greatest amount?
Oxygen. Oxygen.
No, I'm sorry. It's nitrogen. Everybody gets fooled on that.
And you wind up with $130.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. That's not too bad. All right, George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, our studio audience selected a physicist, Dr. Eugene Kinsey. His partner is a housewife, Mrs. Sue Neese. So, folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx.
Let's see, you're Sue Neese?
Yes.
Sue Neese, eh? Well, if you're a niece, you can call me Uncle Groucho.
Hi.
I'd say you were about 20. Is that about right?
22.
22, eh? Ripe old age. Where you from, Sue?
Buffalo, New York.
Oh, thought you were from Sioux City. There's a couple of bisons out front. Are you married?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How did you meet this bounder?
On the pike in Long Beach.
You met him on a fish?
No, just the pike down Long
This
Beach.
fellow was a piker?
Not exactly.
Well, how'd you meet him?
He was in the Navy, and he came up to me last night, and he said, haven't I seen you someplace before?
Oh. Real original approach, isn't it, huh? What did you do, send for a cop?
No, he didn't know it, but 2 years before that we had met, and we went out on a date, and then I left for Chicago and never saw him again until that night.
Oh. Then you picked up where you left off, huh?
Well, we went out that night, then he left for Japan.
Every time he saw you, he left for another country. What happened? He went to Japan, huh?
Mm-hmm. He was in the Navy, and then when he came back, he landed in Seattle. So I got on the bus and went to Seattle, and he met me, and I asked him to marry me. He did, and 2 days later we got married.
You proposed to him?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you do that?
I wanted to get married.
You would have married anybody that came back from Japan, is that it?
Not exactly. He was pretty nice.
Oh. Well, he may have been a sailor, but apparently you were the one who knows how to tie the knots. Why did you propose to him? Wouldn't he pop the question?
I guess he would have if I'd given him a chance, but I didn't want him to go to Japan or for me to have to go to Chicago. Or I just, as long as I had him, I might just well hook him and get it over with.
It's like Romeo and Juliet. It's the same thing. Well, you're very frank about it anyhow, Sue, and I admire your frankness because most girls, they lie about it. They get very coy and resort to subterfuge of all kinds. Dr. Kinsey, eh?
That's right, Groucho.
Well, let's get one thing clear. I'm not going to make any jokes about your name.
Thank you.
Now, why did you write this book?
I think it's interesting.
Well, there's no question about that, but she skipped that whole thing and just proposed to him, man. She didn't pay any attention to the Kinsey book at all. Are you married?
Yes, I am, Groucho, with one child.
You're married with one child, man? Why don't you marry a grown-up like everybody else? Where are you from, Kim?
Virginia, Richmond, Virginia.
Richmond, Virginia.
Groucho.
In other words, you're a Virginia ham, is that right?
I suppose so right now.
Did you read is he related to you, this character in Indiana?
No, we're not connected in any way.
Not even the jawbone with the knee bone? Knee bone's connected with the jawbone, and jawbone connected with the jawbone, and with the bone. Can you do a grind, Sue? Sue, can you do a grind?
I have 2 children.
Well, you say he went to Japan after that, huh? What is your racket, Doc? What is your profession?
I'm a physicist.
You are, huh? Well, you don't you don't look like you're fizzing much there. What is a physicist there? What is a physicist exactly?
Well, a physicist... A physicist studies...
Did you ever get on a bender like that and start singing a song and you can't control it?
Not recently, no.
Well, I guess I'm going to pot. I've done all the pieces recently, you know. I don't know what's...
Oh, you've forgotten about the physicist here.
Yeah, explain it, will you?
A physicist studies the laws of nature and tries to find out why things happen.
I don't dig this at all. Could you clear that up a little more? What do you mean why things happen? You mean like a bus rolling down the main highway? You know why it's happening. It's got wheels on and somebody put gasoline in the tank.
Well, for example, suppose, say my wife and I were walking down the street one day and we happened to look into some store window or some display and perhaps see...
And don't worry, you will if you're walking down the street with your wife.
And maybe we would see an electric light bulb with no wires attached and yet burning. Well, then I would worry about why this was happening. Whereas my wife would simply say, "My, what a tricky little gadget," and then continue on to the hat shop.
Or the dress shop, huh?
Or both.
Yeah. You got on to your wife pretty fast, didn't you, huh? How long you been married?
I think she's on to me.
How long you been married, Doc?
7 years, Groucho.
7 years, huh? And Sue, you're a housewife, huh?
Yes.
Pretty fine-looking housewife. Suppose you tell us a little about your husband. What kind of a fellow is he?
Oh, he's tall, dark, and handsome, and easygoing, but he doesn't...
Easygoing, yes. He's easygoing to Japan, mostly. Where is he now?
He's in Tennessee.
Oh. He's certainly a wandering minstrel, this fellow. Don't you ever grab a hold of him and have him stay in one spot for any length of time?
Yeah, but...
Don't you get lonely for him? You don't have to answer. Your silence was most eloquent, huh? Well, what else can you say about him besides the fact that he's on the lam most of the time?
Oh,
Is anybody after him?
Well, not right now, but a few months ago it seemed like somebody was. We had a hot rod, I guess is what you call it, with real fancy hubcaps on it, and everybody'd steal them, so I guess we put about 5 sets of hubcaps on that car. So he thought, well, he was going to play detective, and he went downtown, he bought 4 new hubcaps, $25 worth, and tarpaulin to cover the car. So he thought that night he would sleep in the car, sit in the car, and...
Anything to get away from you, huh?
Well, anyway, he was going to stay in the car and catch the kids that were stealing the hubcaps.
Rat pack.
Yes, that's what they were. So the next morning he...
What happened?
Well, he fell asleep, and when he woke up, the hubcaps and tarpaulin were gone.
Did he ever work for the Brink people in Boston?
No.
Well, after he lost the hubcaps, then he went to Tennessee? He was pretty disgusted by that time, huh?
No, he went to Seattle before that.
Oh, he went to Seattle? Oh. He went to Seattle and Tennessee, was it?
He went to Seattle, and then he came home, and then he went to Tennessee.
Oh. When is he coming back again? You got any idea?
No.
Will he bring you any hubcaps when he returns?
No, but I'll have something waiting for him when he gets back.
Well, I certainly won't ask you what, huh? That crazy I'm not. Dr. Kinsey, I'm curious. Just how would a physicist go about keeping crooks from swiping his hubcap?
Well, I would suggest putting the car in a garage.
Ladies and gentlemen, you now see the scientific mind at work. Doctor, that's a very logical answer, but let's assume that this fellow hasn't got a garage.
Then he should bring his problem to me, and I think that...
And you'd steal the hubcaps, eh?
We could devise some sort of a new type of device which would lock the hubcap onto the wheel.
I see. How? How would you do that?
Well, this would take time.
Well, that sounds pretty good. That's very sensible. Suppose he got a flat tire, he'd have to throw the whole car away, wouldn't he?
I suppose so.
Couldn't take it off. Now, Doc, where do you work, Doc?
I'm in a partnership business with 2 other physicists, and we are acting as consultant physicists. We have a firm name of Eric, Kinsey, and Miller, Box 361, Downey, California.
Well, and people come in to see you?
Yes, that's right.
And what do they say? I mean, let's give it an average customer.
Well, for
client.
instance, a manufacturer might come in with some problem he has, some technical problem.
With his wife, you mean, at home?
Possibly, yes.
You solve those kind of problems, too?
No, we stay strictly non-domestic.
Well, how do you operate this racket, this business? Now, let's say I have a problem. I come to you. What's the first thing you do?
The first thing we do is listen to your problem very carefully and then sit down and try to evolve an idea which might solve your problem.
Well, I've already got the idea. That's why I've got a problem in the first place. What kind of ideas do you work on?
We work on all sorts of ideas, usually in the toy, auto accessory, and household goods lines.
Mm-hmm. Why don't you invent something that will prevent children from destroying their toys 2 days after Christmas? Everything in my house is demolished already.
We've done something along this line, Groucho.
What do you do, lock up the kid?
One of our items consists of a gadget which holds a set of crayons together and at the same time protects them from breakage.
Mm-hmm. No, and you can improve anything, in other words.
We can improve anything, we think.
Well, how about an egg? I've always thought if we had square eggs, they'd stack up much better in the refrigerator. Now, can you square an egg?
We haven't actually
I wish you could square a wrap I've got downtown, too. And also the hypotenuse while you're squaring things. Now, how would you square an egg?
Well, the only thing we've ever done in the egg department was to succeed in scrambling an egg while still inside the shell.
Well, you just shake it, don't you?
We tried shaking, we tried rotation, and then we tried supersonics, and this did the trick.
What'd you do? You put the egg in a plane?
No. We used a supersonic sound generator, and thus we were able to shake the egg inside of the shell and thus get a scrambled egg after boiling.
Well, you haven't answered my question. Can you square an egg?
No.
Well, see, there are some things you can improve on. However, in this case, it's just as well. When you said no, every chicken in this country heaved a sigh of relief. You realize that millions of chickens all over the United States had their heads out waiting for your answer?
No, I didn't, Groucho.
Well, what are some of the items you've improved over the years? For example, you couldn't improve Sue here, could you?
I suppose not. We have improved many...
Darn right you couldn't.
One of the things we have is
See how helpless you are in the sight of nature.
I think you're right, Groucho. I should stick to the books.
Well, what are some of the things you've improved?
Well, a typical example of this might be a new type of auto compass we have, which allows you to find yourself around in the night in your automobile.
No. I know a fella's been on the freeway for 4 years. He could use one. Well, from talking to you, I gather that all physicists do is invent things that are better left uninvented, huh? Don't you ever come up with ordinary things like a cheese sandwich?
For sure. We've made many improvements around the house, for example. Commonplace things like new types of water faucets, mirror heating devices for the bathroom to keep the mirror from steaming up when you take a bath.
It isn't the mirror that steams up. It's the husband waiting for his wife to get out of the bathroom.
We have even done some work on things like ordinary living room lights.
Like, well, what have you done for me, for example?
Well, for you, we applied, I don't know.
What about these lights you were talking about?
Well, we were working on living room lights and household lighting systems.
I see. Well, I don't have any lights in my living room. When I turn the switch, nothing happens. Do you think a bright young physicist like you could locate the source of this trouble?
Well, have you paid your light bill?
How would you like it if I came down to your office and poured glue in your slide rule? You'll admit that you can't improve on Sue.
I think you're right.
Well, we've gabbed long enough now. How would you like to settle down to some serious work, like winning some money? Just win more than the other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big question later. Beneminentes. Stage right. Now, let's see how much money... Oh. Let's see how much money you can make. You selected dictionary quiz. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what question do you want to start with?
70.
70? Is that all right with you, Sue?
Yeah.
All right, one answer between you. The word digital pertains to what part of the body?
The finger.
Fingers or toes, either one.
You're on your way with $70.
Say it again, Henry.
You're on your way with $70.
Once more, there's a hole in the cigar.
You're on your way with $70.
Okay.
80.
It's a Swiss cheese I'm smoking here. You take an $80 one now?
Yes.
All right. What do you call a man who makes casks or barrels?
A cooper.
A cooper is right. That's right.
You now have $150.
Now what do you want?
9. He knows all the answers.
90, yeah. Well, you know some answers too, Sue. If I had my choice, I'd prefer your answers to his. Even with those two fellas he's working with and everything. All right, for $90. Synonyms are words of the same meaning. What do you call words of opposite meanings?
Antonyms.
Antonyms is right.
You now have $240.
No.
Don't say no. It's yes, Susan.
100?
100 you're going to go for. It's last chance to beat the other couples. For $100, the emblem of the physician is a winged staff with 2 serpents entwined. You see it on doctors' cars and on medical buildings. What is this emblem called? Talk it over. If you don't know, take a guess. Well, it's caduceus.
Oh.
C-A-D-U-C-E-U-S.
I couldn't even see it. How was I supposed to know it?
Well, you wind up with $240.
You're pretty crooked, Susie, aren't you? Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. All right, George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we have a young lady
Well
who
trained
works...
tonight.
Who works as a cashier in a theater, and her name is Mrs. Catherine Coleman. And her partner is a very special guest. Captain Shaw from the Armed Forces Radio Service told me about him, and I thought we might have him on the show. I'd like you to meet Captain Joe McConnell. So, folks, could you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Catherine Coleman and Joe McConnell. Katie, I'll call you Katie. Is that what your husband calls you?
No, he calls me baby.
Baby. Well, I'll call you Baby, too, huh? You can call me Baby, yeah? Who knows what'll happen? Where are you from, babe?
I was born in Mesa, Arizona. But
In
I came-
Mesa?
Yes, But I came here when I was 22 months old.
Oh, under your own steam? You know what a mesa is?
No?
You know what a miser is?
Yes.
Well, a mesa is on the desert, you know. There's a kind of a country that goes like this. You ever ask anybody what a spiral staircase is? They always go like this. I'll ask you a puzzle. Do you know... Now, let me think. How do you pronounce Y-O-L-K?
Y-O-L-K. Yolk?
Yeah. That's right. Now, what is the white of an egg?
White of an egg? I don't know.
It's a mesa. Give up?
Yes.
It was Polk, the President of the United States. How do you like that for a riddle, huh? Now, you say you have a husband? A husband, huh?
Yes.
I'm only a short time in this country. Yeah? What does your husband do for a living? Is he an Arizona cowboy?
No, he manages a drugstore.
Oh, he's a drugstore cowboy, huh? How long have you been married, Katarina?
13 years.
13? Well, you're a very young-looking girl to be married.
Thank you.
You have any children?
Yes, 2.
2, huh? Are they as pretty as you?
Well, I have a little girl, 6.5. And they say she resembles me.
Oh.
Little boy's 4.5.
Oh. Well, it's Joe? That's you, huh? That's you, huh? You know what a mazer is?
No.
Well, you won't find out from me, Joe. That's a beautiful suit you're wearing, Joe. Who's your tailor?
Uncle Sam.
He's made suits for a lot of people I know. Huh? Gives you a good price, too, huh? Judging from those 2 bars in your shoulder, you're a captain, is that right?
That's right.
See how we differ? You have 2 bars in your shoulder, and I usually have my shoulder on 2 bars. Well, those wings on your chest, that means you're a pilot?
That's right.
You're about 30, I'd say. Is that right?
31.
31. Married?
Yes.
You see, I don't even need you up here. I can tell all the facts just at a glance. Now, how long have you been in the Navy?
I've been in the Army Air Corps for 13 years.
Oh, you're in the Air Corps. That's a long time. How'd you get to be a pilot, Joe?
Well, I always wanted to be one, so I requested the Air Corps when I joined the Army.
That's unheard of. Usually when a fellow signs up for the Air Force, they shove him in the engineers, huh? How come they made a mistake in your case?
Well, they didn't. First, they made me a medic in the infantry.
That's more like it. My faith in the Army is restored. Now, Katie, what kind of work did Fenneman say you did?
I work for the drunkard.
Oh, many women do, but... Why don't you quit? Who is this bum?
Well, The Drunkard is a temperance play, and it's been running at the Theater Mart for 21 years.
Oh, I knew it wouldn't be steady when you took it, huh?
And I work as a cashier.
Oh. Well, could you tell us the theme of this play?
Well, it's a temperance play, and in the first act, it shows the hero as a social drinker, and in the second act, it shows his increased appetite for drink. And in the third act, it shows how he becomes associated with barroom rowdies, and there is a barroom fight. And the fourth act, utter despair, and then fifth act, he is rehabilitated, restored to society, and is back on lemonade.
You say he's back on lemonade?
Huh?
And you call this a happy ending for a play? What's he going to do tomorrow night? Well, what's the public doing while all this debauchery is going on? Are they having DTs?
No, they're just sitting there watching and enjoying the play and drinking beer that we've served them.
While they're getting sober on the stage, they're getting more loaded in the audience. Well, how do you explain that you teach temperance on the stage and get the audience loaded simultaneously?
Well,
that's kind of insincere, isn't it?
Well, it's actually social drinking because we only allow them 3 bottles of beer per person, and then we serve them coffee and sandwiches during the oleo.
Mm-hmm. And from there they go to the AA? Well, it sounds like too fast for me. What happens in the oleo?
Well, in the oleo, that's when our actors and actresses come out upon the stage in a after show and do vaudeville acts. For instance, the villain might conduct some singing. Schnitzelbank, or,
I used to sing Schnitzelbank, it's pronounced.
Oh, pardon me.
Schnitzelbank is a kind of an American pronunciation of Schnitzelbank, actually. You know what Schnitzelbank means?
No.
It's a carpenter's bench. That's what a Schnitzelbank is. I used to sing it on the stage. I'll sing you the last stanza of it. You see, the audience is supposed to join in, but they're all sober, so it'd be hopeless. At least most of them. He'd say like... Ist das nicht ein fette Frau? Ja, das ist ein fette Frau. Ist das nicht ein Gänsebock? Ja, das ist ein Gänsebock. Ist das nicht ein fetter Dock? Ja, das ist ein fetter Dock. Gänsebock in der fetter Dock. Große Eier, Judenmeier. Schönes Ding in der goldenen Ring. Kommen gerade Wagenrad. Hinten her eine große Schere. Schützenlange mit Schlüsselbank. Then everybody sings together. The whole audience joins in. I do Schönes, I do Schönes, I do Schönes, Schnitzel, I heard there's musicians and one of us is rotten. Captain McConnell, that singing idea is liable to send you back into the service, isn't it? Or are you still in?
I'm still in.
Well, let's get back to you. You seem to have a lot of embroidery on there. Do you have much of a home life? I understand pilots are always on the move. Do you live on a base?
I own a home in Apple Valley.
Apple Valley. Oh, you make your own Applejack up there? Did you buy a house there because you're crazy about apples?
No, I didn't buy it. The people there gave it to me.
They gave you a house? People of Apple Valley gave you a house? Well, they're all either pippins or wine saps up there. Why did they do that? Was his house haunted?
No, for my services in Korea, I guess.
You mean everybody from Korea got a house?
No,
You're very modest, Joe. And I know who you are, too. I'm sure most people do. You just happen to be one of the greatest heroes in Korea. I see you flinch a little at that, but it's true. See, all real heroes are like that. We had one up there a few months ago, Rodriguez. Do you know Rodriguez?
I don't know him. But
Well, you know, he got the Distinguished Service Cross and all the fruit that you've got across here. And he was just like you are, you know. He's just as shy and bashful as though he'd never seen a gun. You have one of the greatest aerial combat records in the history of the United States Air Force. How many enemy planes did you knock off?
16.
16. Is that the... I feel like such a schlemiel sitting here. Huh? What is the record, Joe?
16.
16? Oh, you hold the record, huh?
For Korea, yeah.
Oh. Well, you're sort of the Casey Stengel of Korea, is that it? So what was your closest call during your tour of duty in Korea? You must have had some close ones if you were up there most of the time.
Yeah, a couple, but I think the closest was on my 8th MiG. I was with a wingman, and 12 of them sneaked in behind me, and
what do you mean, what's a wingman?
Wingman.
Oh,
wingman.
Wingman. No.
Another pilot flying another F-86.
Oh.
And he clears the rear, and the leader looks around for enemy aircraft, and 12 of them, one of them sneaked in on him anyway, and I was feeling pretty good. I was working on my 9th, and very smugly, and then he called out 12 MiGs coming in, so I took a look and started scissoring a couple and figured I had it hacked when one of them sneaked in to about 800 feet and put a 37 through my engine. Well,
how many engines do you have on that?
One.
Just one.
And
that's not good. You should never go up with less than 4 engines. I'd want about 11 engines if I were.
So then I just coasted out to the sea and brought down a bit.
Parachute? You hit the silk?
Yeah, then I bailed out.
My stuff, eh?
And a helicopter picked me up out of the water in less than 3 minutes, by the way. And
they saved a lot of lives over there, the helicopter.
Well, they sure did.
What body of water did you come down in?
The Yellow Sea.
Oh, that's practically the ocean, huh?
Well,
it'll do until the ocean comes along. I want to ask you a question. Did you ever get scared up there?
Well, the most scared I ever was on my last day, in fact. I had a wingman, just one. We didn't have anybody else around. We'd gotten split up, and we saw 30 MiGs. So we jumped into them, and I got one on the initial pass, and then it got pretty rough. And then
I can't understand that.
I got another one off my wingman's tail, and then, well, we had to run. That was the first time I ever had to run.
There was 28 of them chasing you?
Yeah. And
were they as fast as your plane?
Yeah, just about, depending.
Depending on what?
Well, whether you were climbing or what.
Oh.
They were.
Well, we're certainly glad to have you back here, Joe. Which is certainly the understatement of the year. We can't afford to lose any fellas like you. I think you've done your bit now. If I'd known you were that much of a hero, I wouldn't have inflicted Schnitzelbank on you. Are you planning on staying in the service, Joe?
Yes.
Well, you're not going to do any more combat. You've done your bit now, haven't you?
Well,
teach the other boys, huh?
That's what I'm doing now.
Yeah, well, I should be a pretty good teacher, I imagine. Huh? Well, Katie, let's talk some more about your work. How many times have you seen The Drunken?
About 200 times.
You're a glutton for punishment, aren't you? Don't you ever weary of it?
No, I thoroughly enjoy it.
Do you remember any of the lines in it? Maybe we could do a short scene, huh? You haven't got a flat bottle on your back, have you there, Joe? Huh?
Well, I'm not an actress, but,
Well, I'm not a drunkard, but we can manage.
I do know a few lines. If, would you care to play the part of the villain? I think you'd make a nice villain.
Well, I've never been anything else. I don't know why I should switch now.
Well, there's one scene I particularly like. You've got to stand up, and you'll have to have a cape. Perhaps,
cape?
Could you use this for a cape?
Yes, I certainly could.
All right. And,
Maybe I ought to play the heroine.
And you have to hide behind the cape. You see, you're ashamed. Now, look at...
Who wouldn't be ashamed in this outfit? Curse you, Jack Dalton. How am I, authentic? Well, come on, denounce me, will you?
Wretch, have you not now proved yourself a slanderer? And to effect your own vile purposes. But no, My poor husband.
I'll get her in the end. I don't know which end, but I'll get her.
Is they being the latchet of whose shoes you are not worthy to unloose?
I've always wanted to take her in an apple orchard. Hey. If I don't get thrown out of the Screen Actors Guild, it won't be your fault. Well, it's been a thrill talking to you two. And, Joe, if I could perform some skullduggery in the quiz here tonight, you'll go out of here with more loaded than the hero in Catherine's play. Yes, we aim to be impartial here, but if an eyebrow can mean anything... Let's see how you make out in the quiz. Remember, if you win more than the other couples, you'll get a chance at the big money later. All right, let's see how much money you can make. You selected the animal kingdom. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what question do you want to start with? 10, 20, 100?
Number 7.
Number 7. What is a mythical animal that had a single horn growing from its forehead?
What is it? The single... But mythical, is that?
Mythical animal.
Mythical animal.
A single horn.
But, golly. Is it Taurus, Capricorn? No. I don't know.
Come on, take a guess.
Capricorn. No?
Oh, gee, you're so close. It's unicorn.
Oh. Well...
I couldn't tip you off on that, Joe. I'm sorry. Plus, the other contestants are watching out there. They're just as crooked as I am. Now, which one do you want?
Number 8.
Number 8. What do you call the bees that don't do any work?
The drone.
Drone is right. Drone.
Well, you're on your way now with $80.
Now what?
9.
90. What kind of an animal was responsible for the murders in the Rue Morgue?
What kind of an animal? Oh, a big gorilla. Gargantua? Gorilla? Gorilla?
Gorilla! You now have $170.
That's a dirty trick, but this guy brought down 16 MiGs. See? All right. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples.
$100.
$100. What do they call the breed of wild dogs that prey upon the sheep of Australia? They're very vicious.
Breed of wild dogs.
Something like wolves.
She-wolves? Werewolves? Werewolves?
No. I guess I gave you a bum steer. It's dingoes.
Oh, wouldn't have known.
And you wind up with $170.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth
Thank
dealers.
you.
Huh? Sorry you went.
And that means that the physicist and his partner with $240 in just 1 minute get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question.
George, before we bring the people up here again, I want to ask you a question. I've heard that people are buying Groucho's special used cars just to get my picture from the sticker. Is this true?
Well, it's not quite true, Groucho. No, they're just smart buyers.
I see.
You see, these people know that the Groucho Special sticker is the DeSoto Plymouth dealer's way of saying that here is my best buy and my hottest bargain. You see, so many people are buying these wonderful new Plymouths and the magnificent new DeSoto Automatic that, well, they're trading in lots of wonderful cars for them. To get these cars, they're trading in actually literally hundreds of fine used cars. Top quality, top condition, and top value cars. So I guess that's why that every DeSoto Plymouth dealer has the finest used cars in town. And his Groucho Specials are the best buys in town.
That's true, George. And this picture of me isn't doing them any harm either.
Well,
I had no idea I was so attractive. You know, I'm practically beautiful on here.
I never quite looked at it that way, but...
Kiss me, you fool. Will you play Narcissus, please?
What I was getting at, Groucho, was that the dealer takes in all these wonderful cars in trade for the new Plymouths and new DeSotos, then he inspects them carefully and picks only the very best as his Groucho Specials with that sticker on them.
Mm-hmm. And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you.
Well, I had a little more I was going to say.
Well, go right ahead.
If you'd like me to?
Yes,
All right.
I'm crazy about it.
I can tell you are.
I have to make a living as well as the next fellow.
So don't
the
miss
next fellow happens to be you. Huh?
So don't miss out on this great opportunity. Tomorrow, at the very latest, look over your DeSoto Plymouth dealer's stock of fine used cars. Watch for the few hottest bargains and best buys his Groucho Special used cars. The Groucho Special sticker, a sign of the finest used car buy in town.
Yes, and as I said before, when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you.
And now, Groucho, I'd like you to meet the winning couple once again.
I have met them.
Yes, well, I want you to meet them again. The physicist and his partner all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question.
Well, here's a chance to get your husband back from Tennessee. $2,500, huh? Well, here we go for $2,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience now. Here it is. Clara Bow and Buddy Rogers were on the first motion picture to win an Academy Award. For $2,500, what was this picture? All right, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
Ben-Hur.
No. The answer is wings.
Wings.
So that means the big question next week will be worth $3,000. Well, they lost the big money, but how much did they win in the quiz, George?
Well, they won $240 in the quiz.
Well, thanks and good luck. And congratulations to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America and the United States.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $3,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Don't save the checkup of your windshield wipers for a rainy day. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
thank you all for showing up, and we hope you all had a good time. Those who didn't, if you'll send me $12 in cash, just to defray the cost of mailing, I'll send you each a life-size photograph of the Bank of America. Good night, all, and a Happy New Year.
Well, this concludes another stream. I want to thank you all for listening with me, and I hope you enjoyed these shows that represent, in my opinion, some of the best of old-time radio. Join me again tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Thank you for listening, and have a good day.